I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing. Hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night. little flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is the breeze, that kick back. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up, been TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
We riding round, my windows down and my
my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, lame and shine. I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and light. Running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn. Alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you, I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn. Alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Champions Tour, where the top teams from around the globe compete to become the next world champion. New here, we've got you. Here is everything you need to know to get plugged into the 2025 season. With new teams earning promotions across EMEA, Pacific, CN, and Americas, this season brings our biggest year of competition ever. In 2025, teams will compete across a series of international league matches and global events to secure qualification for Champions Paris, where the next VALORANT World Champion will be crowned. To ensure that both long-term consistency and recent performance are awarded throughout the season, teams can now qualify for champions from their league in two ways. The first, by finishing in the top 2 at the final playoffs of the season, or by being among the top 2 teams with the most championship points who haven't already qualified through playoffs. Similar to last year, championship points will be distributed across every stage and competition, but now with some changes. Regular season matches will continue to give 1 point per regular season win, while major events like Kickoff, Playoffs, and Masters will now reward multiple teams. The IL Playoffs and Kickoff will grant points to the top 4 teams, while Masters Bangkok and Masters Toronto will recognize the top 4 teams and top 6 teams with points. Now, let's talk about the season. We'll get things started with kickoff tournaments in each league, taking place between January 11th and February 9th. The top 2 teams from each league advance directly to Masters Bangkok, where we'll establish the front runners for the 2025 season. Next, we head into the first of 2 international league stages. The top 3 finishers from each league Stage 1 playoff will compete at Masters Toronto. Following Masters Toronto, it's time for International League Stage 2. each league's top 2 teams in Stage 2 playoffs, plus 2 more teams based on championship points, will join the competition in Paris. 48 teams, 3 international events, 1 world champion. Get ready for VCT 2025.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VCT EMEA. We are coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. And after a long off-season, it's time to see which teams will triumph in 2025. Hello everyone, I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back in the studio. So excited, by the way, to be back in the studio here with Kukuka and Billy. We've been doing this for 5 years. This is our 5th year. How exciting.
Crazy. I cannot believe that it's been 5 years already. Well, it's going to be 5 years in June. But Billy, honestly, welcome. How do you find the studio? I mean, you were here for Ascension.
Yeah, literally. It feels like we were here not even that long ago. Off-season went by so quickly, I feel like. I mean, it might have felt longer for others, but yeah, I'm excited to be back.
I mean, our producer was very sure that we were going to win everything this year. He says it every year. Do you believe that? Are we going to win everything this year?
How about we wait and see what's going to happen in Kickoff?
No, Kukuka, you tell me right now. Are we
We're
going to
win everything. Absolutely every single trophy is going to come EMEA.
I feel like I can't just not say
you were just hired. You cannot.
We're winning it all. We're winning it all.
Exactly.
Yes, we are winning it all indeed. But before we go any further, we must talk about the new agent, of course, Taeho. We try to get, some coaches and also people with a brain to break down his kit, but sadly, they were all busy. So here's Tombiz.
Have you had an accident in ranked that wasn't your fault? Do you get flamed for only playing Duelist?
Haha, what a noob.
Do people laugh at you for not being able to play Initiator? Well, with Taeho, those worries are a thing of the past. No lineup, no problem. Taeho does all the work for you. At just the click of a button, you activate Guided Salvo, a guided missile system for all your lineup needs, be it at the take of a site or the post-plant of a round.
One enemy.
With Taeho's all-new delivery system, you'll be leaving your enemies stunned at just how skillful you can be. Have you ever missed a drone shot playing Sova? Well, never again, as Taeho's stealth drone clears all angles with just the push of a button.
One suppressed.
And if all else fails, why not just airstrike those pesky enemies with Armageddon, the quick and easy way to deal with any opponent. Disclaimer.
Taeho's abilities do still require basic understanding of the game. Also, if you're not quick enough to insta-log him, you may not be able to play him and have to play something else instead.
So what are you waiting for? Join Taeho today and become who you were meant to be.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of those filthy insta-lockers. I have become a Taeho main. Now, what do you make of Taeho, Billy?
Yeah, I really like Taeho. I think that he can offer a lot for a team. He can create space that maybe a duelist wouldn't be able to. Like, he's got all of the kit available to him. I think that we're gonna see him in a lot of site executes, and he's gonna be really useful in the post plants as well.
So that's the thing, right? It's the balance between the two. You can have something that doesn't require a lot of skill in the sense that you do not need to learn the lineups. Everything's going to be pretty easy for you to understand. That's also why it's so important, right, for Kickoff. Billy, you're mentioning not only the executes, also the post plan. With all the new additions that we have into the game, remember that there's a bunch of new things that we still haven't seen regionally in EMEA, and also the fact that the damage from the salvo stacks. It's, let's be honest, is extremely overpowered. I think that it could be meta-defying, at least here in Kickoff.
Yeah, and I have to just mention, because I've seen a lot of people confused, of course, VCT CN, they started before us, but Taeho was not available to play in that region. He is, however, available to play here, which means we could see it on map 1 if teams want to do that. And speaking of teams and players that might play this agent, I'm expecting pretty much every team to, but Kukuka, do you have any early shouts of a player that you would like to see play him?
I mean, there's several ones. I decided to go for one. I know that we all chose one. But I will say, I don't know about you. I know I can convince you to change your pick. I know that you went for Angel. You will tell me in a second. I went for Shadows.
I'm convinced.
Because I know. Okay.
I'm convinced.
But seriously, I know that 2023 and 2024 were not easy years for Koi. And even though that happened, I think that Shadows and his individual performance was still up there. And especially thinking of an initiator that has this kind of characteristics, when we think about the Gambit that once won it all, it was Shadows on the initiator that was one of the difference makers. So even though we see this agents being played, I would like to see him pick him up because I think that individually he can exploit it the most.
Super convinced. You had me at Shadows, to be honest. But I'm going to throw some stats back at you because the player that's played the most variety of agents in our league of all time is this man behind me, Angel. Now, you might think he's on a team with Xiao. Wouldn't it make sense for Xiao to be the one to pick up Taeho? It would. However, it's Angel. Angel does what Angel wants. I mean, looking at the agents that he was playing last year, we saw this kind of change of Xiao playing Smokes, Angel playing the Initiator, and I can just tell that when Taeho was released, he must have been rubbing his hands like, this is my chance.
Same with Yoru,
I'm going to pop off, I'm going to pop off. Exactly. Yeah. So it wouldn't be a big surprise, right, if these two players pick it up. However, Billy, your pick is kind of
I'm interested in this.
Hear me out, hear me out. I know it's a spicy take, and I kind of compared like Taeho to a kind of duelist, and I'm interested to see how that kind of changes the meta. But if Vitality did want to experiment with a no duelist comp, and I know what you're thinking, why on earth would you pick up Derka and not run a duelist composition? I just think the equipment and utility that Taeho offers, you're able to run that without a duelist, right? You can run a no dive comp, he's able to clear out the space, and the drone, I was kind of comparing it to a Bimbot the other day, but it wouldn't be used in the sense that you'd follow up a Bimbot, right? You would use it to save it for the retake, right? Save it for the retake. The fact that it can suppress agents before they even start coming in for that post plant. Yeah, I can see Derka being able to support teams, but also the firepower that he has, I can see him playing.
All I'm going to say is you get every bragging right under the sun if this happens, because and also, I might be living in a different dimension in that case, but I'm here for it. I'm definitely here for it. I'm also here for Jimmy Lin. Who isn't for Jimmy Lin at this point? Because could talk me through the new map changes, Kakuja.
Yeah, exactly. As we all know, Fracture is back. Lotus is also going to be back. Pearl is back as well. We're not going to miss Ascent for at least a couple more months, and Sunset is out. Now, bear in mind, it's not only the fact that we're very happy that Fracture is back, because all of the possibilities, many things have changed within the game. Many agents that have been key to how Valorant has been developing have been either buffed or nerfed. We have Astra back with all the stars, the Neon nerf, also the changes to Viper. There's been an entire year, because it was in Champs 2023, the last time that we saw Fracture played in VCT. So of course, we're talking about 4 new agents that have come into the game, and of course it brings a lot of edge to the teams that have made a lot of changes, which is most of them.
Yeah, I'm so excited to have Fracture back. I hate playing it, love watching it, and like you say, I'm interested to see how the meta shifts now that Fracture's back with all the new agents. And I mean, Astra buff is going to be huge. We did have Clove introduced last year, but I think Astra buff is a big one.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing what Potter is going to do on this map and what else we can copy from them. And speaking of them, speaking of our friends from across the pond, I want to give a warm welcome to all of the imports from VCT EMEA Americas and say a big thank you for your region being so uncompetitive that these players have decided to come over here. Am I right, Billy? Am I right?
I don't want to cause arguments. This is my first day on the front.
Oh, you can do it. You can do it. It's just Americans. They won't come here, don't worry.
But in saying that, I love that Fly has come across. I'm really interested to see how an American IGL fits in with the EMEA dynamic. Obviously, we have to talk about Fluorescent. Like, I'm so excited to see Fluorescent on this stage.
She's one of us now. She's EMEA.
Yeah, and like obviously. She was here and won a trophy literally only a couple of months ago. So if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Fluorescent. So those are the 2 kind of imports that I'm looking out for.
I mean, also Crashes, of course.
It's not real. It doesn't seem real.
Man, with like seeing the jerseys and seeing Sadak in the KC one, you know when we were talking about how little IGLs we had, we stole a couple of them, being like, yes, as if it's nothing. I think that it's going to make the region not only more competitive, but more interesting, which I've been the end of the day, it's what we're all here for.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And speaking of, let's take a look at the bracket and see where these players could potentially match up to as we go. I'm not going to lie, my eyes, Kakuka, immediately go to that KC Na'Vi Vitality bracket. That's just got to be a crazy way to start your season.
And it's crazy for any of the teams that we're going to see in the first 2 days, because right after, you're going to have to go against the top 4 from the previous year. And think about it and just read the names of who's waiting on the other side. Foot, Vitality, Fnatic, and Heretics. Honestly, pick your poison. None of them are easy.
Yeah, and let's just jump even straight into this and talk about the opening matchup of 2025, and of course BBL versus GX. Now, normally when we see BBL here, there are always some question marks about how they could turn their year around. And Billy, we got to be pretty excited for the new roster they built in the offseason.
Yeah, definitely. They've had a major revamp, and they've kind of steered away from that majority Turkish roster, which is interesting for me. You know, we look at talent within VCT EMEA, and a lot of them are Turkish players. So yeah, it's a complete revamp. It's a kind of new chapter for Yampi as well in that IGL position, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. And of course, these pickup of sort of VCL players that are coming up as well. And we don't have Chiwa today. We do have the stand-in of VAC, which I'm a little bit sad about. I was looking forward to seeing Chiwa, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can get up to.
It's a good replacement. My eyes, Sue, you know where they're going, is Profec. We were talking about it. Yeah, but he's not playing until later. It's okay. No, but seriously, I really want to see what Profec. We're seeing it right behind Yampi here on the screen.
Why is he not in blue? What is this?
Yeah, it's so weird, but you know, he was one of the most desired players from the tier 2 here in EMEA. We've had a lot of pickups from there. I want to see what they've built up and how much of this emergency substitute is going to take a toll on them, knowing how important Kickoff is.
Yeah, and of course, as you guys saw on your screen, it is VAC coming here instead of Chiwa, and VAC is not an inexperienced player. VAC was there from day 1. He's played against and with anyone and everyone. However, when it comes to this IGL battle, Yampi will be going up against Cloud, and at this point, Bear, is he, like, he's IGL'd a little bit?
And I think that he's been growing in so many different environments and so many different agents. He has always been wanting to be the do-it-all, Mr. being able to achieve and to give you that kind of edge when you need it. He was the last standing member of that initial Team Liquid roster that we all once were very excited for. But this is the new frontier for him. Going on to a new organization, picking up this new role, I really want to see if that also is going to have an impact on his gameplay at his individual level.
Yeah, and I like that GX, they got their roster early, you know, they completed all their signings, their transfers, they were grinding in the off-season, and I want to call out every single person's tier list I've seen that didn't put my boy Westside at least B or A tier, because he is really, really good. Yeah. And Billy, they could do some damage, this team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've got a couple of Champs attendees in this roster, right? And you've got 3 players that came up from VCL last year, and they've managed to retain that VCT status, which is another interesting thing that I think. So I think the player that I really like on this GX side is Tamazi coming over from KC. I feel as though that we didn't really get to see a chance of what Tamazi could do under KC because they won that kickoff last year and then they kind of bombed out a little bit early for the rest of the year. So I'm excited to see how he performs under Cloud's leadership.
I'm completely with you. What Westside achieved in 2 years, going from nothing to tier 1, is almost unheard of. I know that we have a lot of young talent, but I also agree with you. I think that Tamazi's flexibility is always at stake.
Yeah, it's weird to hear from Casey instead of Saw. But the wait is finally over. It's time to officially kick off the greatest league in Valorant. It's VCT EMEA.
Every team dreams of making it to the top, but only the best succeed.
A good team never stops trying. A great team never stops learning.
This year, we don't come to play. We come to win. Against all odds.
Diğer takımdaki Türk kardeşlerimizi tabii ki seviyoruz. Ancak eve oturup doğru konuşalım. En iyisi biziz.
Tanto hablar de novatos, tanto postureo. Lo que importa son los resultados.
Above all else, we're more than just 5 players. We're mates. We're unstoppable.
Succeeding in Valorant takes more than good aim. Bunun için özveri, tutku ve oyun sevgisi gerekiyor.
Taking initiative means taking risks. Calculated, meaningful, but risk nevertheless.
As a player, you can feel alone, act alone. But as a team, you're in it together.
When the spotlight fades, that's when winners are born. When you put in the work that no one else sees.
If you think you know us, think again. This year, we'll take what's ours. We'll take it home.
There are no second chances, only second places. We've learned our lesson. Have you?
With me.
There are a lot of new faces on this stage today alongside some returning veterans as well. This will be a big test to see if the off-season changes will pay off and set a tone for how the rest of the year could potentially go, because as we remember, this tournament is all about qualifying for Bangkok, and with 2 slots on the line, Kakuka, it is so hard.
And not only that, 2 slots on the line, but you also get points if you get up to 4th, so definitely the battle is still there. We know that there's a lot of rosters with a lot of changes within the region, and apparently we're going to jump straight into the map Vita. Oh, come on,
We're
guys.
never going to see GX play with this ever.
Okay, we're going to see Lotus, and that is, I think that puts the Tejo stakes pretty high.
Yeah, I like that we're going to see Lotus. They're really throwing us right into the swing of things. I am sad that BBL decided, actually, no fracture for us today. So, yeah, no, and Pearl is a decider as well. This is really nice.
I hope everybody learned enough about from Jamie Lin. But yeah, it makes sense, even with the little data that we have, for GX to pick this Lotus, because it was one of their best maps last year. And knowing that you're keeping that core and you're just improving that situation for this opening match makes a lot of sense for BBL, probably Haven. Maybe they have something very prepared, or they want to go with something very simple. But do not forget, we can get the first Deco, the first Vice, many crazy things.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Lotus at some point kind of got a little bit stale with some of the comps we saw.
Not for Foot.
Yeah, not for Foot, of course, or KC. But as we head into the first map of 2025, with all the changes in mind, with all the new players in mind, surely we're not going to get, you know, the KJ, the Neon. Things are going to be a bit more different.
Yeah, especially, you know, we can bring back the subject of the Neon. There's, again, so many things that have changed within so many agents in so little time that, of course, teams want to stay on top. We know that Tejo was only released about a week, a little bit more than a week now. And if you were able to think about what you wanted to do with the agent, if you also had the player who was willing to play it and also everybody else to learn the new protocols around it, it could definitely be a difference maker today.
Yeah, I think so. I like the fact that you brought up KJ as well, because when I'm looking at Sentinels like KJ, Cypher, those are the ones ones that Taeho can kind of easily dismantle, I suppose. So it will be interesting to see what they pick going into this Aegis Select.
Oh,
we're going to see Vice.
We are going to see Vice, and it is Runner on Vice instead of Westside. I would have probably put my money on Westside being on the Vice, but of course on the other side of this as well, Vac is just kind of slotting in for Chiwa.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. He has the agent pool to provide this. It's probably the best pickup that they could have had for that. Runner on the Vice on the other side. You've seen the Viper here, something that we did not see in EMEA at the end of the year that much. And pairing it with this, not having the Killjoy on any of the sides, it's gonna feel a little bit different, but we understand the post-plan that Giant is going to have.
Yeah, I really like this. I am a little sad that we're not going to see any Taeho on the first map of the season, but you know what? I don't mind it. I feel like there's a lot of trap plays that you can use with both of these compositions, right? Both teams deciding to run that fade and that raise. Really nice setups that you can get on that A defense pressure initially. And Breach as well for BBL. I'm not surprised to see Yampi on the Breach whatsoever. It's always kind of suited his play style. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
I would honestly go as far as saying this Yampi Breach could really be something that holds them together. He is fantastic. On Lotus, specifically with this Breach, he's played it like 10 times at this point. Very high win rate. On the IGL though, however, this time around. So does that change anything?
I don't think so. I think that he's going to have more autonomy and just instead of saying I'm gonna stun in 3 seconds to just say stun go, you know, like keeping the pace up. I think that could be a difference maker as well. And on the other side, we were talking about Tamazi, and I was just thinking he started as a duelist, moved on to a sentinel. Now he's playing smokes. Is there anything that this kid cannot do?
Well, I mean, maybe we'll see. Maybe a Taeho in there. But here we go. Like I said, a lot of new faces here, but also some returning ones as well. The two casters who I love that will never change. Also, guys, I don't want you to change. You're perfect just the way you are. Here is Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, we've got a hell of a game lined up for you at home to kick off the 2025 season here in EMEA. Tom, I am so excited for this one. New faces for both of these organizations, and hopefully we'll see them hit new heights in 2025.
Yeah, and you look for two as well. That was the nicest toss I think we've ever had. Who like paid her off or, you know, held her hostage for that one? Because I was not expecting that. But no, I'm super excited for this one. You've got some young blood. I think you look over at GX. I think the oldest player on the team is 21 years old. So this is a very young-looking roster, but with experience to back it up. And then you have players like Loon, who, for the most part, when it comes to Tier 1 matches, we really don't know how he's going to perform, how he's going to play. So I am really excited to see who comes out on top of this, because the off-season maybe suggested BBL, but with Chiwa missing, with having to bring Vac in, it could be a different story this time out.
And some of these players getting here a little later, how much prep have BBL managed to have and how much has changed since that 3-1 result over GX not that long ago? Well, we're going to find it out here. Lotus, our first battleground, GX's choice, and they're moving swiftly towards this A side, already taking quite a bit of space as Westside does just the same on B. Now putting a bit of disarray in the BBL lines, and a retake seems to be the only choice left.
There.
Losing Yampi as well, it is not ideal. If you're going to be trying to get back in, you want any supportive utility you can find. An initial trade is not going to be enough for that defensive side to try and get back in. And well, the super stand-in, the man looking to try and make a mark on the VCT. Someone who we've known pretty much since the very beginning of Valorant, but, well, if he wins this one, he will have put his name into the history books fairly quickly with a 1v4 pistol round to get their first round. I don't think it's going to be happening, and in fact, Westside will put him in the dirt.
It's always unfortunate as well, like we said, forced into a retake after just before the first engagement, almost with the utility that was down, and the player you end up losing is your Breach. It's going to be pivotal for getting back into that site. And as we saw, it wasn't too easy without him. Now 1-0 start for GX, but we know how quickly things can spiral out of control. The question on our minds, do BBL force buy? And as we get back onto the server, you can see it doesn't seem to be the case. It's going to be a nice light investment and presumably a 2-0 start for the attacker side.
Already an early take of that A control. That's where a lot of people are talking about Taeho as a sort of an interesting pick in the future. The potential for early aggression and denial. For now, though, running that, well, quasi-double Sentinel, like having that Viper as an addition to the Vice being brought through. You expect slower pace from GX. They're not going to be rushing into things. A lot of it will have to be done by Cloud and Purple when they do go for those sort of plays. And for the defense in this round, they're kind of hoping they can get into a stack, like find out roughly where they're going and put the majority of their players there. They have a few small investments, Mitch, but expectations are incredibly low.
Yeah, you can see some of the dangers, potentially a player like Sociable on his own, but it's that little investment into the shorty that they hope will make it worthwhile. One barrel still loaded as Cloud rounded the corner, and it doesn't find its mark, at least not in a meaningful way. Some HP and shields stripped off that player, but GX, they found themselves the B site and a post plant with this setup, especially with the advantages in weaponry. This should be near impossible for BBL to take the round. The question is, can they make it costly? And they'll have to drop a lot of players to do that because GX have Cloud and Westside coming in with just pistols.
A little bit of extra utility to play with, but forcing them out of position is not going to be easy. A kill at least, but of course Cloud only had himself a pistol. And other than that, it is squeaky clean for the side of GX. A solid start to this map. And I want to note something in this round. Obviously, Cloud only invests into a Sheriff, so it might not be a defining factor of rounds going forward. But he actually takes first contact. He's the one looking for those fights. And I do think sometimes when you see that sort of leadership value put on a player, like, okay, you're now the leader of the team, some players will do that, go like an Angel. I'm going to go in first, and then I can sort of almost micromanage from the back line. So I want to see if that is going to be the case, because playing that fade, it allows him to maneuver a little bit more. He can be faster with his decision making. And for everyone wondering, yes, Pansy is in the building.
Yes, of course, the standard practice. A little pausa technica to start us off, but early on in the game, it's not disrupting a big story arc. A 2-0 start for GX, and they get to kick back. Some weapons carried through as well. Nice, decent economic position. And as we come out of this pause, the question on BBL's mind is, how are they going to hit back? Defensive side, we could see a flare of that signature aggression early on to try and take the fight to GX. But the problem is, based on what we've seen, based on what we expect from this composition, like you pointed out, GX are not going to be moving fast. They're not going to be blitzing straight into sites. You expect this to be more of a slow burn, so any early aggression from you is likely going to be something that they're ready to combat.
Yeah, they're also incredibly scary when they get into those post plants as well. Like having the combination of Vice Viper, it's just nasty. Like you can delay so much with that utility. A lot of the time that you do wonder, when you don't have something like a Cypher to sort of control the map, you have to be that little bit more careful. So if you are fast-paced, you have to be sure that's where you're going. It's not so much, okay, let's double back, because you just don't have that information anymore. So again, it is going to be very interesting to see how they play. But I also just want to talk a little bit more about some of the players that they've got coming up here, because we talk about BBL. Up until this point, they have been a Turkish roster. They have been a team that hasn't really moved away from their own region, which you can kind of understand when you look at how much depth of talent there is within Turkey. They've also gone for the Turkish players they do have in sort of more interesting choices. I think Loon is someone that, again, we haven't seen a mass amount of in any sort of tier 1 capacity. So I'm looking at him solely. But then you talk about the likes of Profek, who, at least for me, was someone who fairly impressed when it came to Ascension. I think he was a solid pickup there. And then the obvious one is Yumpy, like someone who has been within the scene for a long time. I'm not going to lie, looking down at the stage and seeing him not in a Team Liquid jersey is weird. But also, he's taken over that leadership. And I know that in the past, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sliggy looked to make him an IGL. Looked at him as someone who has that level of intelligence to sort of manage a team and sort of take them with decent ideas in the right direction. So it really now just comes down to, have these teams both made their right choices? Is Cloud the right man for the job to lead GX to victory, with obviously some help from the coaching staff? And the same on the other side for Yumpy. Is this new role going to be something that makes him or breaks him?
And of course, you have to look towards the position that these squads are in as well. When we talk about the offseason, sure, they've been playing a little bit, and it's always hard to tell to what extent they're putting their real playbook into action, and whether they're just testing something. But I think that as we come on through the format here, it's not as forgiving in Kickoff as Stage 1, Stage 2, where you're going to have your matches to prepare way in advance, where you're not going to be facing elimination on week 2, but it's possible one of these squads will be going down lower bracket. And I think for BBL, I want to see them coming in hot, but the problems that they've had behind the scenes are obviously something that's on everyone's mind. The fact that, you know, limited practice, travel restrictions, you've got Vac coming in here instead of Chiwa as well, who is a big member. Even when we saw him taking out something like a Breach, he was putting up numbers, but we know
the man's a beast.
The man is a beast, unfortunately. Yeah, we heard that far too often. But when it comes to the Sentinel role, that is just somewhere we're used to seeing Chiwa, and I think he's going to have huge impact when he makes his way here.
Yeah.
But for now, it's on Vac to fill that in again with limited time. But sometimes that can be a little bit of a honeymoon period, ends up taking the team. And well, look, we've seen players like Patatek, for example, do pretty well in the substitute position. So I'm excited for what Vac can bring, because thinking back to 2020, 2021, he was one of the most exciting players out there on the market.
Well, he's sort of someone as well who's played pretty much every role. So for any map, if they really wanted to try and swap him in and out, they could. Chiwa, though, is that Sentinel. He has been since day one Valorant all the way to now. He has been an incredible Cypher player, so he's difficult to replace. There's no doubt about it. For GX, well, spoke about if they're going to go fast, it has to almost be an all-in, and that's exactly what it is, straight into the C site.
Oh, they're sending everything towards the side of BBL as Yumpy's found out the hard way, dropped, and Vac, well, forced to spam a smoke and then back out. This is a clean take from GX with a plant coming through, but BBL haven't lost hope yet. The flank is underway. One player thinned out, now down to just Sociable, and 2 lined up ready to take him down. GX reclaim the man advantage. 3 versus 2. Cloud almost grabs one through the wall, and well, now they're in a spot at bother. Loon can't push for a moment. Time ticks down, and with 2 players still to deal with on Mound, first they have to get rid of Cloud. Doesn't look like this is going to be an easy one to solve. A blast pack play is, well, ambitious from Loon. They're left in the dust. 3-0 start from the attacking side.
It does seem like that is going to be a trait of this team. You've got Purpo taking space, Cloud as the first fight. And the thing is, yeah, sure, most leaders you'd go, I don't want my IGL taking the point of contact. Cloud's individual skill, in my opinion, is someone who's still underrated. Like, he's been so good for so long. I don't think they had the best of years last year, so it wasn't really reflected in that manner. But I'm excited to see this work, because so far he's 4-on-1, had a great start individually, and being on that attack side with that sort of quasi-double Sentinel for the defense, this is a really good start for GX.
The firepower has been there, and it continues to. Cloud again, ripping the head off of the fade on the other side. A lot of utility taken out of BBL's hands early, and in a round like this, you really want your util if you've got any left. The pistols that are in play, not going to stand a great chance at most of these fights. Profek at least retrieves the Guardian. It doesn't look like they're going to be pushing towards him. That paranoia, though, isn't followed up on, and instead, they shift gear to the A side. Profek may have a chance to show what he's got.
He kind of needs to, but it's not going to get any easier. The fact is, GX playing this one nice and safe, not knowing if the site is clear. Send through the ult. And wow, this is almost just looking like an easy cleanup. Hopeful maybe someone can get a kill. No, well, there you go. Profek has been able to do some damage. 2 kills to his name, but he needs a whole lot more.
Oh, I thought that could have been something. But Cloud wide swinging in. Takes the confident peek. 3 bullets left for Vac, and he is out of here just like that. A 4-0 start. This round was BBL taking pistols and 1 little investment to a Guardian. Let's look to the next, because that has to be where hope starts to brew for BBL. They're now going to pull rifles into play, and hopefully with that find some positive results. But Tom, the thing is, as this game's been going on and their economy's been sorting itself out, the same thing's been happening on the GX side. They're coming into this round 1 away from a showstopper. I think Purpo maybe a little bit of a safety net for this squad if they do end up needing it.
Yeah, I think as well, just like every single opener has seemingly gone the way of GX. It's never going to be easy, especially on a map like Lotus, where you have 3 sites to defend, easy rotations across the map. If you lose that pick, you lose some space, but okay, Luke's just going to go walkabout. It didn't have any real supporting utility there. That was just a dry peek before the smoke ballooned, and there you go. That's Purpo gone.
Showstopper brewed for the next round, but BBL doubled down on their advantages. GX, for the first time, seeing a real struggle, and they'd spread out into a default, looking for picks anywhere, and instead, picks have been found on them. They're left to hope that with the presence on B and C, the West side can walk up. Cloud's, I mean, he's going incredibly aggressive. You would imagine most teams would look at Westside here as the win condition. Instead, Cloud tries to make his own look. That was a nice attempt, but Loon able to get the better of him. And all hope now rests in Westside getting some form of an advantage on A before that spike goes down.
Yeah, he's taken the space, but it is space that BBL are aware that they've given up. There's been a couple of opportunities to take down Loon, but he has survived a lot of them. Ultimate's not particularly close on either player as well, and with Loon having a showstopper, if it ever got dangerous, you feel like he would just pop that to make sure the round comes through clean. And already stunning up the player who's planting a paranoia as well. They know roughly where that last man's going to be standing. It is a clean sweep for the side of BBL for their first round.
A much better showing, and that's what we needed to see. The hope restored for this squad, because in some of those rounds, even the player cams we were cutting to, you could see the frustration building. And then 4-0, it's whatever, but you start to push up 6-7-0, that's when that frustration really boils over. Luckily, we missed the boiling point this time around, and BBL, well, they're simmering up, they're cooking something. Showstopper available, as we said, for Purpo after dying, but same can be said for Loon. So they're gonna match firepower in this round and put all their credits on the line.
Yeah, the good thing is as well, having that in-zone flawless to allow them to get right back onto the board. Keep the credits good as well, so if they lose this one, they're still gonna be fine. It's not a complete death sentence. It's something. And we've already said with this map in general, you are looking at those attack side rounds anyway, so they're on the board. Can they now look to build from it? Already you can see that early aggression once more towards that rubble side of the map, but it does seem like more of a ruse. 4 players sat over there for the defense, and the attackers are rotating in another direction.
Well, this won't catch BBL off guard. Vac has been jump peeking this angle all round. His A and D keys are being worn out. Eventually, he spots his target, falls back, has his cam ready to catch them as they come in, confirm that this is still a hit. That information will be theirs in just a moment. Rotation's underway. Showstopper used to clear the site, but it's already given up. Purpo will find it hard to land an impactful rocket, but the crowd control of getting them a plan should be enough. And they also know where that trap is now. At least Loon, I believe he popped the showstopper. He went in for the fight, but that has not worked out. Caught out, Yumpy's in the same boat, and what looked to be a promising retake, now a challenge for the side of BBL.
Yeah, it just looks a little disjointed, and that might just be the death of them. Purpo waiting on the corner, Cloud on the cross, it's all falling apart. The round was 5v4 in their favor. Now all the stands are sociable, and he will not stand for long. That is seemingly more of a mistake on BBL's part rather than GX taking over the round.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that one unfold. Just a frame ahead was Loon in going in with the showstopper, and the fact that they shut him down so quickly. Actually, I don't think he even made it past the wall, so it didn't even block out the rest of the team. That could have been even worse. But still, the squad comes in from spawn.
Good.
They go right back to spawn in the next round. 5-1. And for BBL, the hope that they found in round 5, they now start to show some cracks.
Yeah, we're also seeing like small little bits of that Vice utility that can sort of bring itself value, like having those deep razor vines put into play, like when you're trying to rotate through. Obviously, you kind of see Vac standing in it. It doesn't do much if you don't move, but it is just that slow effect. That's one of the sort of major things that have changed with it. It makes it more awkward to get into position, and you also take a little bit more damage as you do. So it's sort of what we said with GX. When you get into that post plan, the utility they have is great to really delay, slow, and make those fights that little bit more favorable. And we've seen that multiple times now where you have that cross waited for by Purpo, and then each time Cloud is just watching. If anybody takes a step too far, they are dead, because he's not been missing. Bear in mind, again, this is now him starting the season as that IGL. He's 9-3 at the top of the board. He's taken it in his stride.
The off-season work certainly paying off. I think he's just been on the aimbots the whole time.
The voice of Pipson is in the back of his head. Don't miss a shot. Don't you dare.
Well, we've just had a pause. The voice will be loudly in your ear at times. 5-1. GX building up a big lead on their map pick, and it's BBL's chance to respond. They've got rifles still, holding on to their economy. The firm grip for now, but that may slip in round 7. GX faking the B control, and look how many of BBL's players are there. 3 waiting for that B push, but no, it's coming in on C instead, and the pressure once again falls in the hands of Vac. He's standing in for this roster, doing a remarkable job damage-wise onto Purpo. They can't quite stop that site from being taken.
They're looking to isolate him, and they're not going to. He's managed to hold the line, take out Purple, and once again, an advantage into this one. An initial Nightfall utilized, but it's going to be used straight back to try and just slow that retake a little bit more, allow the attacking players of GX to get into those post plants. Again, you see that Razorvine just slowing them down a little bit more, but this time BBL are patient.
Yes, no one's gone ahead of the pack. Instead, they go together on the stuns. Loon, Sociable, putting up the numbers and leaving GX to try and recover in a 1v4. BBL, they're not gonna let go without a serious fight. 5-2, still a lot of work to be done, but certainly inspiring faith with this round on the board.
Yeah, that was so much better as well. Like, Vac plays it smart. He realizes, okay, my team are nowhere near. If I go pushing into this one alone, try and take a 1v1 fight, I potentially throw away the entirety of the round, so he's incredibly patient. And then the rest of the team, you see like the counter Nightfall, utility being put in to slow them down, the Razorvine, they just go, nope, this time we're gonna wait. We're gonna play that man advantage, we're gonna wait for the stun of Yumpy as well, which leaves that player in the back corner basically screwed. Much more controlled from the side of BBL, and that's what you want to see in those retakes. Again, still a 5-2 scoreline for GX, and there is no problems in terms of their finances.
Not a single player struggling in terms of credits. Again, global control for the side of GX. We've seen this before. 2-2-1. Leaving West side outside of A to lurk up and take control. That's being read by BBL, though, this time sending Loon to spot it out late. And even after finding the fight, he's not deterred. Wants to walk straight into the angle, but now GX are grouping up. They're looking to come and take that fight to him. 1-to-1 trade, it's not that bad. And there's a second player coming in to fill the spot and get aggressive. Profek creeping his way over. Unfortunately, GX have gone the other way.
Look at the overall control. Deep B main, 2 deep A. It's only really the C site that doesn't have an early warning system. And if they get spotted at any point, Sociable can get there incredibly fast. The only problem is if Vac can hold on again. This time he's much deeper within the site, but again, I believe there was another stun coming through from Yumpy to help him out. He's gonna get that opener.
Completely surrounded though, down to 3 HP, but holding on strong. Vac, the linchpin for this squad. In so many of the rounds, he's been doing the work on C, staying alive, buying them time, and this time, getting them the advantage. 3 versus 1. The plant for Tamazi, he knows that he can't just allow them to group up and take the retake. He wants to pick one player off, and he's done just that. Caught immediately by the trade, though. 5-3. BBL, the gap is now down to 2, and this is looking much more competitive.
Again, like, he might not be up there on the scoreboard at the moment, but Vac's done an impressive job over the last couple of rounds. 2 completely different ways to play, but you can see that the communication was there. As said, they waited with that stun. Perfect, thank you for the replay. And it just makes that kill safe. Like, he could have risked it, he could have taken it a little bit early on while he's being bombarded by bullets and utility, but instead he's patient and just holds on enough. A 2 trade there for his own life when he is against the whole team. Not bad.
Early fight, Paranoia thrown down, and Sociable capitalizes on the players out of position. They walk through his wall, and now Profek's ready to greet him. His teammate having already fallen. 25 HP in a smoke up to potentially cover his retreat, as we can see, just to cause a distraction, an extra angle they have to be worried about. And a swing on the back of the flash from his teammate, Yumpy. Gorgeous stuff for BBL. And a 3 versus 1 that they're left in. GX, they've ran headfirst into a brick wall. No control given on A.
It's left onto a West side. Another newbie to the league, someone that, again, we haven't seen at that top level yet, but has been talked about an awful lot in terms of someone to watch. This is going to be a tough one, though. The second he goes for this peak, there should be a swing, and he's not even going to win that first battle. Yumpy takes him out. 4 rounds now for BBL, and the comeback looking great. And I have to say, it is really intriguing watching the sort of 2 different leadership styles from the IGL. As I said, we've seen a lot of early fights taken by Cloud, looking for the almost for the glory. Like, he's taking the individual battles, he's being set up by space taken from Purpo. Yumpy is the polar opposite. His whole role has been to play around the middle of the map and consistently stun ready for anybody around the map. Be that in this round, it was Prophet. We've seen it the round before for Vac. He is just the setup man. Even got a kill at the end.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 kills, but 7 assists up on the board, and you can see how impactful they've been. This player able to support B or A so quickly, and it's something that's going to have to be adapted to by GX. It looks like they just want to fight him. Walked straight into the B site, thrown utility. Yumpy's forced out of the door, and that sends him right into the waiting arms of Westside, who's hoping to catch him off guard, but that will not happen. Yumpy steps back into the fight, goes through the smoke for a duel. Drops 2, and that's a big risk to take in a round where they've got pistols. We've got an AWP pushed up on Mound. We've got Yumpy walking through smokes to fight them, but it was working. Now they've lost 2 players. Weapons not quite retrievable, but a plant will be found nonetheless, and with a Viper's Pit online, this round becomes extremely dangerous for BBL. It seemed like they had that locked down, but now an uphill battle once again for this BBL squad.
Yeah, this is the moment where clearly GX believe they can win this one. Tomazi's got to be careful, trying to watch every single part of that Viper's Pit. He's been spammed through it. That's the one thing the pistols don't have. It's going to be left all onto Westside once again, trying to hold on to this one. They're walking through that pit, so they'll be taking a decent amount of damage, but it doesn't matter in the end. Loom will be there, 1 shot to the head, and BBL, from what was a real daunting start to this map, have really gained back control.
Yeah, great repositioning by Loon inside the Viper's Pit. As soon as the snake bite went out and he knew exactly where he was, he just took that wider angle slightly off his opponent's screen. And that red highlight doesn't really help if you're not looking at them. A 5-5 scoreline now. And for GX, this game no doubt felt very easy starting it out. They were shutting down BBL every which way. I think 5-1 at one point, but now momentum's built up. And even in rounds where they have pistols and a huge advantage, they still have to fight tooth and nail to get it across the line. It's a close game, as represented by the scoreline. 2 left to play for in this half.
I can already tell Power this year is going to be memeable. Just whenever the cams go down, I know we're going to make it happen. I wonder if this is going to be the first not so happy Pipson cam of the year. Then again, I feel like that's just default. He might not be happy, he might be having the best day of his life, but this is starting to look rough because it started really clean. Like Cloud was pretty much running riot, getting an opening kill every single round, and now he's been caught up by Loon. As said, that 18-year-old Turkish talent. No one's ever said that line before. No, that's never been said.
Talent coming out of Turkey, what?
No,
only every player.
Crazy. It does feel like the cheat code. It's like, well, I picked up a few Turkish players. Oh, they're all insane. No way. But no, Loon has been special. Like, definitely a few moments where you go, that might have been a little bit over the top. But I think that's why he's here. You want that explosive part to the rest of the nature of the team. And he is looking very good, even with the operator in hand. Once again, this round, I don't think it's getting any easier for GX.
Well, I think for Loon as well, operating at this level, playing against these teams, it's going to be a matter of you've got to push past the boundaries to really realize where they are. Sometimes he's going to try things that don't work, and you just have to hope he learns from those mistakes, but definitely want to see him take those aggressive stances, take those risks at time. Round 4 or 5 showstopper into C wasn't great, but since then we saw them patch up those issues.
Is he going to get ulted? Because you have to bear in mind, Visol, Steel Garden online, removing the weaponry. He'd be down to a pistol. It might not matter though, already. Losing that lurk player, and this is the problem of not having a traditional Sentinel. They've just been slaughtered from the backlines. And in zone, flawless, and you've just taken a pause, and that's been the cleanest victory we've seen in all of the rounds.
Yeah, I have to say, the Odin flank is not something you'll see all too often. Had plenty of teammates there to help out. And again, maybe just the realization that this was going to be a round that GX had a game plan that they were going to set themselves up and then completely crumble those dominoes. But BBL adapt to it. They sense the free space on B, they walk it up and take the fight to them. No time to set up. I wonder if that changes the pacing of this round for GX. And maybe they won't set up as much and be a little bit more in your face. That could send them into the op. But in fact, the op's being dropped immediately.
Find you. Not the start they were looking for. Already that space has been taken. leading the way. Boombot's only going to clear the backlines. Not ideal, but the push back in from Vac achieves very little. Yumpy will find one, and in fact, a second as well. Eventually traded out, but this is now starting to look that little bit more possible. The ultimate's being thrown out by either side to try and steal away this final round. But again, after being delayed by utility, it's going to be a little bit more patient from this defensive side.
From being 5-1 down, a 6-6 half isn't that bad for BBL. You'll certainly be happy about the recovery, but the chance for the lead is still there. Sociable's Odin, Profx Rifle, the ones to put in the work. Paranoia's good. Sociable doesn't know about the player in the corner. Now spots both. Does damage. West side down to 7. But it's Profek who has to eliminate both remaining players. They know where he is now. No element of surprise. And West side 7 HP posted for the headshot. It is a 6-6 scoreline at the half. But for GX and how it started, that's going to put a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah, for sure. They managed to get it over the line in the last, but that was a really impressive comeback from the side of BBL. I don't know. We now get to see if they're going to have that same sort of level when they head onto that attack side. Either way, we've got ourselves a short break, teams to recover, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to kick off half number 2. BBL versus GX, and they are neck and neck. Might as well be the start of the game. But for GX, they wish it was. That's when they had a good time. 5-1 up in the lead, and then BBL caught right back up on them. A close game we anticipated, and it seems like the teams are delivering exactly as we'd hoped.
Yeah, I think this is where, though, I expect a little bit more from that combination of Vice Viper. I think like having that for the defensive side, you're going to have more of an anchor on either side, good opportunities to sort of create awkward positions, even if it's just by using that Viper screen across the map and basically having an element to delay your opponents. I think that that's going to be tougher than some of the more standardized composition we've seen, which normally favor the attack a bit more.
BBL now on the attack. As we saw from GX, like you said, Tom, it was slower attacks out of that squad, but now on the defense, so much value to bring to the table. Viper wall already bypassed by BBL, looking for a fight and finding it. It's Loon to open it up. A lot of headshots delivered. Profek left Tamazi solo, and it's Cloud that has to step up to the plate for the recovery. He's already done damage. He swings out wide, an aggressive stance again. We're used to seeing it from Cloud. The spams don't quite net him the result he was looking for. Left to 10 HP. He turns tail and leaves Runner to lock down that fight, 2v2.
They split up and look for clues, and that allows GX to actually isolate the battle. It was looking like an almost done deal before that fight. Maybe a bit of an oversight from Sociable, but clearly believes in his team in that post plant. Now, they've already used their utility. There isn't a lot to play with in this post. That aftershock is gone, although the stun has just come back online. And you can see again the slow stance of this defense as they try and figure out where those remaining attackers could be. They do have to get a move on, though.
Yeah, that time is starting to tick away. And now 10 HP on Cloud is all that remains. The stun is perfect as well. It's going to have to be one hell of a shot from Cloud. Another needs to be delivered, and it was close. For a second, I started to believe, but it is BBL walking away with the lead now 7-6 after a terrible start to this map. It must be a sensational feeling to now claim the lead early on in half number 2.
Yeah, I think any doubts about Luna already starting to be answered. It definitely looks like someone who can just have that crispy aim that you expect to see from the Turkish players, the headshot machines of the present day. And again, like, they're just caveating with the fact that they are currently playing with a stand-in. I don't think Vax look like one whatsoever. Loon already tagged desperately low, 5 HP, but he has got the opener for it.
5 HP left on Loon though, and it's a wall bang to take him down. Wasn't to live much longer.
I feel like it's always Cloud in this position. Like every time, I've seen him get so many wallbang kills with Guardians, even maybe the odd Odin, but I don't feel like he's normally the catalyst of that weapon. Even does it with Sheriffs.
Oh, you're not going to lose that weapon for too long, but Profag, well, maybe it's cursed. He picks it up and straight away down to low HP. This is starting to look good for the side that came in with just pistols. They've done a lot of damage, a little more. 2 players on 15 health, but they will just about walk away with 3 alive.
Well, they didn't get the gun.
No, I don't think Vac did.
No, Vac went in the wrong direction. So the thing is, if they just lost the 2 players and kept all 3 weapons, it's fine. Okay, you have to rebuy a few shields. It's not the end of the world. They lose a gun as well. So that's an incredibly costly one for the side of BBL. Obviously, they're going to come into this one still with some weaponry to play with, and I see Loon still having that sniper in hand. I'm not too worried, but it is going to be a tough round for them to take over the line with GX now investing into all of that weaponry. And this is sort of what I was talking about. You've got these 3 more aggressive players, and then the 2 almost anchors, and a very aggressive push coming out from Tomasi and Cloud. They're just going all the way through here.
They've just taken the fight right up. BBL left down to just Vac on the other side of the map, out of the action, but about to be included. He's got a round to attempt a recovery of a Guardian and a 1v4 Cloud on 75 HP. Not much else to report back in terms of damage. Certainly an uphill battle. Starts with a headshot, maybe he has a chance, but it's a firing squad of 2 waiting on the contact of Cloud. Really nice setup. Should be difficult to survive, and well, it's a good thing they had that second or third, I suppose, player ready to peek.
Yeah, no, that, again, not bad at all. You're playing that as more of a bonus round than anything else, so coming out with 3 players dropped rather than just the 1 that was initial, it's not bad at all. I will say the defense in this one, though, like, Tomasi went out the door and just TP'd straight into rubble and went fighting. Almost a distraction for Cloud, who is still at the top of the ball, by the way. 17 and 12 playing that initiator. But it does just seem like their whole goal is, okay, Vice, you're going to lock down one part of the map. Okay, Viper, you're going to lock down the other. And then the rest of us are just going to go fighting somewhere.
It's only going to be west side towards A to start this round out. GX go aggressive on B, looking to catch out Loon. And although damage is done, oh, that nade might be decent on Tomasi. Only a trickle of damage, but Cloud left to 16. Very successful early fight. And with the utility put down and the presence on the other side, west side gave up A. It's now just a walk through for BBL and a plant with a showstopper to back it. Oh, with a showstopper to entry. Of course, they don't know that A is free, so it's going to be used to no effect.
Nightfall is there. A very fast retake coming up from that defensive side already. The whole team around this angle, they knew that this was going to be that A site take. The thing is, they haven't really capitalized off that ultimate. Finally, Runner will be there to get a kill, clearing Loon from the corner. It's not going to be easy, but pushing together, well-timed take is enough to get the advantage. Now all they need to do is convert.
5v3. Defuse already being tapped, pulling these players out into the open, but they're winning every fight. The advantage was huge, but now it's non-existent. The tap from west side, the wrap is coming, though. Profek on him and taken down. West side makes the impossible reality. It's 8-8 with a Red Bull clutch. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. Just
debut in the VCT, you can't be doing stuff like that. It just stunned up for both, but when you hit the one taps, it really doesn't matter how stunned you are in those fights. The thing is, it should have been over. It was a 5v3 post-spawn. You go, okay, easy pickings for GX now. They just have to work in synergy. He gets hit by a Rolling Thunder, hit by a stun, and then just hits filthy one taps, one of them through a wall. As said, this guy was hyped up. Someone coming from that tier 2, coming from Diamant, not really a team that you really saw even get towards that sort of ascension path, but this guy's pretty good.
Pipson just looked like he experienced happiness for the first time in years. I saw him. It wasn't quite a smile, but for Pipson, it was close enough. Quick push in. BBL looked to steal back the happiness they granted just moments ago. Oh, he got a taste of happiness, and now it's replaced. Although BBL, they don't get beat. But the rotations are pulled into effect, not off of the C site though. Still 2 players here, a third on his way. Damage good for Runner, won't give up the site, won't give them a weapon, and now the rest are locked out. BBL had some momentum after that first kill, but it has quickly fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, again, it just seems like the danger fell with Loon in that one. They do have themselves the outlaw to play with. A chance with a couple of tagged up players. Even actually, in fact, it's only Tomazi that actually has the heavy shield. So this is basically the 2-shot operator at this point.
30 seconds left.
A chance for him to potentially find a kill or two, but you can just see the angles that are being given up. They don't want to allow any favorable fight to be given over to that attacking side. And while for Yumpy, a pistol, Tomazi waiting for him on the other side. It was an opener and then one-way traffic in the other direction. GX have reclaimed their lead, but I'll be honest, for map 1 of VCT EMEA, it's been an absolute banger.
Yeah, you talk a lot about, for a lot of rookies coming in and players debuting on that stage, the nerves and players not delivering 100%. I think this is close to the opposite. We're seeing them step up to the challenge. Show us their best face with the best foot forward. 9-8, GX barely in the lead. But now, the real problem brewing. There's some ultimates for BBL, not many high impact ones, but the economy is low. If they lose this one, it could be devastating, and straight in is the fight from Purple. Loon shuts him down, takes him out of the sky, and now an idea of those close players, although it seems like one has slipped through the cracks. Tomazi spotted now, though, and dealt with before that can get out of control. 9-9.
Guys, unfortunately, he doesn't manage to get more from that. Again, I want to give credit to the supportive utility of BBL. I feel like that has been a talking point throughout this game so far, but they are dead if not for Sociable. The reveal he throws gives people an image after they get hit by that. I think it was the paranoia left basically the whole team blind. That reveal just straight away makes it so it's not so dangerous. Look, watch. They know exactly where the players are coming from. If that reveal isn't sent, it is Purpo getting a multi-frag. They are all blind. They are screwed. So great work from Sociable. Well, heading back in to the round, it seems the attack are going to make their move towards this B site. Again, you've got West side waiting, some supportive utility to delay them a bit. That Razorvine again is going to slow them down.
Yeah, but I think they expect to run into that utility at this stage, especially go into round 19. A lot of your play early round is going to be removing those pieces that are in play for GX, leaving them guessing a little bit more. And there's been a very different approach, I think, to a lot of these early rounds coming out of BBL. GX were often doing a 2-2-1, just set up, looking to get West side embedded on A or find picks across the map in their duos. BBL, on the other hand, seemed to have a much more two-point approach, taking space here on A with the intention, I thought, of going back, but it looks like the spike is coming towards them. The battle for Rubble could be everything in terms of the shape of this round, and with the resistance they've seen BBL go the other direction. The problem is there's been no rotations, Tom, and actually GX have seen with that fake presence on A for just a moment, they guess that it's the C site. Viper's pick goes down to greet them, and now you're locked in there with them.
It's almost left onto Loon, but we have seen so far in this match, this man does do his best work alone. He's not known for having a partner in crime. He is looking for that opener. He's trying to isolate. He needs to take that space. In fact, he's sort of a bit of a bait angle, but it might work out in the end. Runner holding the line, but they do get the plant in. Still into that 2 versus 2 scenario. making this one possible for BBL. The setup from GX was nigh on perfect, but it seems to be falling apart. Yumpy trying to fight this one, but it's left onto Sociable, and with a showstopper up against him, he's got to try and tuck in, got to try and hide, avoid that rocket from catching him, but the time that's being bought as well allows the spike to get to half. He's got the timing almost spot on though, down to just a minuscule of HP. One in fact for Tamazi, just trying to cling to life, but he needs to hit the shot and he won't. It's another Red Bull clutch for the side of BBL as Sociable takes it over the line.
Masterclass in decision making from Sociable, the movement into the smoke to avoid the showstopper. He knew taking that fight was a big risk and probably he's getting traded out. Instead, hides and makes them gamble. They roll the dice and it lands Snake Eyes. That's just a terrible situation. And that timing, you saw Purpo realize he must be coming around behind. He was already there. Crosshair on the head and lead again in BBL's lap. This has been neck and neck since we exited half one. It certainly didn't start that way. And these teams finding it hard to get any real distance on that score line. Just one round between them, but it could be extended to two. With BBL coming in, rifles galore. GX have only got pistols, and the risk they take is a push-up on B. Although they do get a few shots off, more shots land on them.
Yeah, they have such a weaponry disadvantage, but the strategy almost seems the same. It's like have these anchors on either side and try and aggress elsewhere on the map. But BBL's so prepared for this. Although saying that, there is a slight gap. It's being held on the cross. Nice shot from Westside once again, but he's going to be dealt with. Does Loon expect the second play? He definitely does now. The paranoia has been heard. Doesn't have a bullet left in the clip, although it's definitely getting a little bit awkward. This fight is a peculiar one that ends up with both players alive. I wouldn't have predicted that at the start of it.
Utility everywhere, and it scared them away. GX giving up the control, but set up with pistols, looking to grab 2vx fights. Sociable's taking a big risk. He's walking it in right up into their face. Surely now he backs off.
30 seconds
Goes
left.
to the team. They'll push the A site together. They've seen some presence there. Fade already using a haunt on that A site. They know Omen's around this spot as well. Now thinking maybe B could be a little easier to access. Sociable testing that theory. Almost gets caught off. Instead, he finds the site free. And a 19 HP Cloud, all that remains of GX's defense. It is another one on the board for BBL and a team that was 5-1 down with a 2-round gap and 2 to win it.
I have to say, I am impressed with what I'm seeing from BBL in terms of their ability to not panic. Because you're talking about a team that has a brand new IGL, a stand-in, and a lot of young players and inexperienced players coming into the league. In those moments, that came down to 20 seconds. And ultimately, I feel like Sociable, for the most part, was just waiting for rotations. He was like, okay, someone's going to come here eventually. He ends up having to push to do it, but that could have got very dangerous, but they didn't look panicky. They waited for their utility, supported players as well, and ended up keeping the round nice and clean. 2 to the good now. BBL on GX's choice, a map where they started with such a massive advantage. Showstop has been expended immediately, and, well, for nothing.
No tangible reward, at least, as we move to the B site. Caught on the other side of that cage. A danger now for Tamazi. Paranoia ready. Waits for the util. Fire it out in response. Slow them down. A minute 5 on the clock, though. It's not doing too much to stop them. Still got that cam looking for up close, and with a player embedded close, that's really what they're waiting for. The chance for someone like Sociable to rip a head off, for one player to overextend. It hasn't happened just yet. It's Loon that has to clear off the site by himself. Sociable's gone looking for someone to take down, while the squad on site are doing it all. 2 versus 4. Purpo and Runner, he's lined them up. Purpo with the double, that gives them a chance. A lifeline for GX with damage done onto Loon. Sociable, well, he's gonna have to find that impact to last. You'd imagine. Nice shot from Loon, and that opens the window for Sociable. Shutting GX out now 3 in a row for overtime and a map they started with a big advantage.
This kid's really good, isn't he? He's really good. 22 and 13, playing against, well, majority experienced players within the league, players that you'll highlight, the likes of Purpo, a Cloud, a Runner, all of them as high-impact aimers. I think Westside's already proven it. Loon's currently topping them all. The 18-year-old Turkish youngster brought in by BBL seems destined to be the star of the show. Right there. I was worried when we see Yumpy go down, but it was a bit disjointed from GX in their retake. a bit more individualistic. Purpo almost made that work, but now they need a whole lot more.
Rolling Thunder available. Got to keep your eye out, and that's what GX have done, playing off-site with Westside falling back off A, anticipating that this is the way they'll want to take the site.
What is that wall?
But instead, they see no contact. They walk out, take the fights just like that, and it's the Rifles winning it out across the board. GX left with a 2v5. Rolling Thunder still online to fall back on. BBL showing no cracks. They were slow to start, but quick to finish. 4 rounds in between, and GX on their own map pick started out 0-1.
Yeah, they finish it with an in-zone flawless as well. It was a shaky start, but a very clean finish for the side of BBL. And more importantly, as you said, they've just won their opponent's map choice with some youngsters, with not a lot of practice, and with a stand-in. I'll be honest, Mitch, I think GX need a break, so we'll head off to one to see if they can turn it around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now.
Okay, I can hear it. Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. Well, BBL have taken the first map of 2025. Honestly, I never thought I would say this. I spent many years saying Forza BBL, but right now it feels like they're on the board and they look really solid.
Yeah, we were talking about how this is the first time in the history of Valorant that they decided to go for a non-full Turkish roster. And also, even with the fact that they have that sub coming in VAC, I think that the performance that we just saw in this map, also the map that Giant X picked, it was, I'm gonna say, a little bit unexpected, because I think I expected more from GX in that sense.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know what happened in that BBL timeout that came in so early on, but I feel like after that point, they kind of got things together and were able to string rounds together as well and build some momentum. So people's pick'ems are going to be in ruins.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. We're so like hyper-focused and excited about the Tejo. We forgot about Vice, of course, first time in VCT EMEA as well. And I honestly, I would have not expected Runner, of all people, to be the person playing it.
I think that, you know, he's proven in the past, like how last year he started as a duelist, ended up as a sentinel. I think that he has the qualities and what it takes to be playing the Vice. I saw a couple of rounds where definitely the kid was making a difference, especially on the defense, how he was able to not only to secure one of the sites and then later on follow up on the next one on both B and C. But I do have to say that in many occasions, the timings were a little bit off and probably costed them some rounds, especially on the first half.
Yeah, I think on their attack, we've seen BBL were kind of struggling to come in for that retake initially, and a lot of that was the Vice utility being down on site. You know, they had their post plant set up really quickly and really easily. So defense, I feel like I wish we could have got to see a little bit more. I don't think that we actually got to see what they were fully capable of with that Vice setup.
What was brilliant though were our rookies, of course. Every year they always come in and make a splash. I mean, I called out the tier listers earlier. I need all of you that doubted Westside to apologize with tears. But how exciting is it, Billy, to see these players I've never played on this stage before pull off things like this?
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part, is that we get to see them in these clutch moments and have their hero plays, right? Because they're people that we've kind of gone under the radar a little bit. It's their first year in VCT. I think they've made a great debut, and it's great to see how hyped and excited that they get on the stage as well.
Just average Danny reaction.
Yeah. It's so funny because if you ever go to any event, exchange 5 words with Pipson and you will understand how important these cameras are. But especially this round that we're seeing right here, this 2v1 is unreal. With this last bullet, this is the kind of play that gives you the confidence to secure the map. But as we're saying, it's also so important to have this kind of debuts, especially when you're the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, for Westside, you know, fairly up and coming, you mentioned earlier, his trajectory's been interesting, but for Sociable, this is a long time coming. Long time. And I'm so happy to see him do well here. But let's talk about round 11 as well, because I feel like we could talk about every round, but what did you, I guess, pick out from this?
I'm very happy that you mentioned that timeout that we saw during the first half, because this play I absolutely loved when BBL just decides to be aggressive. This is such a change, but necessary, right? After the first 5 rounds that we saw during the half, to finish up in this kind of note, even though they're picking up the operator, they decide to be aggressive, and we're going to see how Giant X is not prepared for this. This comes, as we're saying, right off that timeout. They decide to put it on that pressure because we know that the Vice is going to be very strong on that postman, that they were securing many things on A just because and thanks to that Viper wall. But not only lining up and having a different kind of wall bank onto that door from a different perspective is also what happens onto C and how they cover the entire map and understand exactly what they need.
Yeah, I think it was a really nice pinch from BBL ultimately. They had a really good read. They were able to kind of take some initiative. We've seen a few runs from Levin as well, from Loon as well, where he was, you know, taking that space on his defense and just being able to kind of get a better read on Giant X and feed that back to Yampy. You know, we should be playing this and playing that. So yeah, no, it was really nice to see them go for a pinch this round.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the duelist because it does feel like Billy Purpo was diffed on that map.
Yeah, I mean, Loon was the superstar of this one, I think. I think the way that he played Raze was really good. I think, as we said as well, like he was able to take space for a lot of his team and feed things back to Yampy, because something that we've seen with Yampy was he was moving around the map a lot to be able to assist Loon in these situations.
Yeah, and actually, especially from the defense, right? When we think about those first 5 rounds of the game where Giant X was simply superior, it was always them getting the first kill, them finding an opener and a duel that it was so favorable for them. But actually, BBL adapted super quickly. And one of the things that they did is just set up his duelist to have a very good initial duel. And that is that in those first kills, in those first duels, where Purple was on the receiving end.
We will be moving on to Haven next. I mean, we haven't talked all that much about Vac. He looked great. And of course, one of the players that is, I would say, considered a veteran of our scene, came so close to Ascension as well. There was a real chance that he might have made it onto the stage just organically instead of being a sub. But on Haven, my mind is is just so used to seeing him play Jet for, I don't know, God knows how many times in 2021, 2022. I feel weird that he's going to maybe not play that on the next one.
I mean, his performance during map 1, even though the numbers, I don't think reflect exactly the truth, he was put under a lot of pressure. Being the solo defender of that seaside, I think that he learned and adapted very, very quickly on his position and how to take the duels that was going to favor him the most. That experience is there. But as you're saying, Bak is not, he's not a newbie. He's not a rookie that we've never seen before. No. So I'm excited to see what Haven has.
Yeah, I think Haven as well. Like we can kind of compare it to Lotus in the sense that it has 3 bomb sites, right?
It is a map.
It is a map. But where I'm going with this is, how is he going to like fit into the team with him being a sub? Like, what have BBL already prepared for Haven, and how is Bak going to fit into that? That's what I'm going to be looking out for into this one.
I mean, we could even see a back-to-back Yumpy Breach, maybe. He just stays in that role.
Breach operator, my fave.
Yep. Killjoy operator if he wants
Omen.
to whip it out.
I love the Killjoy operator.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Agent Select. And it feels like we are cursed today. We will not be seeing Tejo for another map. And yeah, Bak is just slotting in Chihuahua's role.
I mean, yeah, we expect the kind of like non-surprises. BBL keeping it very, very clean.
This upsets me.
Maybe it upsets you because it is an upset.
But why is this so standard? Maybe this is kind of setting us up for KC Na'Vi later, because that's going to be unhinged.
This is a starter. This is a starter. But actually, we were talking about it, and I think that we have to keeping an eye on that. This duel, Jet versus Jet, on a map that we've seen since the beginning of the game, has to have some kind of leverage for Purple. He should be feeling more comfortable here. Nothing is out of the box. Everything we expect to be pretty standard, and this is where he should thrive.
Yeah, no, definitely. I hope that going into this one he can kind of get it together. Maybe it's nerves being back up on that stage, I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, can he actually bring this out, and how is Runner going to support any plays that he's looking to make.
Yeah, and what I love is we talk about a team that's moved away from a full Turkish roster. They got a Turkish Jet. Like, I don't think you can ever tell a Turkish team, like, yeah, make sure you don't keep a Turkish Jet on your team.
Know what's good.
Yeah, so that's going to be really, really interesting. So let's jump back into this map with Mitch and Tom and see if they can bring us to a map 3.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Map 3, it's on the cards, but I'm not sure if we're going to be getting there. I'll toss that to you, Tom, to see what you think, because, well, these teams, they've met before on Haven, haven't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not many cases when you're on day 1 of the season that you can go, actually, I have some data for you, but we do. They played this map in an off-season tournament, and it resulted in a 13-7 victory. Now, there has been a slight shift. Purpo's gone away from Neon and has moved to Jet, so we now have more of a mirror matchup in that regard, other than the Sentinels. I want to say that gives GX almost a bit more of an advantage, because they can now make those changes and look at what went wrong for them and try and fix things. Whereas for BBL, we already know they've been on a tight schedule. Chances are they haven't changed much at all about this map, because it was one they already played and were comfortable on. They're also going to have to rely now on Vac again, although I think that map, the last map, he looked very good, looked comfortable, so I don't think it's too much of a problem. I don't know if it's going to be enough to turn it, though, because I just think on like a team level, BBL looked better. Like, there was more supportive utility. I think Yumpy was the unsung hero of that last map. His stuns were fantastic. His supportive util put so many of these sort of high firepower players into position. And as Sue said, we get a Turkish Jet. Now, this is something that, even though the game's only been out 5 years, from the age of 3, Loon has been training for this moment to hit headshots while playing Jet. It was actually, he's the prodigal son. He's ready to do it. So, yeah, I think Purpo has got to try and live up to that, because in the last map, he got diffed.
I think there's no other way to say it, Tom. 1 opening duel, 8 lost. It's not ideal for him, but we can come up with excuses, reasons that could be, but we don't want to see Purpo having 2 tough maps in a row. Even on losses last year, someone that was shining for this squad. GX on the defense, and 1-0 down as they move onto Haven. Now, look, for BBL, on the attack, they seem comfortable. And they're certainly going in quickly. Already taking a site, but check out behind. There's a couple of fellas on the walk up. They've been spotted, and as a result, BBL tried to take control towards spawn. That does work out for a kill, at least.
Yeah, it's whether or not now they make the decision to move the spike in that direction. The smoke going down is definitely something that brings through warning signs, puts the doubt in the mind of whether or not they want to go through that, and you can bet your life that Westside has heard those steps. But it's a ruse. This is a really nice little mid-round from the side of BBL. They have played the part. They have sold the fake. And look at them going all the way around the map. They couldn't be further away from the action at this point. If BBL now just walk into the A site, they have the plant they wanted, but for free.
Almost walked up behind B. Could have found Westside looking the other way. You know, for a moment there, no doubt, GX are on the rotate, rubbing their hands together, going, oh, they still haven't planted. We're going to catch them. No, not quite. It's on the other side of the map. They have duped you, and now a 3 versus 4. The post plant on A exactly as intended from BBL starting this round, although a bit of an unusual manner. They hear the steps as these players make their way into heaven on GX's side. Just one sent down below, which is Westside to emerge from the smoke. They hear utility. They'll wait it out, but BBL again getting proactive. They're going to take the space up towards the spawn. I'm not sure if that's caught them, but they're in the smoke anyways. They're ready for a close range fight and winning most, if not all. Loon with another big round. 3 under his belt and Sociable to close it out 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, I feel like this is almost exactly what I was talking about, though. You see those sort of calls coming out from the side of BBL. Mentioned at the beginning, this is sort of Yumpy's inaugural season as that IGL, and so far the decision-making from this team has looked fantastic to sort of fake out the steps, bait the player they knew was there, the smoke didn't go down for nothing, and then put Loon in a position to thrive, and well, every time that's happened, he has.
As we've seen again and again, 1-0 for BBL. And for Purpo, the question as the game goes on is, can he match what's being delivered by the youngster on the other side? We talk about Nerve stepping up on that stage. Not something we expect from a lot of these GX guys, having been here before, having played here. It's Loon in a new area. Another pausa technica. Luckily, though, nice and early on, like we say, after that pistol, somewhere we expect GX to probably take an eco, and it should be a fairly quick round afterwards. We'll see if that's the case. For now, though, a map under their belt and a potential good start to this map, something they were missing on Lotus for BBL. Times are a-changing.
Yeah, I think maybe just getting off to a little bit of a rough start, getting into the rhythm of things. And as I said, that's not easy to do when you are playing with a player missing. Like, it's not like Vac will have been in the roster and practicing with them week in, week out. Like, up until very recently, we thought Chiwa was going to be here. And as mentioned, like, I think he is a player that if you've watched Valorant or EMEA Valorant for a decent amount of time, you know that name. You know, well, maybe you know Chihuahua. He has shortened it, but he was someone that even back in some of the early seasons of Challengers and playing through to those sort of like, well, not quite international, but Masters before they were truly Masters. That guy was there. That guy was performing. That guy was someone you feared. So the fact he's not here is huge. But someone else who was also competing in those events is Vac. And so far, okay, sure, he's 0-1, but there has only been 1 round.
Yeah, give him a moment. Give him a moment. Yeah, for Chiwa, I still remember his play on Ascent Boathouse. Remember that till the day I die. BBL. 1-0, and we're back into the game with GX on the defense, looking to get aggressive. Again, they didn't invest into this round. It is a low buy from the squad. Just a couple of pistols, but some sheriffs. They can always be dangerous. Luckily, Loon's already taken down 1, and he's making a lot of progress towards the Blade Storm early on. We just started round 2, and he's already halfway there with the potential to farm up every one of these kills with 1 bullet, thanks to GX not investing into armor due to them having no credits. So, a pretty big round if Loon can put up some more numbers here, and look how many players are just itching to give him a chance. Luckily, he walks the other way.
I would say lucky for who, but definitely for them. Definitely for them, with the way he's been performing so far. A fairly open C site. Our Westside has already proven that the individual ability is there. The guy can aim, the guy can hit headshots, but this would have to be the best of him, especially with the fact that he's being flanked. He's got players coming in from behind already. Position cleared, and well, the spam does the job well enough. Again, I like the pacing of which BBL plays these rounds. They're very careful, very methodical, making sure that players can't sneak up on them, even having the cam late to basically check on every single player from GX. This is not looking like a team that, well, maybe we expected coming into today.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, there were a lot of question marks, but now those blanks are being filled in, and I like what I'm seeing. For GX, like we said, this is just pistols. A chance to drop a couple of players, but the only one walking at them is the one with the pistol. He doesn't mind going down. Any damage from this point, though, would be substantial, and Loon's head is ripped clean off. The weakest of the weapons have been dropped. Now the expensive ones, the Bulldog, the Vandal, still in play. Sociable. If he goes down, there's a chance for them to retrieve it, but that chance fading with Prophet coming up behind. Down goes Sociable. Runner luckily doesn't land an extra shot. It's being costly, and the chance is even there for some weapons to be carried forward. Luckily, they'll still be able to scrape together a decent buy without breaking the bank.
Yeah, I guess as well, the saving grace for the players that ended up going down that had some sort of weaponry is the fact that they're the ones close to the ultimate. So Loon and Sociable. Sociable's actually one off having a Hunter's Fury going into this round, which, again, rarity for a round 3 purchase. So even if he just goes in, tries to get an orb, that would be enough. That could be enough to get them an opener, and then, well, potentially another gun on the board.
Revealing area.
Seems like a much more direct approach in this round with the mixed bag they have. Oh my word, Loon! 3 kills? If this was an eco, fair enough, but it's BBL that have the weaknesses. They're supposed to be at a disadvantage, but a couple seconds into the round, everybody's got weapons, courtesy of Loon.
Sociable's like, guys, I got the orb. The orb? Oh, do we need my Hunter's Fury still for the post-plant? Like, what? I feel like there's going to be people already typing in chat asking about, like, yeah, what's his crosshair? What's this monitor? What monitor is he using? The mouse? Sensitivity? What chair has he got? Because this has already been one hell of a display. As I said, we talk about players like Purpo. I think there were even points last year where people were talking about freeing Purpo because of how good he was playing in matches. Right now, I don't think I've said his name other than to announce he's died to Loon.
Yeah, that seems to be it.
Seems a bit harsh.
Bladestorm online coming into round 4.
Does he need it? He'll have killed everybody by the time he activates it.
Just keep using the Vandal at this rate. That is outrageous. Just a straight run up C-long, run and gun, take him down. There was a reveal coming through. Sure, your stuns are going to help, but the individual prowess of this man to just rip heads off, sidesteps the stun, by the way. They come in thinking they've got at least 1 kill served up for them, but no. This bodyguard is there.
Sociable's going, I got 2 assists in my review.
Running up those stats.
I think that was one of Power's strats, you know. He was just like,
I believe so.
Loon go kill. And Mark New was like, I'm not sure about that one. Wow, what a start. 3-0 up, and he's not stopping. Already another kill to add to the tally. Hasn't had a need to pop the Bladestorm early in this map. And okay, there's a couple of weapons to play behind for the side of GX. Maybe some hope for Purpo or Runner to try and do some damage. In fact, the hope is to gamble. Get 3 players in onto this site, stack things up, and try and re-aggress. They're walking into a danger zone.
Loon gets them all. I've seen this before. Okay, for the first time.
All he needed was a Mitchman curse.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, that is actually my bad. I'm sorry, Loon. Back going the same way. Done? The round's falling apart.
BBL, that's at Mitchman. At Mitchman, BBL fans.
They've claimed some weapons as well, and GX, they're getting back out of there. I like the lack of over-aggression. They realize they've already gotten a massive reward, and there's no need to throw it away. Still gambling 3 towards the A site, though. That does mean that despite the disadvantages, BBL are walking towards the weaker side of the map. 30 seconds. Alarm bot's still down and a nano. It's a small factor, but it could buy a little bit of time if it's left unchecked.
Whether or not there's not really any sort of activation. Yeah, immediately. It'll be a small amount of damage, but nothing to worry about. Yeah, not anything to write home about.
10 seconds left.
They're just going to be playing this one as a retake. Now, I mentioned Sociable will have his ult online last round. He still has it online this round. And actually, Profix now the one looking to try and make a play. That's huge. Evens things up. The more players that get dropped, the more valuable that Hunter's Fury becomes in the late round. Maybe it can pick off another. And Profix has been given the go-ahead to try and keep aggressive, but he's going to get dropped for it.
Yeah, it was the right call. You know they're going to be quick to take site, knowing the Hunter's Fury's online. They'll want to give themselves as much time as possible. In goes one pulse, catches two players, kill on that, and possibly another to be found. Low HP, the spams, not quite landing, and it's down to the wire, but he's got it on 5 HP, stealing the round out from under their nose.
It's a Red Bull clutch just about for the side of GX. They're going to get their first round off a sneaky defuse within the smoke and a matter of millimeters that ends up turning it in their favor. That's something at least, but there's still a whole lot more to be desired, and we've mentioned many times throughout this match so far that Bladestorm is online. I will say, I'm looking at the sort of the HUD at the moment. I've seen Vax bought himself a Guardian when his teammate has 7,800 credits. So I'm hoping that he's not going to do that, but we do obviously have ourselves currently a pause.
Yeah, he might have clicked it to look at the skin. Now we're in a tech pause, so he's got to wait.
Oh, I can tell you he hasn't, because he's got his knife out.
Oh, well, doesn't like the skin very much, clearly. But yeah, 3-1. Little bump in the road for the side of BBL. Some great ideas though again, and like I said, the fact that Profex stays aggressive, they're already a man down. You know that they're going to flip that side immediately, looking to push you back and make that Hunter's Fury come into play early on so the clock isn't a big issue. How does Profex want to deal with that? Gets aggressive, takes a pick for free while they're rushing their way back through. And then, well, to be honest, that round, a lot of it comes down to he gets caught by that stun. It ends up leaving him without. Look, even if he gets a kill or runs the clock a little bit further, it's a completely different round we see play out. 3-1 though. GX with a lifeline. Still rolling Thunder to play with in this round. Purpo getting aggressive, op in hand, waiting for an opportunity.
Loon's just gone. He's just run all the way down. And talk about no support. It's just gone in on his own. The rest of the team are nowhere near. They've rolling Thundered.
Gonna kill him.
Just Loon, but it's not quite going to land. Honestly, that's a good trade for that ult. You've killed off the danger man, and now Runner looks to take things into his own hands. An ex-duelist turned Sentinel, now turned Initiator. But he's still got the aim to go with it.
He's looking for the full house when it comes to rolls in this game. To Mazzy. Another change up, flanking in for Profex. Reveal is good, but Westside's better. GX, another round on the board. They've managed to chain them together. And now, well, BBL under a little bit of threat. Burned up some ultis. Haven't found the rounds as a result. That's a lot of dangers taken out of the road for GX.
Yeah, it was one where, again, they get a couple of openers, but there is a response from GX. We're starting to see some of the heroes come alive on their side where they've been a bit quieter thus far. I think especially towards the second half of the last map, we didn't see any of those plays sort of turn things into their favor. But now at least, though, that's back-to-back rounds that seemingly have been winnable for the side of BBL. Still have the finances to spend, but those are diminishing as GX look back on the horse again.
They found their winning ways. A little bit of aggression around mid this time. You looked at Tamazi potentially going down, walking in and finding a kill, and it will happen a little bit later. Or the kill I'm not sure about, but the walk down, that's for certain. Still, looks like timing's a little bit missed by the side of GX with an A site wide open and a plant to come through. Not much to do to deny it. Shock darts, not even gonna land. Yumpy being cautious and then finding the player up above. Yumpy is the hunter, and he's found his prey. Plant and GX with a man disadvantage and plenty of utility to face off against.
Loon always likes to play so aggressively, but it's going to be forced off. Stun. Delaying that a little bit further. Aftershock as well. Again, just a masterclass from Yumpy to try and make things as awkward. And Loon got both of those. He turns around and gets a third for an Inzo flawless. That second one, it looked like just random spray in the dark.
Onto the ground as well. Aiming at the guy's ankles. I don't know if he was hit up by another teammate or if that was just the craziest spray transfer.
It's got like
it was still going.
Bullets.
Let's have a look at this. He's low as well, but from Loon?
Yeah, there's no assist. There's no assist there. It's just him. that makes absolutely no sense. It must be nice having him on your team.
Jeez. Well, hey, listen, a round's a round and a timeout for GX. They're scratching their heads about how they let that one slip. Understandably. Loon 12-3 kicking off this map. Look, we talked a lot about him after the last map. We talked a bit about Purpo as well, that head-to-head in a duelist, and, well, if this was the attack side for GX, I might have more excuses, but right now it's looking like BBL, they've got the team play. There were a couple mistakes on Lotus, but they managed to course correct eventually, and when it comes to firepower, I don't think it's a discussion right now. BBL by far taking the lead in that department.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Loon is taking it in that department.
Yes.
It's been a one-man army. But yeah, the fact that Purpo has been missing so far is worrying, especially because, as I said, during the off-season, they were running this composition with Neon. They swapped to Jet to go for that head-to-head, to try and take this kid down, and it's not working. And he's had an operator, he's had different weapons to try and put him into place. The round he went for a peek with the op, he was met by Sociable, who also had an op, so they were ready for anything he was trying to attempt. For now, at least, he's looking to try and get aggressive again, but it's not the same sort of danger that we saw when having that expensive sniper. Only a pistol in hand this time.
Yeah, and depending on the distance, even the headshot won't be enough to drop them in one. Except maybe against VAC. Huge advantages for BBL. And they know it as well, looking at the economy. Just when they tap tab, they'll see this is not a full buy. Most of them can't afford Vandals if they want them. But they're still showing respect to their opponents, knowing that these are rounds that they've already seen challenges, or even worse, losses on the back of. GX with West Side up close. He's had some good rounds so far, and Tamazi's the one to open it up. Damage done onto VAC. It's an easy conversion. 2 kills picked up, lots of damage done, and GX, this is one of the best rounds they've had.
Oh, they're taking a lot of damage back in response, though. 11 HP for Runner. Tamazi, this is the second time we've seen him on 1. He only needs to land another shot to at least chip away at some of the health. They've also got themselves, well, I was going to say a Hunter's Fury, but it doesn't matter. Pay save card Thrifty is what brings GX back from the fray and puts them 1 away from BBL's score.
I think that one bullet just tripled Purpo's kills. Fair play.
Yeah.
That's one way to work it. 4-3, and it's definitely not too late to start stepping it up. It's not a bad game, it's a bad start. At least for now. Loon shut down after just the 1, and that's a rarity. This guy, he was 12-3, now 13-4.
Yeah,
that shot,
needed that one slowed down.
Beautiful.
I needed that slowed down. I didn't even notice the second player the first couple of times. Right back into the action though. Early shock dart, and well, Luna's had a field day just running it down on A-Long. We talked about this guy coming from the Turkish league coming from Galatasaray. I'd say running it down long is something from the strat book, but he's bringing it to VCT.
You have to imagine, how much this means to a player like that, grinding your way up the Turkish scene for years and then getting a chance on someone like BBL to come and represent your country, not just as you've been doing the whole time, but on this stage with the best of the best. Where many players from your region have made names for themselves before, but Loon seems set to follow that track record. Rolling Thunder, they want to contest. They're going through the Nano, trying to destroy this lockdown, but it's not quite so easy with Cloud protecting it. Now Danger, it's down to a second, and they will not get it. Detained, 3 of them. BBL, oh, I thought they'd walk past VAC. Luckily, GX turned to catch him, and, well, Sociable safe down on shore, but the spike is anything but. They have to swing out. Stun is good. Swing is good. They've stopped the defuse for a moment, but no one's left to stop it in the end.
Yeah, I think you could tell that the GX were very ready for them to try and push that, them to try and counter that. And that's the thing. You have 2 options when that lockdown goes into play. You force yourself into the back corners of A or go all the way back towards your own spawn, or you fight it. The problem is your opponents are very, very ready for you to try and fight that one, and it almost became too easy when 3 players ended up getting detained. BBL now are going to take themselves a timeout. Similarly to the last map, a solid start for one team and the other swinging back in response. Good to see as well that a couple of the sort of newer players on the block, like Tamazi, maybe didn't have the best of maps in the last, but starting to step up quite a lot, especially the round with the Marshall.
Yeah, he was landing some shots, some headshots indeed. When we come into this timeout,
can't read his handwriting.
The side of BBL, 4-4. They've only picked up 1 of the last 5 rounds, starting to feel this one slip away, slowly but surely. Obviously, I still believe, despite what maybe at the top of your screens, that this one here is BBL's choice. And for BBL, you have to imagine, attack side, 4 rounds on the board. There's not that much more groundwork to do here. As long as they can keep it close, I'm imagining their defense won't suffer all too much. West side, it's had a slower start for GX, but some big rounds. I want to see this guy when he's isolated, when his side is pressured, and they go running into him. Because someone's got to match Loon in this head-to-head opening duels. Someone like Westside could be the guy, the hidden hero.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what BBL has done successfully is, well, Loon has managed to get them a lot of like crazy opening picks. Purpo, it's not gone well. It's the exact same scenario. I was going to say, if he doesn't keep getting these opportunities, maybe on the defense, it won't happen quite as easily, but you try and fight the man. You better not miss. That's the exact start that BBL were looking for in this round.
It's the start they were looking for, the one that Purpo's been trying to avoid, and West side! Much rumor about the damage this man could do. He hasn't dropped Loon, but most of the rest of the team will do. What a recovery! GX now in a 4v2 with a pretty good idea where these players are coming from, and Loon won't win the 1v2 duel. Maybe Vac will, but still plenty of work to do afterwards, and they are not letting that happen. Purpo goes down, but the rest of the squad there to catch him.
That's insane. Like, some of this, the raw firepower that we have in this server at the moment, it seems to be the defining factor for whatever round we get. Loon starts, was he in the air? He was not in the air. He wasn't there. He was in the air. Okay, I would be hella tilted, but then your teammate does this, I don't think you feel quite as bad.
5 bullets, 3 kills.
They killed me from the sky. Oh, never mind. That's exactly what you were talking about. They didn't come to his site. He went to them, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if he can just set himself up and they play into his hand. No, he makes his own hand. Purpo's running in. Purpo's shut down Loon. He used all of his Blade Storm there, and well, that is one of the more ambitious plays we've seen, and they are being punished ×2. BBL, 3 versus 4 now. Weaker weapons. Weapons starting to fall by the wayside.
Some of these rounds genuinely do feel like I'm watching deathmatch. Like, it's just people running in for fight after fight, jumping into the angle with an operator on a guy you know is holding. It's ballsy. Not really necessary when you'd already had that opening pick and had the operator. It wasn't like he had to go get it. It was in his hand already. Now for Profek and Yumpy. Now, weirdly, I have seen Yumpy play Breach Operator before, even when he was still at times a duelist on the team. So this isn't too much of a weird occurrence. It's just what he can do with it. Because the crossfires that are currently there, the 2-player sat on B, the deep push already through C. They still have the turret as well for A. Sure, they almost line up. But unfortunately,
they did.
30 seconds.
It's not going to be the kill.
8 HP. Westside barely hung on to life in that duel. Hey, there's a chance if Profek can land a couple of bullets, but it's isolating those fights that's the real difficulty. You can see there's no need for Westside to get aggressive. He is spamming though, and that gives Profek the space he needs. In for 1 to Mazzy low.
He's got Paranoia.
Smoked it off as well. Paranoia, maybe he'll TP into it. No, instead just using that to buy a little bit of extra time. Tamazi up top, can't quite see him. Drop down now, looking to push the smoke. They'll take the fight to Profek, but he is willing to run that clock down. Here's 2 guns firing out. Walk up from Tamazi. The spam's not good, and Tamazi lands this shot in time. That will be another round on the board for GX. And an operator saved over as well to bolster down their economy. It's looking good towards the end of this half for the defenders.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, at this point, I wouldn't mind seeing Tamazi hold on to that operator. I think he's had his moments when it comes to that C-site defense. I think that's sort of the value that this team has, is you have a depth of Sentinels and ex-duelists, so if it's not really hitting for Purpo, you could try and swap that up. But I guess if it ain't broke over the last 7 or so rounds, they're not going to try and fix it. He's going to stick to the rifle. Purple back on that gun once again. And in a more standard position, Mitch. This has been somewhere you expect to see the operator rather than pushing Garage.
Well, I mean, you can do what you want with that operator. If you're gonna land shots, Purpo is in a bit of danger, and now locked in is Loon, waiting for that repeat to come through, but Purpo fires into the smoke. Loon had pushed up to get a little closer to try to make a play. Well, that's certainly not worked out. One of the easier ways to drop Loon is if he can't see you. Fair enough, just shoot through the smoke. HP disappears just like anyone else's, just like Vax did right now. That Nano doing a ton of damage. He's down to half. Has claimed a bit of space on B for the squad.
Yeah, I do wonder if the value would be more if they can get towards this A site, give them some time to really utilize this space. Instead, I feel like they've rushed into it a little bit, going for the plant on the B site. Now the defenders know exactly where they are, and with a defensive side that has a two-man advantage, I'm not confident.
Good spray by Cloud as well. Thins out the numbers as Purpo's doing just the same. Sociable 1v5, that Hunter's Fury not going to be expended this time, as there's plenty of players to run in and finish off the defuse. He will just try to carry forward his weapon to the next. I don't think it's quite worth going for that damage. They've got plenty of credits to reinvest, and you've got all your ult orbs, but fair enough. 7-5 is the score they're hoping for. I don't know if we'll get there, but you have to hope so. After a close first map, we're starting to see one team run away with it.
Yeah, I do genuinely feel, though, it does seem like Loon get 3K or they're not winning the rounds. I feel like so far padded the gap within this map so far. Otherwise, it has just been fairly one-way traffic. You're talking about 7 of the last 8 rounds have gone the way of GX, and only the start was in BBL's favor. Early stun, aggressive stance from this defense. You can see the confidence building for Purpo, but it's only going to be the trade, and in fact, a 2-for-1 deal.
Not a bad connection. TP up behind's got them some space too. Tamazi won't be expected to be sitting in this spot. They think they've cleared out a lot of it. Maybe he ran the other way. Do they suspect that he's gotten himself into an unusual spot? They could go walking past this, or they could just take him out quick and easy, but it looks like the latter. They're going back in the other direction. Tamazi realizes now he's got the spike. He's gonna stick around. TP into the corner, has a smoke still, but goes for the fight instead. Now smoking a little too close. Not quite able to defend the spike, and with the reveal, he's in danger. Dealt with, but he's given West Side a winnable hand.
Yeah, the problem is the C site's already completely under the control, or at least it was, of this attacking side. Prophet patiently clearing everything, and West Side has gambled on the wrong side of the map. It's going to be a fairly hefty rotation to get back into position, and in the meantime, they can play off those post plants. They can figure out where they want to sit on this map. It's going to take him at least 10 seconds or so to just clear everything out of the back lines before he could even attempt this retake.
The clock would be ran all the way down. He's seen one already. That's some information for West Side to work with. The second player still, though, an unknown quantity, and he stepped right into his crosshair. Sociable with a good spot has claimed another round for the side of BBL. 7-5 indeed. The close half carries forward to this map, and well, now the challenge really still left to be claimed for either of these squads. Thing is, the pressure is on for GX. They can't afford to lose this one. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll find out how half 2 of Haven is gonna shape up.
that was panicking that he was dying.
It's time to kick off half number 2 of BBL's map pick, where they're trailing now by 2 rounds. Tom, do you expect to see that change now that they're on the defensive side?
Let's say, can you hold that sign a bit higher? We couldn't quite see it. Oh, God. I don't know. I think that BBL going into the defense, it's a little bit more of an opportunity to have their own setups of like Loom being put into a position where he doesn't have to just dive head first in. The only problem is I feel like a lot of their initial setups on attack were solely set around him, which on a map like Haven you can't really do as easily. So I'll be intrigued to see if he can still have the same impact. Well, I was going to say when he doesn't have support, but then he did basically triple kill win a round where there was just a dart. So I think he'll be okay. For the attack side, really good recovery, looking very comfortable. Purpo also, I think he went from like, what, 1-5 to 8-8, so a decent comeback towards the end. I think that's going to be important because his job is to dive head first into sites and try and get opening kills. If he is having a terrible game individually, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, then you're going to be hoping for someone like West Side on the other side of the map. Those lurks that we saw on Lotus, and not a ton of success, but there were rounds where he found them a free rotation or even an opening pick on the way back into a game. Now, as we get into this second half, the pistol will be where we started out. And for BBL, winning it bridges the gap, puts them back to neck and neck. For GX, though, a huge boost if they can find this round, propelling themselves into the lead and ever closer to that third map. They need to take BBL's map pick of Haven if they want to make it to Pearl. Otherwise, that lower bracket will be calling them.
That's the thing, it's definitely not as gruesome as it used to be, but 2 losses. You are done. That is an awkward fight already for Tabazzi. He was not expecting anybody to be that far forward. Purpo immediately springs into action. He is definitely looking back, but his nemesis still stands within the sight, just popping head after head. Welcome to VCT, Loon. You are putting on a show.
Again and again. Either he gets the 3K or they lose the round. We've seen it a few times.
It's nuts.
17 kills so far. We're just starting out the second half. And for this guy, his second map in VCT EMEA, certainly not disappointing in either of these debut performances. For BBL, well, they're certainly going to be thanking their scouting staff when it comes to this guy's pickup.
I was going to say, they might have like lost the amount of Turkish players, but I think the amount of Turkish firepower might have actually gone up. It's another one. Well, we know he needs 2 more, otherwise the round could still go to GX.
Oh, he's going to make it away. Back's all right. He's safe in the back, and Yumpy's come through to support him. Beautiful play from the side of BBL, and it will indeed be an in-zone flawless to put them neck and neck. 7-7 is the scoreline. As we said, that pistol round could have been a big boost for GX, sending them, propelling them into the lead, and giving hope that they will get that chance to battle on the decider. But instead, BBL look to finish it here.
I wonder if this is how like BBL sold the idea to Yumpy. It was like, right, we want you to IGO. He's like, oh, really? We found this Turkish kid. Say no more. Say I was. You had me at Turkish. Because honestly, I know we're gassing him up quite a lot. It's only his first day on the stage, and he's been super impressive. Map 1 was incredible. Where is he going? He's just dashed through the smoke and turned around and killed Tabazzi.
He's not afraid to make unusual plays. Let's
He's just not afraid. We just end the sentence there.
This is a squad that what the winner of this goes up against Fnatic. Someone like Alpha is going to be sat there going, oh no, really going to have to
Someone's coming
prove
for my
yourself.
crown.
Exactly.
Again.
Another challenger. But this one really has the bite to back up that bark. BBL.
Wu and Rians wasn't already enough.
Well, 5 versus 4. GX. They've got the spike on the floor, but they've got a teammate down as well.
Of course, the trade is there once again. Sociable adds another to the death toll. This is starting to get dangerous. The only thing that's a worry is that clock. Still got the aftershock to go in. That's going to buy even more. And in fact, they're landing every single shot. Prophet, there's not really anything he can do here. I don't believe they've got it to half. He's just waiting to see if he can do damage. The post plan of GX was sublime. And a round that looked like it was going BBL's way has slipped.
Yeah. The lead will be maintained for now, at least. GX up by 1. Thing is, you know, if you're on the side of BBL, you're going to look back at that.
Look at this!
We had a lot of weaknesses. Weaknesses like that Bulldog, apparently. But in the hands of Loon, it just doesn't seem to hold true. Lots of kills for them. But pushing through that smoke, taking the space afterwards, and walking into Westside's crosshair proves to be a mistake. I said he had a slower start. Again, though, when you're on that defense, you're a sentinel.
Yeah,
I think come to you, it is what it is.
6. Like, it wasn't even bad.
It wasn't terrible, just whatever. But this is more what I was expecting to see. He is putting up a fight against BBL, claiming that lead, and Purpo
He's won the battle.
doesn't want to let go of it.
Yeah, finally we see Purpo get a victory over the young Turkish star.
Here.
Then immediately, they're going to back off. They're going to take that victory. They've, I guess, maybe heard the rotation even. Like, Westside has got quite a deep position towards Garage, so that might just be the reason that they've decided, okay, we've heard 2, maybe even 3 players rotate. Let's not go that way anymore.
They're still droning A long, despite Spike being outside B. Maybe expecting someone's gotten aggressive on A. Yeah. They'll hear the drone, they'll call for the rotate back in the other direction, and that has happened. Whether it was the drone or just timing, they've decided to rotate to A. Players now caught in spawn, not ready to react to this B hit. Profek is, though. He's good on the angle, and even doubling up for a second. That's Purpo and Runner down. The spike still in the hands of GX, but map control limited. They have chosen the correct direction, though. It's lighter towards C. In fact, it's wide open, and they'll step right in to fill that space.
Looking for that plant. Yumpy shot. Trying to make a way into it, but not going to find anything. Good trade, though. This is left on to Mazzy, and well, the man of the moment, Westside, the post-plant king. He's pulled out rounds for them already. When you go back to that first map, Tomazzi, he's got to be careful. The angle for him is not ideal. In fact, it's Westside that takes a lot of damage and Profit waiting. It needs to be another crazy clutch first. Goes his way, but the movement of Yumpy and the shots of Profit are going to gift another round. It is BBL up to 8. And I think Profit is definitely, like, if you watched Ascension, he's someone that needed to be highlighted. You look at the early stages, maybe you were only watching later in the tournament, you go, okay, I didn't see too much of this guy. Their team started off with that victory over Apex. They were one of the rosters that was actually challenging, and I think they didn't go through on a very small margin in the end. He was definitely a standout, playing that control role. Someone I think over the season is going to be a joy to watch, and okay, he's slightly being overshadowed by his teammate at the moment, but a 4K that, well needed, puts a lot of pressure on the economy of GX, and more importantly, BBL right back in the game.
But it saves them. Their economy's still down to its last credits for a lot of these players after that win. It was a big play. Profek certainly has his fingerprint all over that last round. Now looking to get aggressive again. Previously he caught them pushing in. This time he doesn't even let them start the push. A shutdown on short, and Cloud and Westside left to do it all. Now damage has been done.
Yeah.
And a rifle retreat, it's a little scary till that is returned. Westside on 29. What should be now an easy close.
Yeah, the only real worry is that each of these players, excluding Vac, are incredibly low on HP. Like, all of them can be taken out with, maybe not ease, but with a bullet or two. And you can see that BBL have, okay, we've got to back off. Like, we can't keep playing these aggressive angles. They've already expected us to be here. We know that the flank is being watched as well by Vac. Although, I'd say watched is a bit of a loose term. He's now coming back to make sure they haven't got past them. In the end, it's all she wrote. An easy cleanup for BBL. And once again, going into the later stages is where they start to really build up and take the lead.
Well, that's it. That's the scary thing. Heated up now. With one round in between them and the lead slipping into BBL's control. Some aggression out of Profek. 2 rounds back to back. He's been able to make his mark. Shutting down the B play just 2 rounds ago. Sending them the other direction where he shut them down on C as well. And just the same for the short control this time around. There's more gunners on this squad as we're seeing. With rounds going up in favor of BBL, the operator in Loon's hands, and an early peek that is returned. Purpo able to make that 1-to-1 trade and leave B wide open for the taking.
Yeah, he took his time with the shot and ended up losing his life for it. Again, this fast-paced take into B, it's been attempted a couple of times by either side. The post-plant last time out was impressive. A lot of that down to Westside, and already his ult is put into delay. It kind of sold his teammate out, though. That's Runner gone. He now falls. They still need to clear that out, otherwise Vac's going to be in trouble. Trying to find something, and eventually he's going to break it. It gives his teammates a way back in much quicker, dealing with everybody, leaving just Tomazi, but he's not even really in a position to challenge. He has to go swinging immediately, and he won't be able to find the kills.
That was a little too tall of a task to ask. 10-8. Now BBL, 2 in the lead. And for GX, well, starting to look back at the previous map, starting to look a little bit similar. A close first half, neck and neck.
But the
that lead diminishes
as well. Like on the players towards the door, like you know that they're going to push this in order to try and break it. Runner has no idea. Westside's not watching a tight enough angle to stop the player dying, and then it comes out, okay, I'm now fighting instead of an advantage. I'm fighting for a trade.
Yeah.
If there's anywhere they're going to push to break that lockdown, it's that door. You cannot have the miscommunication of that spacing.
It's a huge oversight, and one that they have been punished for extensively. Economy starting to run low on GX. Lots of credits invested into this one. A Blade Storm from Purpo, luckily, as they don't have an extra rifle worth of credits to invest. For BBL, money problems, a thing of the past, perhaps, as they start to build up this bank. Operator in play, Blade Storm to back it up, Rolling Thunder just 1 away as well. There's some ultimates for GX outside of the Blade Storm. It's going to be situational to find that impact.
Here.
Really, your eyes drawn to Loon, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the chance to take a shot early. GX moving in the other direction, looking to meet up with Westside.
It seemed like they were having pretty heavy expectations that this was a play towards A. Although now you've got 2 players still looking to try and maybe sell a ruse towards short. The drone, that's the whole idea. The thing is, this could end up going the other direction. If they run back at all, they're going to get spotted on the way past. I believe they have. Yeah, Loon catches the shot. So they now know that this is a fake. They know that they're going in the other direction. Even still, though, GX have done well on the openers. Well, they had.
Yeah, they had. Tomazi went down on A, and the rest of the squad fading. Profek, it was a risky play.
They got 20 seconds.
And now it's a 3v2, but still with limited time. As you said, 20 now down to 15. They need to make a move, and the shots don't land for the side of GX. BBL extending the lead up to 3, and the beginning of the end of this series seems just moments away. 3 rounds between them, and GX don't quite have the cash to challenge here. They may have to take the eco and play for 4 in a row for OT.
I think that's the thing. That it was just GX in that moment thinking, okay, well, we've solved this early information. We cleared that. No one's going to take that back from us. And again, okay, sure, it's just Loon going walkabouts and winning the round for them, but it was enough information and then just a solid hold on the other side of the map without a need to over-rotate into this A-side push. Nice shot from Cloud again. I feel like that battle for Loon has not been successful. It's either been a 1-for-1 trade, or in this case, that's the up down on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, they're very ready for him to peek up top, but that hasn't really helped in a lot of the other fights.
A-side is open.
Wide open. Drone going up won't be heard either. It's canceled early after just spotting the corner. They'll walk up for free. They'll walk in for free, and the plant should be obtained. BBL, with a lack of information, have gone for the push on C site, walked all the way up and seen that it is clear as day. Now they'll have to play the retake, and despite the weaker weapons, with positional advantages, man advantages, and a Hunter's Fury post plant, this could get a little bit hairy.
I guess they wanted the stun for Runner more than anything else, but if he plants there, he has his Rolling Thunder. Cloud already had his ult, so it's one where you could have had that online. We'll see if it plays a part. The position of Cloud, not really covered, but I guess if he wins the fights, it doesn't matter too much, and they're watching for those flanks. Profek, nice couple of shots, but even still they have a disadvantage, which is quickly dissipated. And now Cloud, the man that started it all, has to try and finish it off. Stunned up, caught, but he lands one, and again, Profek is there to save the day. If it isn't a Turkish hero, it's a Polish hero, as that's now 12 for BBL.
Yeah, that was a round that I was a little worried about. The fact that Profek comes up behind with the perfect weapon, 1 bullet takes down these players when you're running that Outlaw, when they've not gone for that full investment or when they've been chipped up earlier. And that's what turned the tide of this round. Runner and Tomazi down. Big players dealt with, and Access back in with a follow-up kill. I mean, we've highlighted this man so far.
Yeah. He's catching.
Multiple multi-kills that put those rounds on the board. I think that 4-round lead is pretty much thanks to him.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was Loon a lot in the first. Still had some big rounds in the second, but Profek has really been impressing when it comes to this defensive side. And GX, well, it's a roster that no doubt has a lot of talent within it. Right now, it's looking like a bit of a miss, and that's definitely a worrying sign, especially up against the BBL that has a player missing, has a lot of rookies to the league. And you're coming in with, well, 4 players who have been in the VCT before, and the other is Westside. It's not like someone we don't talk about. Cloud looking for that opener. It's going to be Purpo to follow up instead, and the response not there. Profek's in position, though.
Being the hero of a lot of these rounds, starts it by catching Purpo off guard. Paranoia doesn't catch. Runners clear, sidestepping it and making it into the site. Spam for Sociable, not quite doing much, and
The
well, they
dart
just
was
fire
great.
right back. It was. It revealed them, but his tracers revealed him. And instead, we now look to Loon and Yumpy. Loon looking to make it happen again. A nice first fight. Westside, who's done a lot of damage to him in the past, is the one to fall. And the distraction of the dash used to buy some space and time for Yumpy to thread the needle up through long. Loon again! He just keeps on delivering, but this time the Lunatic is put down, and Yumpy is the hero they need. Done damage, but delivered in return from GX, down to just 4. And they've tapped. Oh, the timing is huge!
Oh my God.
It comes down to a bullet in either direction. Luckily for GX, they're the ones to find it. 3 more needed for overtime.
Yeah, you could see Tomazi sort of fell back just because he was so low at HP, ended up having to turn back around. Again, though, solid work when it comes to this openers. I feel like those pacier hits do seem to be working wonders for the side of GX, and more after the combo breaker finally comes through. The one good thing for GX is they've been keeping that economy honest the entire time. It was always clutches. It was, as we mentioned, Profek coming up with 4Ks. It wasn't clean rounds that we'd seen in some of the earlier positions. And because of that, even though they've won 5 in a row, the economy is still being called into question here for BBL.
Well, you saw Powell with his playbook out. 3 rounds left to play with. Economy not looking fantastic for BBL. When we get back into the game, you'll see that. There could be some investments, but for the most part, we're anticipating them keeping a lot of those credits, giving 12-10 over. But even if they do invest lightly, Tom, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be an easy round for GX. Profek's been popping off. We know what Loon can do. Luckily, when we check the ult economy, nothing quite there for BBL just yet. GX,
I'll say,
Rolling Thunder.
That's been sort of the most impressive thing for me is if I go into this matchup, I think, okay, BBL shouldn't really win on synergy or firepower, because those are the 2 things. Like, firstly, GX have got their full roster and have been practicing fairly early on from the season, it seems. And also, everybody they picked up is like either a CIS aimer or like someone who we know has fantastic individual performance. But the fact is, Loon and Profek, and in fact, the full squad have sort of matched them pound for pound all the way and look slightly better as a team. That start, though, is not bad. They caught Loon in no man's land. And although Yumpy will deal a death blow to 1, I don't think he's long for this world.
Dropped right after 4 versus 2. Sociable and back. A rifle for Sociable, at least. A good chance to deal damage, and they are walking the right way. It's a gamble from GX. They don't know where their opponents are, and they're going to just use the pack mentality. Steps now being heard. Back knows exactly what's going on. He's going to get into position on time. Reveals for backside. They hide behind the smoke, allowing those 2 pulses to go through, and now they pick their moment to emerge. A reveal of their own about to come in. It's destroyed immediately, and they turn their sights to that smoke where it came from. Already dealing with back and knowing Sociable's there. This round is a foregone conclusion. 12-10, but here is where BBL invest.
Yeah, this is where the pressure truly is on for BBL. They came into this one as underdogs, not necessarily for reasons they would have liked. But the fact is, when you get this close to closing it out, that will be so much more painful if GX are able to get it back over the line. And what we sort of talk about experience in general, across the board in terms of players on the team, I guess excluding Yumpy, who kind of eclipses everyone, but even talking about coaching stuff, like Mark New came in last year, Pau to join him this year. Pipson's been there a while. Waylander's new. But GX have been here before. Majority of their players have been on this stage before. Can they show why even the youth can't be their experience?
Trap there, waiting for the dash. Although it's a little shy, eventually they will be spotted. Vac, though, having been stunned up, not ready to pounce, will not punish. On the back of that trip, it's been destroyed on short too, so nothing left to play with, and he's been spotted. Spam's now forcing him to the open, shock darts to pursue him. And damage down to 9 HP. Great shock dart coming out from Cloud. The flank's being spotted as well. They know it's coming, but it's Loon to swing the angle. West side greeting him on the other, well, in fact, bailing out, moving to the A side. They'll instead fight forward into the defender spawn, suspecting that's where it's weaker. West side and Tamazi putting up the numbers, and it's Vac down to 9 HP from earlier, trying desperately to give them a way back in, but they look at the economy, they realize it just isn't worth the risk. 2v4, low HP, they go to the other side of the map. Vac seems safe. I think he'll save successfully. Yumpy's got a player hot on his tail.
Well, that's the thing, they are hightailing it as quickly as they can to try and take these weapons away. They had 4 players alive in the last round for the attack, so they're not really worried about the finances, but both will be able to survive, and that's important. They are in a bad spot financially if they don't hold on to those 2 guns. The problem, though, now is 3 rounds in a row for GX. Relatively clean ones, especially in comparison to some of the ones we've seen in the past. And in terms of ultimates, they definitely seem like they're closer to some of the more dangerous ones.
1 round left to play for. Time to put it all on the field. Loon, we haven't heard from him in a little while. He's being a bit more quiet. They know where he is. They've seen that cloudburst land, but the second is a fake. He pretends to fall back, stays for the fight, and 1 bullet landed, and he gets out with his life. The fight, though, on the C side won't be quite as easy to dismiss. Yumpy putting out his util to try and cause a bother, but GX are quick on the kills, taking control of Garage, blitzing into the site and sending back into a spiral. They could be anywhere all around and dropping into his cage. Another is found. BBL, they thought they might have had this 2-0, and if they do, it might have to be in overtime.
They need a hero once again. Luckily, both the players we've talked about are still standing, or at least one of them is. Sociable, only there for a trade, and now he's the only one left to try and stop the inevitable. It's been 3 in a row, looking for 4 as GX have come alive right at the depths and left on just 5 HP. The chances now seem at absolute 0. The time at least still there, but it's not going to be anything more. GX, it seemed like they were down and out, seemed like they were heading to the lower bracket, but they have managed the streak.
Oh, there's still some life left on Haven. We could go all the way to Pearl. It wasn't looking likely. I think they needed 4 in a row at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know why I looked at you, Tom. If I look at the screen, I can see they needed 4 in a row. But to make that happen didn't seem too likely. It was a huge streak of rounds from BBL. But GX have managed to hold on tight, clutching to that ledge, and they won't go falling off just yet. 20 seconds until overtime kicks off, round number 25, and BBL back on the attack. The one thing is that might be back to comfort for someone like Loon, who has been missing for a couple of rounds. Players like Profek have stepped up for these huge plays. Have GX finally figured out Loon, or are they about to taste some of his fury once again?
A lot of this attack side was down to him. It was aggressive pushes. The rest of the squad just throwing in what utility they can to support him, but the defense are not just sitting pretty. They've pushed all the way up on A, and in fact, look to play a retake on this C site. 2 players waiting on the cross in Garage. But other than that, it's all up to that flank.
Camera taken out.
The reveal. They don't know the Vac is here quite that aggressive. The shots don't land, though. Big punish from Tamazi. GX now look to make their way a little bit closer towards C. Sociable's here to greet them, only finding himself the one before being dropped. GX maintain their advantage, double down in fact. Loon, the furthest back man, a sneaky position, but he has to make a move now. Purpo has just been shredding the squad, and they knew exactly where he was. Suspicion confirmed, and the round on the board means GX are now fighting for that 3rd map. Just 1 round to make it there.
That would be the most sort of like GX fashion to be able to just turn it right at the last second.
Same old team.
For the unfortunate truth of BBL, that sort of lack of experience, mentioned it, that youth was really shining in the early stages of this map, and the second they got to closing it, we see the tenured VCT players start to show their might. We always talk about the kickoff system and how brutal it can be. It's not a single elimination this time around. You're not one strike and you're out at least, but that lower bracket's not going to get any easier. I don't. That's the thing that's so exciting about coming back at the beginning of the year. I don't know who's going to be good. And for anybody out there who's going, well, I do, just bear in mind, I would say in 90+% of everybody's tier list last year, the worst team was Heretics. Yeah. Just a thing. And if you're sat there going, oh, I never did, you're a liar, or maybe you're Spanish and you believed in the organ. That's fine. That's fine. If you're a fan, that's fine. So anything is possible going into this season. I think we've talked about the likes of a Gentlemates looking really exciting. We don't know what we're going to get from Liquid. Fnatic have made changes as well. New Vitality. There is so much on the line here. So maybe you lose this match and you've lost to the best team. Or maybe you lose this match and you've lost to the 10th best team. Exactly. And then you're going to go up against someone even tougher in the next match. It is brutal.
Yeah, there is no easy matchup on paper. I'm sure we'll revisit that point in 2 or 3 weeks, and we might have a different
stage one will be like, oh, they had the easy game.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a blowout. But for now, it's all unknowns, it's all question marks, and separating these two teams seems to be quite a difficult task. 13-9, BBL took GX's map pick. With GX fighting back, we've gone to OT. Loon looking to recapture some of that magic from the first half. He won't find a victim. GX very patient on one side of the map. On A short, not quite the case, and Sociable puts them in the ground. Loon, though, is caught re-aggressing.
Hey, didn't fall off of it after they had the advantage, and now it's put GX right back into a position to pounce. Yumpy's trying to maybe catch the player utilizing that drone, but hasn't guessed the right side, and it's just going to leave in a stalemate for now. On that A site, Profect, the other prong to that success of BBL in this map. It's going to be alone, but it seems like the call is there. Rotation already in from Sociable to try and help him out.
See if Profect can do it again. Good paranoia to start us off. Utility's not gone. He's made it out at least, but Sociable's dead up in heaven. A quick shot landed. As he attempted to cover his teammates' fall back from that utility. He's lost his life in BBL now. One man down. The retake, tough up against the utility, still waiting to run that clock down a little bit further, but there's not much left for GX, so they get aggressive. A crossfire to start as they walk out of hell. It's going to be a couple of kills going GX's way that leave Profect to once again attempt the clutch. It will not happen, and the third map will. GX have bought themselves a lifeline. We're going all the way to Pearl.
Yeah, it seemed like BBL had come into this one. Their dreams were coming true. An opening day that no one could have written. Instead, their nightmares might just be beginning. We are heading to map 3 to see who closes this one out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get up now. Get up. Get out. feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now.
Well, we will be seeing a Map 3 in the first opening game of 2025 here in VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. Oh, you got to feel for BBL a little bit, Billy. That could have so easily been a 2-0.
We thought it was going to be a 2-0. We're like, okay, let's get ready for the next match. The way that Giant X were able to come back from an 8-12, it just shows that it's not over until it's over.
And you need to think of both sides of the coin, right? Like BBL lost that somehow, especially after being so close, right? They had 4 chances of just closing that on a very clean 2-0, especially for the expectations that we have with them playing with us up. And then in that moment, especially after the way that both of the maps started, Giant X decides that they're just gonna shoot and click heads. They're just gonna be extra aggressive. They're just gonna bump up the next gear.
Yeah, take the fight to them, right? Take the fight to them. But I'm glad you mentioned the early start, because after the first 4 rounds, you would have thought, yeah, it's gonna be 2-0. And then we see just some ridiculousness from this back-to-back clutches. And there's a Thrifty as well. And that kind of kept them in going into the second half.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the times that this happens, this ends up being kind of a little bit of makeup just to the score, just to make it look good, seeing that there's not that big of a disparity. But as you're saying, somehow this actually gave Giant X that kind of strength, that kind of, strength literally to pull up and keep getting the rounds. And as they were getting closer, once we got to OT, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, round 4 and 5 felt really weird for me to watch, because it felt as though BBL were trying to do the right things, and then Giant X were kind of just being able to shoot back. So yeah, it was interesting to see.
Yeah, and speaking of interesting, I bet Tom Mazzy is really happy he doesn't have to play Harbor all the time. But he looked good, you know, no longer a rookie, and you can tell the experience he's been gathering.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, we know that his individual level is going to be there, but he was so reliable during this game. Actually, especially in this moment where they, from the defense, just send Purpo over and over to a little bit like a bait, there was always a follow-up coming in from the side of Giants. Either if it's West side coming in, pushing from a different side, or you have Tomasi opening and kind of getting like a late refrag, or just getting into these positions, using the Omen utility to the best of its potential.
Yeah, I think that's a great point as well. The way that he was using the Omen utility, that Shrouded Step, the Paranoia, was really, really nice to see. And he's up to like his old duelist ways, kind of. So yeah, no, it was really nice to see him like that.
This is how our lobby looks.
I actually do love looking at the loading screen sometimes, because you'll see our observers kind of goading them a little bit, bantering, saying some cheeky things. And oh, okay. Tom Mazzy, I mean, any lip readers out there can tell us what he said there, but it does. I like seeing him with a lot of fire and passion on stage as well. We did talk about how Purple got a bit diffed on map 1, and in the beginning of this map, it kind of felt like a similar story. However, as things progressed throughout this map, you could really see the difference that he brought to his side.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more on the confidence side. I feel like we've seen this before in some teams when the duelist is not really achieving much. They just send him a little bit as a bait, create a bit of pressure, and we will follow up from then. But even though that was happening at the beginning, he actually took that as a warm-up. And as the rest of his team was proliferating on his actions, he started warming up and just getting the kills himself.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Purple was he was dying a lot first, right? And that was frustrating to see because it meant that Giant X weren't able to go in and take sites. But thinking about that as well, like Loon, he went so quiet towards the later stages of the game too. It's as though he just kind of couldn't keep up with the pace of it anymore, and I struggled to watch.
Yeah, this is the thing though. We will be getting Jimmy Lin back in the house. As we move on to Pearl, of course, one of the maps that wasn't available to play for a long time. How long? Do we know?
How long? Well, the last time that we played it in EMEA was the 22nd of July, 2023. So, some of the players playing today were not even allowed to play. We love using that reference, but it is true.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. Are we expecting anything to be different when it comes to compositions?
Oh, absolutely. I think that this is one of the maps alongside like Fracture and Abyss that teams can get a little bit more experimental. Like so many things have changed since Pearl was not in the map pool, that I think that not only the compositions but the way that you approach the map, and especially getting into this late into the best of 3. If you have something, it is the time to use it.
All I'm going to say is I've been 2 out of 2 correct on the Yumpy agent predictions on both maps. So I'm going to throw it out and say he plays Chamber.
Oh my God, that would be one to remember. I would absolutely love it.
As much as I like that, I want to see a deadlock. That sounds like really basic maybe, but you know, deadlock of the defense with that B-long push, I feel like they're able to like just stop it instantly with their kit. So I would really like to see a deadlock come up from either of these teams on Pearl.
By the way, very important change that did not affect the first 2 maps, but do not forget, Astra was super strong on Pearl, and we're finally seeing it back with the 5 stars. I think that is definitely something to keep in mind for both of the teams, for any of the teams playing. So I want to see also how that's going to merge with the new utility. We also have the new Phoenix. We know that we've seen it in the past as well here. I feel like the possibilities are endless. What I would love, a Yoru.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not out of the question. Especially some of these players, they do have Yoru in their repertoire, for sure. Teho, though, surely, some point, right? He's playable on Pearl.
Yeah, I don't think...
Whip him out.
I don't know if this would be the map that we get to see him on. I don't know.
I mean, now we said that, I think they're definitely going to troll us. They're going to be like, when you don't expect it, we're going to play it. I'm with you, though. I'm super down for a deadlock. Probably not a Yumpy deadlock. I think Vac will be a nice option there, I think. For them, on the other side of this, you know, we see Cypher Killjoy being such a bread and butter for Westside. I mean, obviously, he played Viper a little bit earlier. So, I mean, if he sort of flexes onto the Vice over Runner, I wouldn't hate that either.
I would like to see something that really changes the way that we've been approaching the game. I'd like to see like a double Sentinel, not that much of the compositions. I understand the bit for Haven. I really, really understand it. But now that we're going on to Pearl, that is the kind of things that I want to see. That like a double Sentinel or a double dive, like, you know, pick your poison, but bring me something interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think because it has been out of the map pool so long, and like you said, we've had so many new agent changes, I would love to see these teams start to innovate and really like make other teams think about how they approach the game.
You are going to get a Yoru. You're going to get... Oh, no, it's Chamber, but it wasn't not Yumpy. I was so close.
And it's also the Vice for Vac. We were talking about him stepping in, just taking the bare minimum, just giving what it takes. And I was expecting the Yoru, but not on BBL side, because even though Lewin is an extremely good duelist, Yoru was not in his repertoire. Like, that is not something that I was expecting for him. And also seeing Sociable on the Chamber, like, this is
really upset about
unhinged.
that.
I am very high on BBL.
They could have put Yumpy on the Chamber for me, but hey, I'm down for it.
I'm completely on board with this BBL comp. Like this, I want to see what they've been cooking up.
I mean, I also do as well. But on the other side with GXO, Purple is just going to stick to that jet, and it's Tomazi's Astra.
I mean, definitely, I think that is an agent that you need to play on Pearl. Like, all the combos are just, like, unheard of. But I want to see how he's going to perform individually. Another player that I'm really looking at, I know that Cloud is amazing on Sova, but I want to see how Runner is going to perform on the KO, especially with so much going on the other side.
Yeah, and I actually do believe it's Tomazi's debut on Astra. I'm not sure
I wouldn't be
VCT,
surprised.
He's ever actually even played Astra. I mean, we've seen one version of Vice already previously. Left much to be desired, I felt like. What can we expect from this Vice Chamber duo here?
I mean, I think that the responsibilities are very different, right? Like Chamber is going to be more on those initial duels and just denying that trade. We've seen that the aggression has worked on the other side, so probably they want to fight that. And Vice is mostly for the post plant.
Yeah, it's a lot to break down here. I can't wait to see what Mitch and Tom made of this. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, you guys wanted something new on the desk, a little fresh interpretation of how to play the game. Tom, fair to say that they got what they asked for here. BBL really giving us a bit of a treat.
Yeah, Sue was asking about Tomazi. He has not played Astra before, but also Loon has not played Yoru, to my knowledge. So this really is a few firsts coming up. I want to actually check as well, has Vac played the Vice? Because I don't think that is either. So it is going to be a lot of players showing their sort of debut on specific agents. And I don't know if that makes me feel more excited or more nervous, because it does feel like this BBL comp has so much that could catch your opponent off guard, but then also so many new things that you have to have synergized together. Otherwise, you could just get smoked by something a little bit more simplistic.
Well, that's it for BBL. Attack side. Look, there's certainly some opportunities for them to take their utility and do something unique. Right away, Sociable with early pick, baiting out an Astra Star and firing back in the other direction. Now they look towards the A site. Already one man to the good. The site under heavy threat. It's going to have to be West side again. Put a stop to this. He might even decide to just back out. No, sticks around for a kill, but only the one found.
Yeah, damage done onto Loon at least. He's a little bit low. You can see the wall put into place. Something that Cloud might just try and bait out so that it's not going to affect them when it comes to the later round. In fact, the rest of the team are looking to fall off, and in fact, they've lost a player for it. I don't know if that was necessarily worth it, but with how low a couple are, I guess not wanting to fight in that position anymore.
And, you know, 3v3 spike planted seems good for BBL. Like you said, it's the HP. Look how quickly Yumpy's dropped. It was a headshot as well, a clean way to put him out of the round. Sociable hope for the same, but the shot doesn't land. Loon, just 31 HP. You can't expect a lot from this man. Utility not there either. This guy's just got a ghost, making ghosts of his opponent. Cloud already down. Gate crash, I don't think is where he wanted it to go. Fake TP, not going to do much. Already tapped once. They should be worried at this point about it being stuck, swinging out, confirming it's not. Loon has got another. And what we said before, 3K or they lose the round, and with 30 HP, he still delivers. Fair play. Good start for Loon's Yoru.
Well, this is the thing. You had the last map where you had yourself a single Turkish duelist, and you went, you know what, that hasn't worked out. Let's choose the one that sounds like a Sentinel and put it onto the second one, because, yeah, Sociable and Loon basically just won that one off firepower. I'm not going to talk about, oh, yeah, Vax Insane utility or anything of the sort. It was like, who hit the most headshots? The two Turkish players.
And that'll get you rounds, let me tell you. Many people have found that out the hard way. GX. The latest name added to the list. An attempted mid push from the defensive side, but they are walking into a flash. Has been used up a little bit early from back. Good for him to clear the control, but now he's seen that they're there. Luckily, he's being cautious and won't be caught off guard by this squad. Running it back and leaving a wall that if one of them runs through, they'll be isolated. At least two of them get out. Unfortunately, there is a welcoming party. Oh, cool.
Well, in case they didn't know it was there, the drone's going to go over the top and remove any doubt at this point that the B side's pretty much clear. You can even see Sociable's now just waiting for them to rotate back in his direction, obviously looking to get towards that all-important tour de force, especially on a map like this. On the attack side, fighting towards B, it can be huge. And that's the thing, I think you're on this map in the past. I remember Ethan playing it a fair bit. It was massively enjoyable with how much space you can take, the flashes that you get alongside it. And it also just allows your duelist player to almost earn a few style points here and there. For BBL, maybe there was a moment in the early fights that this could have slipped away from them, but it is looking like a very easy round.
Limited threat with just Tomazi left. About as good of a start as you could possibly hope for. Loon with a chance to find a little something. And instead
he got an orb.
Bullet swinging towards him. That's ult, I believe, online for next. We're very close to. Maybe he was 2 away, but I thought 1. Tamazi soon to fall. So 2-0 we go. BBL is not quite flawless, but it'll do.
One of those scenarios that doesn't matter too much. I think, yeah, the unfortunate part of this round is that we didn't really see too many kills go the way of Sociable. Obviously, that tour de force is the major value, but as you mentioned, having that dimensional drift online, the amount of space that can be taken to set up Sociable, who has been given that rifle and has now had it taken away. I guess maybe having a few other ideas of what they're going to be doing here.
The distribution changing as we go. Purpo right up in their face. Won't find anybody to take down, and the space taken by BBL is in the other direction. They've moved through Art already, spotted one. They know that there's been a push up towards A main as well. Good information to play with, but converting the kills with these weapons may be a different story. Runner quickly puts Sociable to bed. But take a look at where the spike is, still sitting outside of the A site. It hasn't committed just yet, and they are keen to take this in the other direction, having pulled some rotations.
They've got some interesting space, and you can see the defense now looks to try and push, but bear in mind, this is the player that has himself the spike. It doesn't matter, though. Again, Prophet shines when they need him to. He falls, that's the spike in the defender's hands. You're retaking it with weak weapons. Instead, there's now 2 guns on the floor. He's still got his sniper rifle, and they're even clearing out utility across the map. The defenders have no idea where they're going.
The only good thing is that Westside was close by. When the turret went down, he immediately fills in the space, sees that nobody is here. That's going to mean the A players don't over-rotate. They don't panic and go to the B side. Instead, they're still sat here, waiting for this push to inevitably come through. BBL not expecting to see so many numbers after dropping Runner. They might think that it's nice and open, that it's free, but now they know it's not. Tamazi doing more damage, Profect to 45, and a 2v2. Steps hurt though, and Yumpy caught Westside off guard completely. The damage done now may not matter as much, as it's Tamazi who has to make a move through this wall. He may even have just been spotted. I just saw a ping go down. They know where he is, they know where he's coming from, and they've hit him. Profect with a 4-piece. This was a big feature of a lot of those rounds towards the end of Haven, and he stepped up to do it again. 3-0 start for BBL.
Yeah, he's looking like a fantastic signing. I don't think there's any doubt about it. The fact that this was 2 players with rifles looking to try and take him out, and he wins that battle with the sniper, the individual skill there, but then also being able to reposition late into the round for that ultimate and just hold on in the end. Like, it seems like a safe pair of hands in so many scenarios where rounds could slip away if he's not.
6-1. Right now on the Astra. Not a bad start for BBL, as they've put GX down to weak by yet again. Couple of Sheriffs alongside a Judge, the best that they could muster to try and challenge. And as you can see, looking at the minimap, quite a lot of their focus is going to be around the other side of the map. 2 groups of 2 set up on A and mid, and the B site, where BBL are walking up, is a little bit light in terms of defense. Only Purpo.
Yeah, you almost feel like this would have to be an oversight on the part of BBL if he's able to get too much here. It is a bit of an off angle, and now has at least a little bit of support. Tamazi also going to try and do the same, hold a bit of a cross, but he has been spotted. Getting out of here should be impossible, and for Tamazi, he's basically just trying to play that sort of snake in the grass, but he's also been spotted by the drone. Cloud will at least get 1, and actually, they're making this one competitive. The pistols working out maybe when they shouldn't, and now it's left all up to Sociable, and he can't land the shot. It's going to be the pace save card Thrifty for GX, and around that, as said, came down to blunders.
Remarkable stuff for GX. Look, your opponents can make all the mistakes that they want. You still have to hit those shots. You've still got to deliver it. They most certainly did. This push out from BBL, they have the flash, the reveal, the kills that come with it, but somehow Westside Profect putting up numbers. Sorry, Westside Profect returns, but it just doesn't matter. Players like Cloud, who we've already talked about in the first map, but it seems like it's been a while since we've had to really bring him up, but that is a return to form for him. 3-piece up on the board. GX finally finding 1. This should have been a big lead for BBL. Instead, it's put to bed early.
Seems like a lot of what The plan is, from Sociable's perspective, is just almost counter any aggression. Don't allow this defense to garner information, and then with the potential to reposition on Loon, have quick fakes with the smokes of Astra, and almost just sell the idea that they're going in the other direction again. We're going to see those vines placed into the back of B to try and hold players on that side of the map, and in the meantime, the lurking operator of Sociable is going to make his move towards A.
Nowhere to run. Nobody to catch off, but the steps away. That's all that they need to hear, knowing that this A side is now undefended, but Purple has stepped back in. For just a moment, he left that site, but gets in time to drop back. One player down, great utility removed from BBL's belt, but Loon is here to put up a fight and equalize the numbers.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Cloud plays ahead of that. You have the advantage made by Purple, and you've given it right back up to the Duelist. Now you watch BBL play in those post plants, and Purple facing it to an operator. Westside does the same. Eventually there's a trade from Tamazi, but he's sort of left isolated from the rest of the players. Yumpy finds that one all too easy, and Profek does the same. It started okay for GX, considering this ruse that was sold. Even using a Hunter's Fury to fake out that B site. It didn't matter though when, I just think Cloud was a little bit too far ahead of everyone else. And that gives that fight back in. And, well, once you have that 4v4, everybody can just fall back and play these post plants.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that he'd thrown out the recon, the timing of it makes him think, okay, I can take that little peek, I'll grab one, fade back, and we're back in, you know, an even stronger position, but it wasn't necessary. Maybe hit those shots most of the time, but, well, less and less over the last map and a half now for BBL. They lose one and they're right back to winning ways. 4-1, full buy up. Ult for Sociable in the back pocket, but Operator in play. Loon picking up opening, and himself and Profek, real highlights of this team in this series. Certainly in the last map, Profek taking a lot of the attention away from Loon towards the end. Seeing that many players fighting for the top spot of BBL, showing their teeth early on, it's a promising sign for the season that may be ahead of this squad.
Yeah, because again, a lot of the players that they signed were not like, you're not going for someone who has mass VCT experience and has been at the very top, other than, say, Yumpy. Everybody else has been in the tier 2 or something of the sort.
One enemy remaining.
All right.
But for now, at least, yeah, Profek and Loon especially are showing that they've definitely got the firepower to go with it, especially against a team that should have that in masses. Another in-zone flawless to give them their 5th round on the attacking side. And I'm really enjoying that. As I said, that middle control, a lot of teams, especially on low buy rounds, want to have that as a point of contention. You're like, okay, we've got pistols, we can get right up in their face early, then we have space to try and flank them on either side of the map. They have denied that every round, be it with a Sociable operator or in this case a 1-2 punch. Before they had Vac, who was playing passive with the wall to defend himself. It's every single time, it's a slight change, but that means that if GX push it, they have no idea what they're walking into.
GX are going to go pushing this time. We've seen this before. Purpo has his Cloud Burst to hide from that reveal. He has been seen though and spammed as a result. Quite a bit of HP down. The op on Sociable and senses a chance. West side out a little too wide. Sociable rips his head off and goes for the B site. Tamazi though is still here, using the smoke. Oh, getting inside the smoke in fact. Looking to catch that operator when it pushes through, but as we can see, BBL's Sociable has waited for the cavalry.
So has Tamazi. He now has Cloud. It's a trade of drones. At least a little bit of information, and Tamazi's going to try and make a play. Oh, there's too many targets, and he gets absolutely none of them. We're going to see the ult thrown out from Vice to remove any remaining weaponry, but, well, there's nobody there to remove it from. It gives them that site for free. An after plant all too easy, and that was something that was always difficult when it came to this B site. Once it gets into post, especially with a man disadvantage, it becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and someone like Loon sticking up close. Got to try to root him out of position. That's what the Hunter's Fury was supposed to do, but it didn't land. He's managed to sidestep it, go undetected. Sociable falls, but then Loon strikes, and his double is more than enough to claim this round. Cloud may decide to go and save, and it looks like that is the call out of here to the A site. And left in the dust, RGX. This is a 6 2-1 start for BBL. They may have lost their map pick, the last map in overtime. This map doesn't seem to have any signs of being quite as close of a competition.
No, and the worrying thing as well is that a lot of what got GX back into those games were like, okay, they had a big round off maybe a low buy or an individual play. They did have that, but it just seemed to go straight back to regular programming from the side of BBL. Like, they didn't really break a sweat. And I am liking just the way that I feel like even though there have been attempts by GX to isolate Sociable, he's been so dynamic in where he's been playing, they haven't caught him. Like they said, they tried those mid pushes. He was there the previous round. You go, okay, he's alone. Let's pressure him. He's now C-long, and he's just headshotted your Sentinel, who's playing very passive and just jump spotting. He's currently 8-4, and he has been sort of a classic Sentinel in the fact that he's alone, but he's playing a chamber. He doesn't have himself like a camera or an alarm or something that's going to give him all that information, a turret to hold a line. It's just, okay, I'm sociable and I'm looking with an AWP in the right direction, seemingly every time.
Yeah, between himself, between Profect leading the charge on this server, and then knowing that they've got players like Loon who've delivered incredible performances. Looking back at map 1, was still, by the way, like, I don't know how many rounds went by without Loon getting a kill towards the end of Haven, yet he still ended up top of the scoreboard. This is how much work he put in early. And, well, he's not putting in the work right now. 7-3. That's a very slow start for him. He should be at least 9-3 by now.
Right.
That makes me scared for what's coming.
That's true. That's true. But Barrett, again, we have to talk about the fact that a lot of this is firsts for people and picking up agents. And I don't think it's not looked like that at all. If anything, the struggles have come on players that are much more used to their roles. You're talking about Purpo and Westside. They are in their element, but it doesn't seem that way, at least for now. We said that about Purpo before, and he had that comeback. Already though, tour de force, an instant shot, Presh. Oh no! That
what's happening?
But just delete that round. It never happened. It didn't happen.
We didn't see that fight.
No,
we didn't see that fight. And it was a lot of messing around there, utility being taken away, losing a rifle down to a pistol.
They actually had a bet before the game of who can miss the most shots in a battle.
With the most weapons as well.
Of course.
Like the biggest variety of weapons.
And ults.
In
you have
one
to
duel.
use your ult. That was the rule. That was the rule.
Every shot has to be a different
Sorry
weapon.
we didn't inform you before the match, because there's no way
just for that one fight right there.
Yeah,
now, from now on, it's all
They actually said, like, specifically round 8.
Round 8, opening duel.
On map 3, if we get there.
If we get there.
Because there's no script.
Gentleman's agreement, man. We saw the handshake in the bathroom before, and you know, fair play. But for BBL,
in the bathroom,
a 7th round seems to be coming, and I think GX, they don't seem to have what it takes to stop it. Weaker weapons across the board. Post-plant that they're fighting into. Already lost another player in the form of Westside. Someone who's been able to deal that damage in a lot of these late rounds. But now he is down in the dirt runner. Well, I'm not even sure what the plan is here. You don't want to go and save that, do you? Maybe go down to the spike. He could do with some orbs. They've got orbs as well. See if he can pick something up. Is there a weapon? There's a big old weapon on the floor there to retrieve. He might just get out of here with that.
You can see how much they're almost being conditioned by the aggression of Loom, by the fact that that gun wasn't even in the open.
He's 100
HP.
HP.
Still scared. And well, there you go. Yumpy realizing, okay, I can actually have a slight upgrade here. Sociable will likely buy back into the operator anyway, so he's going to get himself that extra rifle. 7-1 up. Did we need a replay of this?
No, I can categorically say we did not need a replay of this, but thank you for embarrassing the players nonetheless. Yeah, a 7-1 lead is a tough pill to swallow. And then you look at the economy, right? What's your way back in? You have to win so many rounds before BBL will be money hungry. Right now, credits-wise, we're coming into this round with more than 7K on 4 players. To make BBL take an eco is going to be difficult to say the least. Ults for GX are not there. A lot of them have been used in the last couple of rounds to no effect in terms of affecting the round score, you know? This is tough. Loon, he's just gone for it. All by himself. Almost killed that man through smoke, which is ridiculous. He keeps on doing this. Dancing around, finally put to bed.
His teammates have arrived, but just too little too late. Yumpy trying to get him to help the youngster, and instead has dropped the spike at the open. A good opportunity for the side of GX to capitalize here. There's no Omen to retrieve it. An agent that was played almost religiously throughout last year, but Astra coming back into the meta a little bit more. And if anything now, it does come down to mistakes. You can see what utility is actually available. Prophet might be able to make them some space with the ult, and they are going to invest it here. Try and get into position to catch out Tomazzi. The rest of them are still on the other side, but the time is ticking.
Oh, nice try from Tomazzi to hide, but yeah, they've gotten up close now. Spike retrieved, plant coming through. No one wants to step into that wall, and now spike planted. They'll run away, take the range, and Sociable setting himself up with the operator. Purpo's done the same though, and he's caught an angle onto Vax. Sociable returns the shot, but it's Profect to do it all. 2 players lined up. He's got the op. He's gonna look to pick them off, but Purpo's first on the trigger. They've got time, and a second round as a result of their efforts.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, though, I don't know if it's going to be recreatable. That was Loon basically dancing around 2 opponents going down, and then I think Yumpy falls trying to help him a little bit too late. Like, those are mistakes from BBL and not something that I imagine will be too recreatable. It's good for them to be back on the board, though. Even just that little bit of a confidence booster, get that economy popping a little bit more. Purpo will keep himself the op for the next round, although no doubt we're seeing the same purchase on the other side. And, well, after winning 4 rounds in a row in fairly clean fashion, the finances of BBL are very good at this stage.
And the reality is, Loon does that again, he probably kills 3 people. So it is going to be very difficult to repeat that kind of a result. BBL had an all-in play that relied on Loon or a Loon opening or Yumpy trading. Neither of those things happened. They're in a massive uphill battle as a result. This time around, though, the early work won't be quite as easy to connect on for GX. They've got to go find their own opportunities. And the operator in the hands of Purpo. You have to hope there'll be utility in play, a drone perhaps from Yumpy that's fired through to clear that angle. If they dry peek it, they're in trouble.
Yeah. I think they expected aggression. Like, Sociable was pretty much just watching, and it is the bait. The run out, perfectly timed from the side of BBL, knowing where that man was all Sociable needed. As said, this chamber op from him has been fantastic so far. The rest of the team looking to try and get back in, but again, we see those vines put into place, running through them. Does damage, but also the slows is just not worth the risk. And now they have to try and retake this 4v5, but they do have themselves a lockdown. That's the one saving grace.
There it is, put into play on cue. The idea here, though, catch those players as they fade back towards long. Surely, look who's stepping up, though. Sociable is walking in for the kills. He's got the TP to get out, and he might be caught by it in the end. It looks like he will, too. In fact, picked up. But they've got cover. They're behind the wall. The defuse, though, the problem. Already stopped with the grab well in play. The kills, though, go to Cloud as all 5 are found. Leading by example with an ace under his belt. GX continue to close the gap.
There could have been so many players in this game to get the first ace in VCT EMEA 2025, and no other than Cloud, someone who I'm sure has been up there before in the statistics. This was one they desperately needed. The hero plays as his teammate looked to defuse, and again, it comes right down to the wire for the side of GX, but a couple of rounds like that, that's exactly what I'm talking about from their side. Get the blood pumping. We've already seen them do exactly this. 4 rounds down, win them out, go to overtime, and just close it.
I think we've never heard Runner get that loud before. I heard his mic peak. We had the wrong compressor on. We'll have to reprogram now. He was hyped up. He was ready to go. Purpo, nice shot onto the head of Loon. If Loon hadn't have brought that comb, if he didn't spike his hair, I think he would have survived that. But hey, listen, Sage players relate. 7-3, 2 rounds left to play for in this half, and BBL, despite the opening pick going the other way, they're still getting aggressive. The operator of Sociable, again, opening up these fights, getting so aggressive that he's now creeping up onto their spawn. Not the usual position you'll see your operator player in, but probably the usual position you'll see Sociable in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, I feel like usual and his gameplay don't really go within the same sentence.
He's here so fast.
Yeah, he's already managed to bypass the utility that was meant to delay him. Obviously, the rest of the team are looking to try and get there alongside. Westside, a much more passive stance. He has been struggling so far in the defense of this site, and already we're going to see the attempted use of that Hunter's Fury, and it has done damage, not only the kill, but also the tag.
Yeah, it's big too. That utility that's on long now no longer in play for the GX side. 3 versus 4.
So worried.
Disadvantage. Utility stripped. A shock dart from Cloud, the drone to come up and at least spot back, but he's moved out of that position immediately. Luckily, the ping goes through in time for Cloud to connect. Shot from Purpo is good. Sociable's aggression is punished.
No util.
No util for quite a while. He'll have to go swinging, and Purpo more than happy to hold the angle. Yumpy is going to be in the same boat. Straight into the op he goes. They forced their opponent's hands, and as a result, GX find another round, 7-4. 1 round to play for, and what was an abysmal start to this map becomes pretty doable towards the end. This could be a neck-and-neck conclusion, or thereabouts.
This seems to be a theme for Purpo, at least. Another start where I think he was like 2-7. He's now back to 9-9, having a couple of really big rounds for the squad. This was just delaying that re-aggression, and having the ultimate on Runner was everything. Like, you know, otherwise there's shock darts, especially the grav wall. That's the big one. You can move people out of awkward positions. The stars were basically kept or recalled by Prophet to be in that scenario, and you deny all of it.
It's fair to say BBL caught their opponents off guard a bit with the comp that they've brought in today. It took GX a while to adapt to what's going down. Even the early fight's still going BBL's way. It's a great sign seeing GX able to recover from disadvantages, able to fight their way back into some of these rounds, and look at Ace under Cloud's belt just a few rounds ago certainly helps out. Reveal is good. Players spotted. Yumpy is right on them, hot for the kill, but he won't find it in West Side. 2 kills so far in this game, and now he's just doubled up. Backside hold is successful. Loon's walking around, spotted as West Side gets his triple. That should be the round, done and dusted. And indeed, with it, the half. It's only one man. Sociable, don't you dare. Don't you dare, Sociable. Good. The shot better than the blade. And the ult's still there to play with. 4 shots, 3 opponents to take down. And a quick fire rate, it is doable, but it's Purpo on the angle to close this out. A great recovery in this series for that man in particular.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has been one of the major turning points, and that seems to be the thing for GX. They might start a little bit slow. It might look like they're already out of it, but at any point they can turn it around. There's still a second half to come. We'll be back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To the final half of this series. BBL, they've got the lead, but only by 2 as GX have crept up on them. And, well, it seems to be a little bit of a theme of this series, right? Someone takes the lead, come up to halftime. They're either 2 rounds in the difference or neck and neck. A nice close game. Difficult to separate these teams. We've had to have 5 halves of gameplay so far. Now for one more. I'm excited to see what's brought to the table, Tom, because a lot of the players that were having a slow start, having a tougher series, they're starting to pipe up.
Yeah, for sure. It's also interesting, though, because although for Loon, I kind of do expect aspects of this half to be a little bit harder, finding value in that Yoru. For Sociable, I almost feel the opposite. Like, this is where he can put himself into position to just make things frustrating. Like, already taking full B control within the first 10 seconds of the round. Like, he would have been able to just teleport back if needed. The attack, though, similarly to their opponents, looking to try and hold on to that middle control And that's where VAC, we saw this early on in the last half, will try and utilize that wall.
Oh, already up close. I think catching VAC a little bit off guard. Purpo, though, doesn't land the shots to start with, and enough time there for the trade to come through. West side opening up a bit more space, but still on the site is Loon. Holding his ground for now, but a big challenge comes through, and it's West side yet again. A good start here in the pistol round for this man. After the second last round being his, but that shock dart, that's going to put him to bed. Back to a 2 versus 2, but post-plant positions and some util still for Tamazi.
That's what a lot of this map comes down to, holding on to those stars. The fact is, though, they have no backline hold. They have no idea that Sociable has gone all the way around. It's not pretty, and he doesn't connect the shots. It gives Tamazi a lifeline to try and hold on to this pistol. Up against Yumpy, but it'll be Yumpy to take things home. It is an important pistol for BBL. They'll extend that gap at least a little further.
Well, that's it so far. We've seen that scoreline crept up on most of the time, but BBL's position, their hands strengthened so much by this. It's not just this round putting it up to a 3 gap, but it's the fact that GX likely to take an eco here. Still some good signs. Players like Westside, he had a really tough start over on the defensive side of this map, being run into, being flanked on quite a lot, and just losing those head-to-heads. But now, well, he's off to a flying start. He had a good round to close out the previous half. But they will need to dig that little bit deeper, or BBL may just run away with this. This is not a round we expect much contention in. GX should potentially get a couple of kills. And, you know, if we see that, Tom, every kill matters. Big investments from the side of BBL.
Cloud has got to be careful. I do want to see how VAC does in this half. I feel like this is where the Vice utility can be a little bit more valuable in a sort of selfish way. Like, when it comes to the attack, a lot of what he'll be doing is trying to hold flanks and be put in awkward battles. Here, though, he's going to be much more of an anchor. A single kill is all that will be there for GX, but this is where they need to start those streaks of rounds again. Bear in mind that, well, in the last map, what, they were 12-8 down before managing to take it to overtime. It's possible, it's doable. I feel like they need to start doing it now and not lose another round to, well, maybe a sniper or 2.
Well, that's it. You don't really want to put all your eggs in that basket, do you? For the side of GX, it's time to start to step it up before that lead goes a little bit too far. BBL, like you said, a couple of snipers, a few pieces of potential along with that. Sociable, delivering shot after shot. Loon with the Outlaw, slightly heavier investment. Going to make it much easier for his teammates to finish someone off if he does manage to land that early fight. 120 on the clock, and fights across the map. We've seen some mid control attempt, well, some toying with mid, utility thrown out by BBL, but GX are sensing that there's no one really taking that fight. Grouped up, pushing into art together, the drone leads the way.
Popo is that first point of contact back. Waiting, and the aggression of Loon could be something that bites them in the back if he's able to hold on to it. The problem is it leaves VAC fairly isolated, only having a Spectre to play with, but with rotation slowly coming in, I was going to say maybe he has some support. It's not to be there. Loon is now dealt with, and in fact they are slaughtering the remaining BBL players. Only Sociable is anywhere near the action. I'm surprised he's still going with the sniper. I fully expected maybe a change of it. Doesn't matter though. Maybe that's why he just finds 3 in a matter of seconds. Ignore me. Use whatever gun you feel comfortable with.
Defuse starts. They have another piece of utility to stop it, the extra tap. They're going to swing straight into Sociable. He's landed another, and not quite taking the kill, but he'll get the ace in the end! Every piece of the puzzle put together by this man. And in a round with next to no investments. Tom, you said you didn't want to see them die to the sniper. I think he did enough. That wasn't even the best sniper they had.
Oh, the first ace was fairly quickly followed by the second ace. This is absurd. He's not using that gun in any manner for which it was designed, but hey, I guess that's why he's not using the headhunter. That didn't land. But what an insane way to get home the 10th round.
We talked about the youngsters within the team, but this man, Sociable. Sue said on the desk, it's been a long time coming. He's got 19 kills at the moment, and while number 20, it's there as well.
You know, they made the joke in Pacific about Alex breaking the desk, and we almost got to see it happen in real life here. Sociable still going. 3 kills. Eventually, he's put to bed, but surely that's enough. Job done. Runner and Tamazi left to pick up the pieces, and they've got to be wondering how we've ended up here so quickly, dispatched by that man Sociable. 8 kills in a row before he's dropped, and
I think he might have his ult.
11-5. Possibly. Had a couple kills, not a lot of deaths. All right. Double the score already, and it looks to get even worse with BBL making it up to 11. And look, the way that they lost that previous round, I won 6 replays back-to-back of just Pipson's face after every kill. After every kill that came in from that guy Sociable.
It needs to be like one of those like freeze phase.
Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you what, that little taste of happiness Pipson had earlier, it didn't last long.
It's got bad aftertaste.
Short-lived.
Yeah. Is it?
I think he followed it with a few courses of something he didn't like.
Something fishy? Like that would that's so rough. Like, not only losing around, but losing around like that. You're going to have nightmares about it. You're going to be waking up thinking about the Marsh. You're going to be thinking about Sociable. And well, again, like you look at the pickups that have come through from BBL, and I'll be honest with you, they're not necessarily the ones that on paper you're going to be the most excited about. But we have already seen some utterly insane moments. Like, realistically, Prophet could have had about 4 aces in this series already. He's a 4K master, but I don't know if anybody's going to be topping that one for a while. That was so ridiculous.
No, I absolute zero faith that he was going to pick that up.
Let me get a Pipson cam, please.
Oh, Lord.
Just for the whole 40 seconds.
Spitting like rap.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. The rap god's out.
He's saying, don't worry, guys, it's fine. Everything's going as planned. We're now going to win the remaining rounds in a row and close this one out 13-11. Love you, Bubs.
Yeah. He's saying this is actually
That's actually his known saying, love you, Bubs. He says that whenever
he signs off.
Whenever I see him, that's what he says.
Oh, really? I'll check that out backstage. I'll follow him around.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's the case.
I'm going home after this.
The GX is not the best of positions either, Tom. I mean, he's going to have one hell of a rallying speech for them. They're coming into this 11-5 and a likely 12th for BBL, as we don't expect to see big investments from GX. They don't have a lot of credits. 1 rifle on Runner we're seeing right now, and then it's pistols and a Stinger. You're putting a lot of eggs in that basket. But in fact, they're keeping most of them for the next round. 12-5, 7 in a row. That's ambition right there.
I really like Waylander in that camera. It's sort of like when like your girlfriend or boyfriend starts having a go at the manager and he's just sat there looking like, oh, I just want to go home.
I didn't think the food was that cold.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine, honestly. I know I ordered a steak and I got fish, but I didn't even mind that much.
It's nice.
Even he gave it the side eye for a second, like, okay. Oh dear. Sociable's got a sniper.
Oh.
Run for the hills.
They didn't catch him. He's actually been able to set up for a second bite of the cherry. This is not going to be something that he relinquishes without a serious fight, especially with this ultimate. Chalked and ready to go. GX know that. Don't want to challenge it. Move it in the other direction instead. Potential to make their way into spawn. If they want to avoid Loon, that will be difficult. It's got a gate crash down for the A site and will be omnipresent regardless of where that hit comes through. And I like the fact that BBL, having given up a lot of control around Art, having let them into the spawn potentially, they give up A, instead pushing in to take control of main. This is a smart play, so they at least have some control and an angle to fight for in the retake.
Yumpy, you'd think he's under pressure, but he has support.
Spike down.
If one sniper wasn't enough, oh dear.
You're done.
Yeah.
You're done, okay.
Dance like nobody's watching, that's what they
But
say.
now they've got to go into A.
Yeah. He's bought time, if nothing else. And if you have a one-shot sniper,
30 seconds left.
so does Sociable. 25 seconds, the clock ticking away as they attempt, and I mean attempt, to get into that site. 12-5. If 4 rounds in a row wasn't enough in the last map, it's a whole different ball game this time.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're not even at the halfway mark. More than double the rounds held by their opponents. And BBL are about to come into a round with 3 ultis online. Sure, the same can be said for GX, but so far...
But they almost have all 5. Like, it's a very realistic chance that they could use everything, but you still then have to streak 6 rounds in a row with no ults. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, okay, maybe we can win off ults in this round, but we can't do it next round.
It's a nasty little setup from Vac. Sociable still getting aggressive early, tanking a couple shots from the turret, hoping someone would peek him. Now that he's given away that the up is here, you don't think they will. He had a chance right there.
Wrong button. If he clicked the other button, he's dead.
Well, thankfully he didn't, and GX will keep their advantage, or well, keep the battlefield level.
Oh, this is already so much information. No one spotted outside of A. Profect down, and if they can get into a close plant, that's going to make things quite a bit easier. Luke's actually going to... I thought he was going to stick it for a second, but wants to sell the idea.
Drone gone.
Yeah, I don't mind this, though, from the attack, looking to go back towards the A side. When you've cleared that much ground, seen absolutely nothing, the expectation might be to rotate. In fact, it's the opposite. Loon is now re-pushing that angle again and checking, well, for double, that it's still clear.
Interesting that they are moving towards the B side. After seeing that A aggression was cancelled and the players went back, you'd maybe think that the stack is going to be on the other side, but as we can see, they're avoiding the mind games. BBL have stacked A. It's all!
Oh, they're not avoiding anything!
Sociable who stood to defend the B site. A lone ranger, but he lands his shot with precision and out for more, but Tamazi puts him to bed. Still, a 3v2.
Look at the spike.
Oh, Cloud finding that kill is huge. He was on 30 HP. He's got the spike, and now a chance if he can get the plant in. Hunter's Fury for the post plant, but with just 30 HP, and Yumpy hot on his heels. It's the shock dart out, and it won't land the kill. But Hunter's Fury
It doesn't matter. It's done.
In fact, that the time runs dry. BBL 13-5, a close series on map 1 and 2, but lights out performance from this squad on the final.
Well, let's put it this way. Yeah, you look at most tier lists, this team's probably near the bottom. You look at the fact they've got a stand-in, some youngsters even had some problems getting here on time. You know, it was tough for BBL to start off this season. It didn't look that tough. They've had showstoppers throughout every single map. First, we started off with Loon, the youngster, 18 years old, going crazy in map number 1, even most of map number 2. Profek showed it in the last 2 maps. He was massively impressive, but let's be real. It was Sociable who stole the show at the end. That chamber operator is something, well, not even the operator, Marshall. It's going to give nightmares to every single player on GX for the foreseeable future. What a statement to start off this season.
Yeah, I mean, coming into so many of those rounds, I thought I knew what to expect, but both teams proved me wrong every step of the way.
Midway through, it's like, oh, this is a 2v5. There's no way this could go wrong. Oh, he's trying to no-scope them with a Marshall. How could that? Well, it worked. Everything worked.
Sensational play. And BBL, well, they've proven us all wrong. We had our doubts about what they deliver, but my goodness, they have left us speechless to close that one out. A 2-1 at 13-5 on the final map. And this squad now set up as serious contenders for whoever comes up against them. Not only that, but they've shown us that they've got some new and interesting ideas of how to play some of these maps. A good flair to open up the VCT EMEA season. And like you said, Sociable, sure, he delivered at the end, but I just want to highlight that the feeling of that last map was that Loon did nothing. And he's 13-10.
Yeah, he did
That's a good game for most players, yet that was him. Map 1 and 2, he was unbelievable. I can't wait to see what else he's going to do as this season goes on.
Yeah, I think for GX, obviously, this is now a road to the lower bracket. Although, if you play the next match and lose, you end up in the same spot. So it may not be the worst thing. Arguably, tougher opponents could be met, but they're definitely not out of this one just yet. Still opportunities. And for some of the players like Westside, I think definitely showed that there is some talent there. There is someone there. But for now, at least, we're going to be heading off to the stage for an interview with Yinsu.
I am very glad, Mitch and Tom, you mentioned the word talent, because I am now joined by one of them from BBL. It is Vac. Now, Vac, I know your journey to get on the stage has not been easy. It's been long. You faced a lot of challenges, almost making Ascension as well. Now you are on this stage and you've won a very important opening game. Is this what you imagined? Was it fun out there?
I was expecting Turkish guys to carry me this hard, so I would say yes. So, I mean, first time playing on the stage like this with VCT, so it was a lot of pressure. Still haven't played Valorant for a long time, so coming here is like, had to catch like a couple of weeks to catch up on the guys. Learn a lot from Chihuahua to get the same stuff that he's giving to BBL, so yeah,
and,
it was fun.
And speaking of how you got here with BBL specifically, how long have you had? When did you get the news that you will be coming to Berlin and so on?
So I was just working, like IRL work actually, not Valorant anymore. And Chiva calls me, Paul calls me, everyone calls me, Vak, yes or no? And I basically had to say yes, I guess, because it's an opportunity I cannot miss. And yeah, it just basically like one day before the deadline, maybe
Oh,
like
wow.
12 hours, so yeah.
Are you still working? You still have a job?
No, I quit everything to come here.
Yes, Vag, I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Now, of course, Chiwa was your teammate at one point as
Yes.
well. Do you think that contributed to him maybe having that trust with you and wanting you to be a substitution for him specifically?
I think that's the main reason, like, BBL contacted me, it was because of Chiva. He knew me from Hookers, so he knew how I play. We had kind of the same mentality with Chiva. I was playing his role in the past, like in the last team for like 7 months, so I still have some stuff from the last team, of course, and everything, but it was mainly from Chiva. He got me in the team, and yeah.
I mean, you look so comfortable. I remember around on Haven when you go to destroy the lockdown, so cool, calm,
No, it wasn't that.
collected, no stress, no stress.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you how you contribute to this team from maybe even a leadership perspective, because you have experience calling, you know, being that figure on the team. So do you feel like that's what you've been doing with Yumpy as well?
I think it's mainly with the setups, with the information, with the rotations, I think as well. Maybe moving people around, helping them somehow with flashes, with traps, with camera, giving them information basically, and yeah, just doing Sentinel work, to be honest. Nothing special, I would say.
And in terms of Sentinel work, Vice, how long have you had to know that you had to play Vice to practice and get
Actually,
comfortable?
for Wise, when they picked me up and they told me the agents I have to play, I still had to unlock Wise. Because so basically it wasn't for a week basically. I'm playing Wise for a week, so it's much work to do, and yeah, hopefully I'll improve on this until Chiva backs, and I'll try to deliver as best as I can, I would say.
Do you enjoy it? You like playing Vice?
Wise, no.
Why not?
Still have to learn on it, so I think that's maybe because I'm just not as confident on the agent as I should be. I think that's the only reason. Playing Killjoy, playing Cypher is way easier for me, so.
It's just too new. And last question before I let you go, your next game is against Fnatic. And for people that don't know this, I mean, you've been there since day one. You played against Summon FC back in the days, you know, you have history with this team. What do you make of their new roster, and what do you think about your chances going up against them?
Actually, I'm not sure about the rest of it. I know they got Hero, right?
Not anymore. They have Crashies and Kayak.
No clue.
Oh, okay. You don't have a problem. Don't worry.
But I trust my Turkish guys, so I'm pretty sure they deliver it again.
I mean, they were great, but you were also good as well. So definitely give yourself some kudos. But thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Sure.
Well, that was the first game of the day. Could you believe it? We have another one coming up. Do not go anywhere, because KC will be taking the stage against Na'Vi right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my Jovi, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to VCT EMEA, where BBL have just won their opening game of the year. That sounds so crazy to say, of the year. I'm joined by Billy and also IGL of BBL, Yampi. Are you used to that yet? People just saying you're the IGL now?
More confusing is the BBL than the IGL. More than that, you know. But no, it's for me, it's not anymore. But you know, some people say it's confusing because I was with Liquid so long. So
we were talking about like not seeing you in blue was like we had to get used to it. But you like the color scheme? You like the jerseys?
Yeah, it's full black, and I think the jersey looks amazing. Like we in off-season tournament we had like a white jersey. It was like okay, but I think this new black one, this looks amazing. So
what about the bundle?
Yeah, I mean, that's the best one. Like the classic gold and white. Like who doesn't like gold and white things? So.
Yeah, there we go. I gave you an opportunity there to promote it a little bit. But I feel like you're going to sell a lot of bundles after what Sociable did today, because that was absolutely ridiculous. What did you think when you watched it live? We're going to show you again here. What was going through your mind?
I was actually spectating him the whole time. You know, I'm not sure how he got that second and third kill, because I think he should have been traded. After he got those 2 kills, I was confident that he's probably gonna ace it, if not ace, but we're gonna win the round anyway. So yeah, trust me, that was insane. Like, I don't know how he gets these 2 kills here, because he should have died like both of these times. He has time to. That's why Chamber is so good, because you have this instant sheriff, and I mean, he's so skilled player. So.
Why didn't you play the Chamber? I've seen you play Chamber on Pearl specifically.
Thinking that,
You know, we had a thought of it, like, I'm not kidding, I would be lying if we had thought, but I think it's hard to IGL now if I'm playing Chamber, because it's more like solo role, especially how we play it, so we had definitely thought of it, but I mean, Sociable is so good player anyway, so.
Yeah, and how do you think the fans are going to react to that one? Because we know that the BBL fans are crazy, right? And of course, Sociable being one of the 2 of the Turkish players in the roster.
Yeah, I think they're happy. I think the Twitter or X is like full of his comments, and because they are so supportive all the time, it doesn't matter if we win or lose. But now, especially we won and that round, you know, I think it's insane.
Are you IGLing in with like Turkish? Because I know you speak pretty good Turkish. So are you doing full English? Like, what's the comms like?
I'm doing full English, yes, but if sometimes, I wouldn't say that in the game I rarely talk Turkish, like super rare, but outside of the game, if there is some things that, you know, is hard to translate, I can say them like a lot of things in Turkish, but in game, not really English only, because it's also, we need everyone to be comfortable to talk English, because Leven and Sociable, it's their first time talking in international team, so it's also to improve their English.
Multilingual king, that's what we love, that's what we love. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Teo. Why no Teo?
Yeah, where was the Teo?
Yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming?
No, but for serious, like, I mean, if we had more time to practice, but because we didn't even have that much time to practice, and then if we would put Teo up there, I think we wouldn't have had time, but maybe it's coming still, who knows, like...
Are you surprised that GX didn't play it?
Yes and no. I mean, for me, I don't think it's like that strong, you know. I think you can play it, definitely. It's not bad agent, but it's not, for me, at least how I view it, it's not like a necessary in every map that, let's say, it's like a meta-changing Chamber at 2022 that everyone should play it. At least not yet. Maybe in 1 month it's different.
Having said that, KC versus Na'Vi are coming up next, and I feel like if it's any matchup on day 1 that someone is going to whip one out, it's probably going to be them. But before we go there, I cannot believe I'm about to say these words. Take a look at this video from Elite and Sadak. He's EMEA now.
I think the biggest challenge of leading, I would say of every leader, is connecting with the people you have. That's always the biggest challenge, because people are just really different. So you have to understand how to deal with each individually. So that there's people that they don't like feedback in this way, so you have to find another way. So someone you can speak soft and they like it, someone you have to be a little bit harsher because they ignore you if you don't. So it's finding like that balance that everyone needs on the team. I think that's the hardest part.
It feels so good, like having an IGL like Sadak. Like I can trust him no matter what. I can feel that while he's talking, I can feel the trust. I don't know. So it's kind of amazing. It's inspiring as well because he won a trophy in my country. So I watched him from the crowd and now I play with him. So it feels like a dream.
Ali, it feels like a dream for all of us. I feel like that Sadak is about to take the stage here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, of all places. Here's the thing, though, of course, he's a very, accomplished player, a great leader. We heard him speak about it. But just how much of a difference do you think a player like that can make to a team?
I think a big difference. I think especially what Elite said, that he's kind of a leader. I don't know how his IGLing is. Of course, it's not bad, but I don't know. But if you look at him and how he has won, and I think the leading sport, as he said also, that it's like you need to be able to connect people, and because of his experience in winning tournaments, I think that's one of the most important things.
I'm interested to see how the roles are going to work in this team, right? Because we've had a complete kind of reshuffle, Martin being the only remaining person from last year's KC, and we have a couple of like clashing roles in this roster.
Don't worry, Billy, I'm going to put your mind at ease. This is N, he does this. Chronicle used to be a Raze player, Shados used to be a Raze player. It's fine, he'll do that, and then everything will be fine. Everything will be fine.
I'm excited to see where the kind of puzzle pieces fit together for this Karmine Corp.
And I do like that he does have things to play around, N is the kind of coach that he wants to mold players, he wants to shape them, and he wants them to be flexible. But looking at the rest of this team, though, of course, they made some bigger changes, right? They brought in other players, Sugetsu from Na'Vi, for example. Do you feel like, Yampi, maybe they haven't had enough time to be the team that N necessarily wants? They like to play weird stuff sometimes, they like to do new things. As Billy mentioned, role changes, you got Sentinel players coming in here that might not even play Sentinel agents. Have they had enough time?
I think for sure. I think you saw it with last year's case already. They won the kickoff right away, so I think they have time. I think it's more about exactly the roles, that how comfortable. I think they can play the role in a normal match, but it's just more about the comfortability, because I think Sugetsu and Elite, they're both playing kind of the same role, right? And they are both insane in it. So if we look at the offseason, Sugetsu was on smokes, and it's just more about how comfortable he can be, because he's insane on the Sentinel, so it's more just about the comfortability when it comes to stage matches.
And of course, they got a big opener. They have to play against Na'Vi, and we talk about how Sadak is a great leader and a great IGL. Billy, I mean, Angel's been here even longer than him. He's got, what, like 6 years on him?
It's crazy to think about, right? We're in our 5th year of Valorant now, and we talk about players being able to leave behind a legacy. When I think of players leaving behind a legacy, I think of these two IGLs. They're two of probably the best in the world. So yeah, I think that it's crazy that we even have the opportunity now that we get to compare these two IGLs in our league.
Are we still at a point of feeling like they're similar in a sense that they like to do weird things, they like to be out of the box, they like
I think so.
Yeah, is that what we expect from them still? This year?
I mean, if you look at the history, then yes, definitely.
Yeah, and I do want to throw it out there, because obviously there's a lot of players here who could also run the Taeho, can pick him up, even a Deadlock and Vice as well. My question is, do we think Shao should do it, or do we think Angel should do it?
I think you need to be a little bit of a crazy person to do it, so I think Angel should be in it. Because I think Angel has the playstyle, because Angel is not afraid of doing anything. So if you have someone like Angel playing like this kind of agent, I think it's just about the comfortability, and I think Angel is comfortable with every agent because he's just so confident of doing stuff. Like, he believes in his a theory of like any agent or any comp. So I would put it rather on him than on Shao.
Yeah, I mean, I know here Angel was your pick earlier, but this is another probably out there take. It might not be out there. Hero, potentially.
I think you need to micromanage with the agent. That's the thing. I think it's IGLs more, the Taeho. So, I mean, who knows, of course, but at least how I view it.
Yeah, and for me, Hero's just, again, so good in his role. I would actually be a little bit upset with Angel and happy, I guess, if they were to kind of force him to be the one doing, you know, some of the dirtier jobs here. Speaking, this is the thing, speaking of, are we this early in the tournament, because as you said, KC, they were so successful with being surprising last year. Is this still the way to win a tournament like Kickoff? Do you need to rely on the surprises? You need to come in with different things. Do you feel like that's the protocol, I guess?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's because of the league, you have more time to prepare. You have match every week. I think now in Kickoff it's also a little bit like longer, but I still think like every match is so important in this tournament. So I think if you are being able to be surprising, I think that's the key.
I think to that point that Teo is one of those agents that you can have so many sort of set plays with him, and I worry that if teams do start picking him up this first week, that there's going to be coverage on that, there's going to be material on that, and then it's not as strong as we get later and deeper into the tournament. So I would say that if you were going to play Teo, you either save it for the end or you pull out all the stops with it just now.
Yeah, and the crazy thing, of course, is whoever wins this game plays Vitality. Just the road does not get any easier for them. But before I get ahead of myself, we do have, I feel like, kind of a maybe revenge, maybe a friendly rivalry we could develop here, of course. So Getsu, for the first time since his Forza days, is going to be going up against his former teammates. And if you guys don't know this, by the way, in EMEA, the longest overtime we have ever had, do you remember by any chance? Because we're about to show you.
Fnatic. Actually. I don't remember this. Yeah, I was going to say the Fnatic.
Yeah, it was
Gambit,
FPX Forza on Bind. I feel like we're rolling back the years, Jumpy, if you take a look at some of the names of these players.
Yeah, shout out Dimasik.
Oh yeah, shout out Dima. But of course, in this match, at least, Sui had an incredible performance. He came out on top, won. I think they ended up losing to Liquid the next game. You would know, Jumpy, you were there. And then got immediately picked up by Na'Vi. They saw something in him, and this is going to be the first time, like I said, Billy, for a long, long time that he gets to play against the likes of Xiao and Angel. He got an edge, you reckon?
I think that when you're playing against your former teammates, you kind of do have a bit of rumble in your belly, right? You want to be able to take them on, you want to be able to show them, well, I don't need you guys anymore. But I agree, it's going to be weird seeing him on the opposing side of the stage, considering they'd been together since like 2021.
Yeah, you played against quite a few of your former teammates, I feel like, in Valorant, right?
Have I?
A handful.
I think the only teammates I have played against is Redgar and Save. So.
Oh, is that it?
I actually played against KC when Scream and they were there, but like not too many. So.
And do you go into it with the mindset of like, oh God, I wanna beat him even more?
Yeah, in a way, yes. I think it's different when you leave the team than when you stay in the team. So of course, like when let's say I face versus Liquid, I don't know if this tournament or in the stage 1 or stage 2, I think of course there is extra fire, but that's how I view it at least.
I think that's what's great about this league, right? We have like the players rotating, the off-season changes, new players, so many storylines going on. I would love to see him play, because we saw him play Smokes and so on. Imagine having to play against Angel on the same role after you leave as well, which would be absolutely beautiful. And on the flip side of this, who's playing Teo on KC? Who are we shoehorning that role onto?
In the same way that you had the argument for Angel, it has to be Sadak, surely.
Yeah? You think Sadak on the Teo?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as I said, like, I really think that it's very easy to micromanage with that agent because you have a lot of utility. And with this utility, you need to kind of have a good comms. So I would say Sadak would be good. Or Aves can play a lot of different roles. So
yeah, I think that's who you originally wanted, right? That was the original pick.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Sadak has such a deep agent pool as well. I think he's played like 17 out of the 27 agents that we have. So if there's any one person that's able to just pick up and give it a go, then why not Sadak?
I mean, this is also the first match. I believe we have two America's imports going head-to-head. Koala Noob on one side, Sadak on the other. Now, maybe we have some, new viewers that haven't watched VCT EMEA before. How would you kind of sum up our league, Jumpy, to the importer players, to the maybe fans from across the pond? What can they expect?
I think this year is the first year that there is a lot of talent coming, because I think that like 2024 and 2023 there was a lot of same players, but I think this year in so many new teams or so many teams changed like 2 or more players, and I think that's the interesting part also for me, like changing teams, and I think it's a big talent I think right now.
Yeah, I think Heretics are the only team that kept their whole composition, and I guess you kind of have to say that, right? Because a lot of the players that joined your team are VCL players.
Everyone.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. Like that's the interesting part, that there is so many people coming from like either NA or from tier 2. So
do you reckon it would be a process for the NA players to adapt to? How different do you think, you know, potentially the play styles, the environment, and so on and so forth? Because it's cold in Berlin. I've seen some of the players be like, "Why is this so cold?" But I feel like there's definitely like a culture and play style difference.
Yeah, I think exactly that. I don't think of the play style is that's different, but I think Berlin is as hot as Los Angeles, right? So I think that's I think the culture and the adapting to the environment, living away from your family, these kind of things, I think it's more harder than adapting to the play style.
I mean, you just moved here as well, Billy. I guess in Scotland it's similar.
It's still chilly in Scotland.
It's kind of similar, right? The weather and so on.
Yeah, but even to that point, like that was what I was mentioning in the pre-show, we have an American IGL coming into play in Koi as well. So I think it will be interesting to see how his leadership style ends up affecting the whole of that roster.
You look like you wanted to chime in there.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Europe, we need to develop more IGLs that if you are taking from NA, like...
Oh, I see it as like they just want to come to the better league, you know?
Oh, I mean, that's also...
Yeah, they just want to come... Is that why you took on the IGL position?
Yes, exactly.
Really? The Reddit threads are going to be going off if you admit that. But I agree with you, though. It does feel like there's a lot of players like yourself, Cloud as well, and so on, that won previously, I guess, traditional IGLs that wanted to take on this role, right?
Yeah, for me, like going to the off-season, or when I knew that I got kicked from Liquid, going to the off-season, I was more looking of being secondary IGL, and that's what I also said on my looking for team post, that like I have been doing a lot of calling, and secondary calling is like natural already. Like I didn't have to practice on that, and then when BBL asked me to like trial with IGLing, I said like, of course, like I can try it. I did it before, and yeah, it was like a natural transition. It was not like that I had to become IGL. It just like happened basically.
Do you ever look to kind of like add players such as Sadak and Angel and these people that have been doing it for years and years, and I guess get something from them or copy what they do? Is that ever something that you have tried to incorporate into your IGLing?
Yes, but also like from different players, but also from different sports, because a lot of sports things happens in here. And because for me also, like right now I'm the captain of the team, so it's not just the IGL part, it's also leading the team. And these kind of things you cannot really see what other people do in a way, rather than you can do it from normal sports, and you can do a lot of stuff like this to learn from different people.
Are we going to talk about Roger Federer while you're here? Any opportunity?
Of course, you could talk about him, but there's a lot of different... Maybe tennis is actually not the best example because it's a solo sport, but I come from ice hockey, and there's a lot of ice hockey leaders and stuff that I've been following more because it's a team sport.
Do you know who's a fantastic ice hockey player? Fluorescent.
I mean, yeah.
Flora is a great ice hockey player.
She's from Canada, right?
Yeah,
so...
I feel like you and her will get on if you start having a little chat about ice hockey. We should make it happen. Can we make that a content?
We should make that a bit of
content. Ice rinks in Berlin, they exist?
Yeah. They play ice hockey in Berlin, so...
Oh, okay. I feel like we do this. Who else we got? Who else can we drag into this in the ice hockey outing?
Maybe some of the Swedish players. I don't know if Sipan and they play ice hockey, but you know, it's like also Russian players. They play also ice hockey. So
I'm gonna make that my mission to try and form a VCT EMEA ice hockey team.
We're pitching to content right now.
Yeah,
we're doing that.
Yeah, write this down. Write this down. We will in just a moment be tossing back to the stage, but before that, let's quickly talk about maps, because I'm very sad we haven't seen Fracture yet. I thought maybe we would kind of lean towards that. But how do you feel about this, Billy? You think where the map veto is going to go towards, perhaps?
I honestly don't know. Like, I feel like we can't say because we've not seen these two teams yet, and I feel like it's going to be like that for a lot of this first week and seeing their first games. So, honestly, don't know. Would love to see it, but can't say for sure.
What do you think, Jumpy? You got any inside info on what maps you could see?
I mean, for sure there is teams playing Fracture. I know there are some teams that like to play it previously instead of maybe some other maps, so... You know.
Do one of the teams rhyme with AC?
Maybe.
I'm trying to squeeze out info. But yeah, how about we just find out? How about that? Thank you for sticking with me. And let's send it back down to stage and bring out Carmichael and Na'Vi for the next game.
With me.
For the first time in VCT EMEA, we have not one, but two Americas import taking the stage and making their debut here in the Riot Games arena. It is going to be a very, very big first match. There's a lot of expectations for both of these rosters, which means this map, Vito, is going to be very, very important and interesting. We didn't get to see the Fracture in the first match, and we're not going to see it again here. And it is Na'Vi that takes it away, and they pick Abyss, Billy, coming into this.
I mean, if you want to put a foot down and say we're here and we're ready to play, then I feel like Abyss is one of those ones. So I am really excited to see what on earth Angel is wanting to put out into the crowd with Abyss.
I mean, they've never played Abyss before, not the previous roster. We haven't seen it at all. How much of an advantage, Yumpy, do you think that is to come in here fresh with your opponent not having a single clue what you could play?
Yeah, I think it's a good pick because especially if you haven't played it, you can just kind of focus on your own game and make the enemies adapt on your own game plan. And I think that's a really big advantage, and it kind of tests the opposite team, how they can. It's kind of, you kind of go head to head, that if you both have no demos or anything of each other, it just means that you need to adapt on the spot, and that's kind of a good test for both of the teams.
How much of that comes down to the IGL, though, being able to actually adapt on the spot?
Yeah, it's IGL, but I would say also it's mostly the coaches, because they can view the whole game, and then if the coaches see patterns or something, and they just call timeout pretty much, and yeah, I think it's on the coaches more.
Yeah, and of course Bind and Lotus to follow. Billy, do you like those picks?
I like Bind, yeah. I'm intrigued to see what Sentinels they're going to play on Bind, because that is something that we've seen more recently, is teams picking up that Vise, picking up that Deadlock on the Bind. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what actual agents come out of both sides when we get to Bind.
I mean, as you would remember, Yumpy, KC, they ran the Harbor on Bind. That was without Sadak. They had the audacity to do it. Now they have Sadak. For me, it becomes even more viable if they want to do something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't Loud like previously a big a Harbor fan, so I think for sure, like he has the experience how to play that agent, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they run it again.
I mean, I think you played against them on Bind KC last year when they ran the Harbor.
Yes, I did.
What did you make of it, if you remember? Did you like it? Was it strong?
Yeah, it's very good on executes. I think Bind is a very execute-heavy map anyway, so I think it is a good agent.
Speaking of the Harbor, it took all of 3 seconds for Sadak to come into KC and pick this. Talk me through this comp. What do you think?
Yeah, I think double smokes in this map is very strong. It's so big map that it's hard to play just a single smoker. So I'm a big fan of the double smoke players.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi have kind of gone bread and butter, like nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. Whereas Carmine Core, they've thrown a couple of little twists in there, which I quite like. So yeah, the Yoru, I've always kind of liked watching that on Abyss. It'll be interesting to see how Martine goes up against Koala Noob.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like the Koala Noob versus Martine head-to-head is going to be very interesting here as well. I can't believe Na'Vi have given us something more standard. I didn't think that we were going to see that out of them. But Yumpy, you were saying to me that you wanted to say something before we let you go.
Yes, I just want to say big thank to Chiva. He's unfortunate not being able to hear, and every single morning he's been waking up at 8:30, 8 a.m. to show Vak all of our stuff, and he's been preparing Vak to play as good as he can. And unfortunately, we miss you, Chiva. We love you, and we hope to see you here as soon as possible.
Yes, we miss you, And very, very last thing, we've got Pansy and Mini casting. Would you like to toss it over to Pansy and Mini?
Let's go, Pansy and Mini. Woo, woo, woo. I cannot wait Mini to yell there, unbelievable play.
That was a fantastic way to get that one started. Thank you, Yumpy, and of course the desk. But Mini, welcome to the casting booth. How are you feeling?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries.
It feels very weird. I feel like I'm in the wrong part of the building.
Got it. When they were like
But-
waiting on the coach, it was actually
Yeah.
you they were waiting on. Oh no, he's casting now.
Yeah,
Got
yeah,
it.
they
Got
got
it.
confused again. Yeah.
But luckily we have a fantastic game to start things off with, right? Like you couldn't really ask for a better beginning. I mean, maybe a Fnatic game, but we'll take a Na'Vi KC here because yeah, this is Na'Vi's pick, but looking at KC's comp, they look pretty well prepared in this one.
Yeah, I think this is like the Eng Sadhek classic start of season. We got some cooking.
Yeah.
And I like some of it.
Okay.
Got some questions, but specifically the fade here, I'm a bit
There's a question mark.
unconventional.
Okay. What would you prefer to see?
Usually Sova here is more conventional, but we'll see how they actually run it before I judge too hard. I think in general on this map, no one's got the blueprint yet, so we'll see.
And I kind of like that idea that it is up in the air.
Defense, 5-man mid push.
Yeah, good spot on that one. Na'Vi looking proactive from the very beginning. And of course, KC on the other side, leaning straight towards A. All the util in. Xiao going to try and take a glance. I don't think he got much out of that, but again, Carmichael not being particularly subtle in this, and that spike plant should be on the way.
All down to the retake now for KC. Na'Vi, sorry.
Yeah, let's see what they've got left. I mean, they should have a fair bit of utility still. I mean, I'm seeing the paranoia with Hero. I'm seeing some bits and pieces, but it looks so well prepared by KC. Sadak's going to buy some more time. Look at the stall they've got here.
We've got a flank coming in for Hero, but he's taking his sweet time about it.
Yeah, and that wall's still going to be pivotal, right? They still will give away the game. The contact's made, so he's got to speed up at some point. It's Angel leading the way with 2 quick kills. And suddenly, Sadak's the one to respond back. We've got the IGLs going pound for pound, and it's Sugetsu and Sadak still alive, up against Hero on that long time flank that we were waiting on happening. But still, by this point, they're going to check the smoke. You're going to check the smoke. You're absolutely going to check the smoke. And Sadak runs in the end. Frenzy does just fine. Carmine Core with the first.
I mean, the other thing I noted just before we started was Angel on the KO.
Yes.
Like, IGL KO has been a bit of a... not the greatest in the past, but he comes out pop flashing, entry fragging, retaking. So fair play. Let's see if he can keep that one up.
Yeah, 0 down about that, apparently. You know, all good. But again, we saw the reply from Sadak as well, so we got a bit of a battle of the IGLs. And of course, we've got a tech pause straight away. That's good. That's good. Get it out of the way nice and
wires
early.
taste good. The wires taste
It's
good.
crazy you picked up my habits so early.
Yeah, we had 4. Was it? Yeah, I'm not gonna.
We're not doing that. You're not coming in.
We're not. We're not
crazy.
counting. We're not counting.
But so yeah, how's casting going for you so far? You know?
I've already confused Na'Vi and KC.
Right.
So that's not.
It's
good.
not a good
That's
start.
not a great start.
That's a yellow card.
That's a yellow.
That's a yellow. We've got a couple more cards to go through. Don't worry, it's not the classic 2 yellows and a red, but we might have like 5 yellows.
Do you push me over this ledge?
We could.
We could, yeah.
I mean, it'd be a really long drop for you as well.
Oi. Oi.
It's crazy.
None of those.
That was the Sliggy impression and a half. Took 1 round and 1 tech pause to bring up Sliggy, of course. But beyond that, hopefully we can find out what the issue is. I don't think they've found that out yet, but maybe, you know, Angel was over-delivering and they were confused and scared as to why.
He celebrated too hard, ripped out the head.
Oh, it's a classic. That is a classic. Stood up, had a cheer, headset's gone. No, but we will let you know once we find out. Everyone seems like relatively... Oh, I'm seeing a player turned around. Is it KC? Is it KC's problem? I'm seeing admin coming over. Admin's walking away.
You play by playing the tech pools.
Yeah, it's really important. Angel's looking at the hand warmers like they're from the Switch. He's having a great time. Still, I don't know what it is, because like no one's like that close. You know, normally you can tell if it's like a player's like dropped something.
I wouldn't
it's normally
know.
Fnatic.
I wouldn't know.
Normally it's Fnatic
course
throwing
I
things
wouldn't
on the floor. Dribbling cups everywhere.
There is actually something wrong with those cups, though. I'm gonna throw that out there. Those cups needs.
Why are you flaming the cup company?
Cups.
They're just trying to make a living. You come in here.
I remember. Okay, I got.
No.
Leo. Gotta get him in quick.
Okay.
You know that guy. I remember him. He had tech for the cups. The tech
Those
ones
techers.
just don't have the lid on.
Right. But that
that's-
seems a bit precarious, doesn't it?
No, because the lids was what.
That's what did it. But also you guys spilled everything everywhere.
But what
and I
happened
got
was
blamed.
the-
So it feels like that's an incorrect conclusion.
You are also. I can see these wires. They're chewed. They're. I don't know why they're chewed.
The catering's not been that great recently. Production, do we have any idea how it's looking? Yeah, we're just looking into some more bits and pieces. Hopefully.
Angel looks.
Angel's very
at
zen.
him.
Very zen. Very calm.
Been meditating this off-season.
Look at that breathing technique. Fingers crossed it, you know, gets dealt with soon. But if we kind of roll back to what we were saying at the start, right? When we talk about these comps, kind of the Harbor coming in, the Vice there. In my mind, I'm looking at this, and Na'Vi was the one who picked the map, but I'm a little more impressed with KC coming in with a comp like this. But you were kind of highlighting, this feels very standard to what you'd expect from a Sadak and Eng combination together on the team, right? You'd expect creativity.
Creativity is their strength, I think. Like, they have both given me massive headaches throughout my career, and they're now someone else's problem.
That's true.
That is Happy's problem.
Yes, and I do forget we do. I mean, you're talking about kind of decorated coaches. You've got Happy and Angel, two very decorated veteran players on the other side. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with this kind of creativity, at least from KC so far.
Yeah, I mean, they picked the map for a reason.
Hopefully.
I am. I'm a bit. I mean, looking back on the last game as well that we just saw.
Yeah.
There's no Teo so far.
Which is a little sad.
That's
disappointing. But what isn't?
Well, maybe next month. Maybe.
We're live now. We're good. Yeah, and we've got Bind. We might even have Lotus if we're lucky. So hopefully.
If I don't see it on Bind, I'm getting worried.
Okay, well, look, we'll come back to that then. Mini worry chart. It just goes up. So it looks like
Bangkok.
For now, though, of course, KC are going to get the lovely benefits of having all the cash from that first round. So nice little investment to Ghost Vandal for Martine early on.
Nothing big here, but the Sheriff Angel. This guy is feeding.
Yeah, he's backing himself.
He's
right?
backing himself.
I'd ask for an Angel POV, but it's... I don't want to put... I'm not doing that to the observers yet on a site that he's not on. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it to you guys yet.
I want to see his POV only this entire game.
I mean, the second floor plays, you know that is exactly what I'm asking for, so we can get ready for that. But as it stands, KC kind of going through the motions here. You want to see a clean round, you want to ideally see minimum 3 of them make it out, keep those weapons up. They can lose those 2 ghosts, it's not the end of the world. Zugetsu, however, doesn't like the idea of losing any, so out farming with the Outlaw, everything else pretty much as per expected.
Standard anti-eco. Really too big to say.
Yeah.
They haven't ran into a big stack.
Portal closed. That's pretty much it, isn't it? That's the one tick of the box, is just try not run at 5 players. Simple stuff.
Keeping the guns here is important.
Yeah.
Now we're looking to do the damage. Shao gets 1.
Nice and easy. Yeah, Sadak going down to not the end of it. Again, they can afford to lose 1 more. I mean, Elite's really sticking around on this. Angel's gone down, and now just the last 2. Feels like more like a formality to wrap this one up. But for KC, this is a good look. This is a very, very controlled approach. I just want to get into the gun rounds, really. I want to get into the bigger buys. This feels like, okay, well, we've seen the A site take. Very nice. Lovely stuff. Na'Vi just obviously opting for the last 2 players to go down to the spike. Not a problem. So we're getting closer to those buy rounds, though.
I'm interested this round see what KC's buy actually is, because this is the type of round where the creativity for Bang and Sadak and shine. If they're kind of on the lower, kind of bonusy style, are they going to go for a fast hit, all in, or are they going to start with their defaults?
Let's have a little look. It's pretty invested.
Big fight on A main here, it looks like.
Maybe wanting to address those first 2 rounds, right? Like, it has been waving the KC banner, but you're going to put, I assume, Angel and Koala Noob on the line for this, potentially. Let's see. For now, Prowler goes in, Wall goes through. KC, it is a pretty, I don't want to say standard default, but it's a well spread out default. They have presence on every lane of the map so far, but they have drifted away from A early, so already Na'Vi's taken that space back.
Just conditioning A with that cascade. Right into the middle with the wall. Very standard kind of Harbor gameplay. It's strange not to leave someone towards that A main to see what's going on. And a kind of battle of disinformation almost, where it's like, you know, they didn't see anything A, and neither did KC, Na'Vi didn't, and it's kind of a back and forth. Bit of a strange round so far.
Yeah, it feels like they're kind of working in the dark here, and for KC, they are walking back in blind. They haven't used util to re-clear this yet, and they did note that the player was at least spamming pretty deep towards A. Someone had taken that space, but Carmine caught.
3-man push down middle again.
Yeah, but the site needs to be evacuated. Angel's got to get out. He does. He'll be fine back here. He can kind of play pretty safe, but that flank, they're still drifting over towards B, looking for anyone a little bit deeper. This is going to be another plant here. This is really misdirection, and it is another retake. Any util, though. They're going to be surely pretty light on util by this point.
I think Na'Vi got a little bit unlucky with how this round played out.
See how Sadak fares, though. up towards tower. It's Koala Noob to break back in first. This is the first time we're seeing Na'Vi actually heating into this retake, picking up quick kills, and Koala Noob at the helm of it. Sugetsu left in no man's land pretty much here, being toyed with by Xiao, and Koala Noob wants to be the one to do it, but it's Hero in the end. Na'Vi, 5 standing in a clear-cut reply to this A-take with this fantastic retake.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't win that retake, it's very clear what the problem was, I guess. Like, they've had 3 opportunities and finally one on the board. I do want to point out this very proactive approach, though, from Na'Vi. Early into A main.
Yep.
Cleared it out. Immediately switching over to middle, pushing out. Like, it was unlucky that they caught nothing on A main to some extent. The lack of Sentinel maybe, like, kind of not helping some of that information game. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Na'Vi with the proactivity.
They can stick to it, or does Casey kind of cotton on to what they've been up to? Still plenty of rounds to play with. Still, obviously, the buy coming in here now for Carmine Court. Fully locked in. Couple on the light shields, but not the end of the world. And Martine willing to put life on the line for a challenge, or at least a show of force towards middle, but it's not really causing much movement so far.
Yeah, and a shift in the default from KC away from A main back to B. Not sure what's triggering these ideas, to be honest with you. Enemy mark. Fairly standard, slow round. A Na'Vi classic.
Yeah, you know you can kind of ignore the first 30 seconds of a round with Na'Vi, and then you'll be alright. It's been pretty much, you know, by the book from both teams here.
The 3-man, this must be a protocol that they love, the 3 push through middle. I think it's very strong against the fact that the only Sentinel is this Vice, and they know the Vice wall is outside A. So this could catch them on the B exit.
Oh, is it Koala Noob again? Right back behind them. This could be massively timed for him. Just misses most, but Sugetsu is still by the window, so he's got to be a little bit cautious on this. Angel's dealing with them towards the side, keeping eyes drawn, but already awareness from Sugetsu. Nice find on the flank, and now they focus towards the side. It's Sadak to find Angel this time. Dies, I feel, almost needlessly towards Heaven there, now leaving just the 3 to try and work back through a very difficult retake this time with Sugetsu in such a powerful position, deep, disconnected away.
Revealing area.
Sadak going to spot at least one, taking a couple of steps and plays it. I was going to say cautiously, but actually just dives out and gets a heady by Xiao. Doesn't get any more heroes there. Martine on the trade. Nice work from Carmine Core. Very controlled approach on the way back through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of liking these mid re-clears from Na'Vi, but the problem is they're leaving the sites wide open, and every time they're getting in easy. Like that, what you highlighted there, the Heaven frag, we can't be giving that away at all. It's unlucky that the flank didn't quite work out for Koala, but that Heaven death is an unacceptable death, is how I would say it.
Kind of hard when it's your IGL, and you're like, hey, nice. Losing. We do need to keep a little note on Angel's performance, because being on that KO is a lot more of a responsibility from the util you can bring in as well. How well does that perform throughout this? Does it work well? We'll see. Now, doubling down, aggression right up the guts. Koala Noob wants in. I mean, he was looking for a brawl, and he missed them by just a whisker, but Elite's the one to find him. Sends him down to his grave, and Carmine Core again with this early start. But they have not noted at least one player, one slip through. It's Hero. That's it. But for Carmine Core, they can take their time. This is still above a minute. This is very early. They can be meticulous on their way through.
They're handling this pressure so easily right now. They don't look flustered.
No.
At all.
Which it feels like it could be, though. The amount of pressure coming down middle, the amount of flanks that have been attempted, you know, these kind of like pressure plays, it really hasn't landed. I'd like to see what Na'Vi plan to do if this continues as a trend, right? This could be a problem. It's like, okay, well, we've got this mid-walk we like, but that's clearly not giving us enough here. And, I mean, Xiao just, I don't want to say gets timed, but he's just looking away. Is what it is. Carmine Core's at the door. It felt like that was won and lost by middle, but by now, Angel needs to play this calm and collected. He can't keep going down ahead of the pack, even if it is just 3 of them still here. Trying to posture up towards CT. And already...
This is, in my opinion, a safe. Yeah.
It's got to be, right? So let's kind of talk bigger picture then. If you're in this position in your Na'Vi, right, you've rolled the dice a couple of times down middle.
Yep.
Hit and miss a little bit, right? It feels like there is good theory to it, but sadly it's just not sticking on the landing. Do you continue on this trend? How do you then adjust if you're in Na'Vi's position?
I mean, we're going to get a timeout and see, but I think that the lack of the Senti able to help them strongly hold these sites is maybe making them go for more proactivity. And to be honest, they've been a bit unlucky with some of it, in my opinion. Sliggy's probably out there saying I'm a noob. He's saying, no, absolutely not. This proactivity is awful, but you know how it is. I think that next round is going to be unfortunate. We're going to see a timeout, and into that timeout, it's unfortunate because KC have power ults already.
And then you get the time to sit in there. It's almost like you know what you're doing sometimes, Mini. Timeout is called, and it's KC calling it. Are we sure?
That's not sure.
Can we? No, it's backwards. It's fine. There we go. Na'Vi does just show up there, and it's absolutely a Na'Vi timeout.
Or it's the back-to-back timeout.
No, we're just going to go for Na'Vi for now. We're saying Na'Vi, we're sticking with it. But you're right, the problem is that this does hit a really strong time for Carmine Core because they can kind of come up with their next layer to it, right? They have these big ults to hand, and they're not really being threatened by what Na'Vi are doing. As you said, I'm not sure what the answer is. I mean, it looks like the operator could be coming out for Koala Noob, maybe bolster a little bit of that space taking behind it, but I don't think that's a holistic overall answer here, and this is their map choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's worrying. Like, to be honest, I think some of it is just, again, another key early. On this map, on defense, you go 4v5, and it feels like you've just lost the round immediately.
Yeah.
It's horrible. So yeah, this timeout for Happy is going to have to talk about the overall adjustment, but at the same time, how are we going into this round specifically? There's a Harbor ult and a Vice ult on the tables. We aren't going to be able to hold those sites. So it's probably back to retaking something again, unless Koala can find something early.
And this is what I kind of like, though, the idea that now we get to see a little bit of the... Let's see the salt of what Angel and Happy can come up with. They've already been given a nice problem to solve, right? And maybe not in their minds it being a nice problem, but for us as the viewer, you know, it's a nice conundrum, right? What do you have for us?
At the very worst, it is an attack-sided map.
Sure.
It's probably the most attack-sided map in the pool. So that's the copium Happy probably ends that timeout with.
Got you. That's the final word.
Yep.
And I do wonder how KC plan to approach it, right? They also had the time to talk in that timeout. They have ults, and there it is. Voice having a little bit of a chat. No big guns coming out, so they have to sit back a little bit. And again, it would have just cleared sight. It's not clearing any further than that. Angel looked tempted with the flash then, but that is gutsy if he went for that one. And it kind of nullifies what they might have wanted to achieve with that operator, but already Angel leads away. Nice flash. We kind of questioned how much validity is there to that one. A little bit of a spam trying to clear the corner. It's fine. And actually now down to just 3. Carmine Core on the back foot finally, and Angel leading the way. Koala Noob joining as well, but that's the operator as well. You don't want to be losing that willy-nilly. Elite going to give away the game. Flash comes in. Oh, but nice from Koala Noob, catching the exit. Good trades, but it's just one left alive. Finally, Na'Vi, off the back of what's looking like Angel's impact again, down to 1. Aves, this is going to have to be heroic. Ooh. And it might just be, but it falls away at the very end. Shao there, going to get the kill and get the defuse. Not an issue, but Na'Vi, the retake off the back of Angel, it worked.
He's charging in, he's fragging.
He's going for
I do want to point out something though. KC, we highlighted, they had the Harbor ult and the Vice ult. Sadak had the spike, he shouldn't have had the spike. He's the one planting, he shouldn't be planting, he should be off the site ready to ult, or if they wanted to, they could go aggressive with that ult. He's died with that ult. To me, you get the spike down, you got a Harbor ult, there should be a round win conversion. Luckily, we still have it for this round, but to me, that was a KC round to win.
Be strong, Omen.
Na'Vi will take it.
Yeah, we'll give them that one, but for this point now, we get into the kind of nitty-gritty, right? This is the kind of bread and butter we were looking for, is have they found a cure to their woes for Na'Vi in these regular rounds? It was kind of looking at that operator. Is that going to be the factor in Angel? I mean, it was straight through the wall.
Again, this 4v5 in the first 15 seconds of the round is brutal. Luckily for Na'Vi, it looks like KC are veering towards Koala's operator, potentially. But yeah.
That's a lot on him, though. We've seen these site hits coming out from KC are really robust, but I'm looking like the Fade ult is there. I feel like Koala might be able to dip out of that. No, it does get caught in the end. Okay, so still under pressure. Both players getting caught by this, so they do need to evacuate the site. You can see Shao getting a little bit more interested, getting closer up towards Heaven on there. Koala Noob looking for a pixel, does spot one, but it wasn't enough for a shot. Plant's now in. Time is going to be on the side of Carmine Core. They still have Sadak with that ult just in case it's necessary. Lots of util still to be played in as well, but Na'Vi closing in. Can they find repetition in that previous round that finally got them back on the board? No Angel this time.
Curious they are going, like this is more than a fine save.
And surely now. I mean, Hero's right there though. Is this an error? Is this a mistake? They got to make it count if they're still going to go for this one. They're down to 3 players now. It looks like they're pulling the plug. Yeah, Na'Vi, after losing Hero, decide it's time to back away, but Carmine Core picking up where they left off again. Yeah, they're a little bit of a blip on the radar in the previous, but they're back to their winning ways. It's 5 rounds now.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the early round picks. There's not much to say about it. You can't analyze too much. You go 4v5 down, like you're going 4v5 down. Like,
yeah. But again, is that something we can even put on Angel in that situation? Because it felt like he was just spammed through the various smokes. Ah, okay, he was seemingly spamming himself as well. So a little bit of context on that one. Thank you, replays. Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, they seem happy enough. For Na'Vi, I'm getting a little bit worried. As much as, yeah, this is attacking side, I'd like to see a little bit more here. Why is the timer not moving? Guys, why is it on A? Please don't do this.
no, it's a tactic.
It's fine, it's KC's timer. It's good, it's good, it's good. I got scared. We are...
KC took the timer?
They did. I mean, they are 1 away from 2 of their ults. I don't know what the timeout would be for at this point, because it feels like everything's good.
Oh, no. Yeah, strange. Yeah, I wouldn't ever take a tactical after winning, but Eng is a good coach. I'm not gonna question it.
No,
we'll see this round what his intention is. I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes there's this thing where like
Sadak.
Oh.
I was trying to like watch which one of them was actually mostly talking there. It looks like it's Sadak talking to. I actually don't know. He was kind of looking down towards where we were. Because yeah, Eng's silent. Oh, there we go. A little bit of back and forth, but it did feel like that was mostly led by Sadak. So I'm kind of curious what they were talking about there. Maybe. Genuinely unsure. Genuinely unsure. I mean, they have 2 ults on the way on the horizon, so maybe discussing what they'd like to do with that, but I kind of feel like you want to maybe keep that for the other side, just in case it got a little tense, but...
Maybe something that, if the momentum shifts, it's something that bites them.
Oh, that's an angle that's going to break Sadak's heart. Xiao just getting a glimpse on the edge of the util coming up towards ramp on B, and he's going to be rewarded perfectly. That's a huge pick there. Now, can they release that weapon?
It's like a broken bag.
Yeah. I mean, no one's going for it, so there is fortune in that. The Hero and Angel probably won't get their hands on the gun, but for now it kind of puts, I guess, a little bit of threat towards KC here, having to work with 4 themselves finally.
The first time, I think.
Still got 1 Prowler here, so Aves could clear this if he's feeling like they want to try and re-clear this space. I mean, okay, well, they do that. Martin's got the ult, and Koala Noob needs to run the hell away. And there could be a crunch up towards tower here. A little bit of util, but actually, just so we're going to leave Sugetsu back there. Martin going to take the space towards back of sight, and Angel gets battered. Absolutely cleared in the smoke. Hunter's Fury going to come down from Xiao. Did get a tag on Elite, so going to hinder that plant initially. And Aves, the one who's going to deal with the flood. Na'Vi pouring back in. Sugetsu stands in their way, but only for so long. Na'Vi, these flood retakes are not bad.
I mean, it didn't look bad at all. I mean, I was a bit surprised Angel popped ult and was going charging again, but after that, the youngsters picked it up for him. All good. All good.
This start as well, look at that. My ult is ready. That's really gutting. Just watching this one back through.
Nice, boys! Let's go! Res Angel, Res Angel!
Got him back. I don't know if they did, actually. I have no idea. But still, the intention was there.
Aggression towards B main this time. First time Koala's getting pretty active.
And I don't know if Sugetsu's aware of something or kind of feels like he's sitting so deep back. I mean, you kind of look at how they're playing. It's kind of 1-3-1, right? You've got a little bit more of an attentive approach towards middle, at least from KC. And the others just holding pretty deep on those extremities, not taking too many risks.
You got Ruxic even on the A side as an Astra.
That's
like a chamber. The Vice Flash is going to catch the info. They might suspect the Jet here now off that Vice Flash, but...
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a misread, maybe.
Elite is up to the challenge, it looks like.
Aves slipping up middle. I don't... Ooh, the dart timing there just kept Aves back, but damn, okay, Elite's cleared. Ruxic goes down, perfectly done. I mean, the flash kind of gave it away, but still, the red carpet's rolled out. Koala Noob this time, gonna be challenged, doesn't fall for it, but thanks his teammate for that one. But it's Sugetsu to find Xiao. Once on the same side. No longer.
The lurk through middle here
it's
is the layer that they missed, I think.
And I mean,
previously.
even with others on 10 HP, the value is going to be insurmountable. It kind of denies this flood retake that we've been seeing work so well for Na'Vi. I've been hyping this up. It could all be for nothing, but Sadak's not even letting it started. Sadak, huge damage for that EMEA debut here for himself. And Koala Noob does find the lurk, but he's got 3 more to clear and a spike to defuse. He wants that operator going forward. He's out of there.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted Ruxic playing like a chamber, and he's not a chamber.
No.
He got punished for playing like one. So after that flash, he had more than enough time to, I think, escape.
Yeah.
I think that's
misplay.
A bit of a misplay. And yeah, someone with his kind of, like he's coming up from tier 2 inexperienced, but nice to see the confidence. But
you can see the layers to it. Yeah, it's like, okay, well, that's why you can't be too
a player that I'm very excited about. You know, he's not having the best start of the games, but he's been on my radar for a while. This kid is good, so.
See? He's awful.
Just wait. He's Turkish and he's young. He can't be awful.
The fanatic poaching
Yeah.
ethos. Is he young and is he Turkish? Cool, we'll pick him up. As it stands, Koala Noob wants to address this. He looks hungry for this pick and he's got it. Sadak goes down. Huge scalp to claim that deep into the map.
Beautiful. Like we saw it towards the B side of the map. He got nothing last time. No one was there. That was more aggressive than I've seen a Jet on the X-Man. Angel, please. Come on.
We'll talk about that one afterwards. Really, chew the fat on that. Koala Noob is trying to be everywhere at once, it looks like, but they have to accept it's now down to this 4v4. A little bit tricky for that defending side to try and split themselves across this map, and you can see eventually Koala Noob just drifting back towards
So it looks
middle,
like,
a little bit towards B.
gripping towards B, but again, leaving Lurker again, maybe as a kind of win condition late into the round.
I feel like it's a nice tonic, at least to those flood retakes that are really strong for Na'Vi in those post plants. Swing, hero, not going to happen. Elite's been sharp on these. He was the one who cleared over towards A in those previous rounds. Koala Noob is here, though, getting torn to shreds, but they do catch Sugetsu this time, so they know where some of these players are. They've got a really good read of where the last 3 players are from Na'Vi. Let's see if Martin and Elite can dig into this one. A 2v3 is not easy, though. It looks like being proactive, playing a little bit up closer is the name of the game here. Martin, right on the edge of this. Koala Noob, Xiao, Ruxic should have the numbers. And away we go with the timing. Martin tries to snap over towards Ruxic. It's stunning! And Carmine Core bring it down to a 1v1. Xiao now under scrutiny, under pressure. The plant not looking perfect, but the swing is a miss. It's Xiao finding Martin. Diffuses there, and Na'Vi once again clawing into these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a bit shaky there for a moment. Ruxic kind of not dealing with Martin that well, but they're not going to bet Xiao against Xiao in a 1v1, I don't think. Well played by him.
That was your favorite part, right?
What?
Angel in middle.
Angel, oh yeah, sorry, I've already erased it from my
Got it, you moved on. Yeah,
I moved on quickly. Yeah.
Trauma does that, you really forget it quickly. It's a nice
Pop
open
flash through middle.
Yeah.
Peeking down a long corridor. I'm not.
And look, Na'Vi have brought this back a fair amount. It felt like they were really under the gun for a couple of these rounds, but they've been finding these little avenues back in. They've been proactive. I like what we're seeing from them. This is a much better look. Yeah, he absolutely is. And he might be asked to do it again here. All the flashes in the world, and Koala Noob just drifting back, playing a little bit safely, sitting behind the wall. Did KC really go up middle here?
I'm not sure. They've been very methodical, not kind of showing their hand too early, even to me, which is, you know, a bit frustrating. But
yeah, it's 1-3-1. So quiet across the map, just bits of util here and there. Paranoia somewhat peeking over towards A after the door. My god, Koala Noob is so hungry for that. He catches Elite, but is instantly traded. Ruxic, feast or famine. And he gets one, I mean, somewhere in the middle, really, but it's so many bodies dropping. Do they expect Xiao? They do now, and that's a little surprising. He was a little bit too eager to try and deny. Had an opportunity to play that a little bit more patiently, but Plant's now in. 3v2 advantage to KC this time. Angel still here, though. And Angel still fragging, traded out. It's Hero, 1v2. The drop down is too difficult. Does get one, but it's there in the end for Sugetsu.
And again, it's like I want to praise Na'Vi's proactivity, but it's not working. Like, I think maybe a bit of a, again, like Koala overstepping, Knives dashing in, a little bit optimistic in my opinion. But ultimately, I thought the play was pretty nice before that. But yeah, a little bit too much in the end. You can't be, like, it's a map where as soon as you're down at all, it's awful. The map's too wide to cover the rotations, to cover the holes. Any death is terrible, it feels like.
Getting a little punished on that, but Casey
A little
maintaining
play
the
towards
lead.
B here. Hero's already in the window.
Just clearing on through. They've taken so much space off this. I guess there's still be that slight paranoia that there could be presence towards middle. There could be someone splitting there, because we have seen those 1-3-1s, but there's no one as that one towards B, so maybe they could read into this lack of presence, as it is going to be that standard A hit here. Going to spot the player towards tower. Martin focusing towards backside, sees Angel. So they've seen pretty much, oh my, the disrespect is outrageous, and it works. Martin just kicking down the door. Ult on top. You might as well put a bow on this one.
KC have used the Euro ult and not even, they've decided not pair the ults on top. They preferred to just go with the shorty. So.
Okay, Koala noob. For a whole second. Till Elite's looking so clean as well. This is actually a scary team. Like, the more you watch him play, but Hero looking sharp himself. Bringing it down to a 1v2. It ain't over till he says it is. Martin on the back of the side, the one who kicked it off with a bang, looking to try and finish it with one as well. Not gonna happen, Hero still alive. And Na'Vi bring this game back to a 5-7 scoreline.
5-7, more than acceptable. After some of the unacceptable plays, a 5-7, I think, you know, you're happy.
Yeah, you can't be mad at that, considering how those rounds were, how Casey looked great on kind of setting the tempo. The answer was there for Na'Vi, and you don't want to miss how this one ends. Well, if you missed it, it's 5-7. Carmine Core in the lead, but keep in mind, Na'Vi were unwilling to let those rounds slip. The amount of times Casey had the plant, they had side control, they even had a pick on top, but somehow Na'Vi were just so unwilling to let it go. They were able to claw back in. What were your main takeaways from that first half? You know, we were kind of touching on how do we feel about Angel in that role? How do we feel about seeing the fade? Which one of these, you know, how did this kind of play out for you, at least in the first half?
I mean, we didn't get to see too much from the fade. It felt like Casey didn't have to do too much. They were defaulting slowly, getting a pick, finishing, and then they had ults. So I'm hoping in defense we can see a bit more than theirs.
Let's have a little look now. Na'Vi get their turn on the attacking side, and of course that then means Carmine Core on the defense. We're talking about the Harbor as well. How does it fit into this defending side here? See how it looks.
I suspect for most of the game we'll see the vice towards B. That's been the popular thing in the off-season so far. Not too much to kind of go off, really.
Yeah.
Off-season only, really.
It feels like a very new season coming into this. Taking off season as gospel is you know, the first mistake, things can change rather quickly. But contact on the Prowler.
Take flight.
And now seeing all of this util, you've got to know it's coming towards 8. So a quick little lean back. Don't want to be caught somewhere in between. Casey can just hold this space for now. Plant's going to be there. So kind of similar to what we saw in the first, but the yeah, rinse and repeat.
We're still far away from starting the retake though.
A lot of players.
Push through. I think.
Xiao looks like he's going for kind of the reactionary dart here off that first little bit of a glimpse of util. Here's the flood out from the tower. Trades come in. It is going to be bloody between these two. It's just back and forth the whole time. Rooksick, the one to maybe tilt the scales a little bit here, but it's still a 2v2. So Getsu and Sadak up against Koala Noob and Rooksick and Court. Sadak controlling the site here, looking to try and push back through. They don't know about Koala Noob, and now they certainly do. Massive pick at the end. They're finding Sadak, and a beautiful Red Bull clutch to kick off the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the individual brilliance from Koala Noob at the end there. I was a bit concerned with KC with the slowness of that retake, but they seem to have a plan on the pistol to just flood out that heaven. I don't suspect we'll see that on the gun rounds. A little bit risky, but on those kind of pistols, quite a nice idea. It looked like Na'Vi were kind of teasing with the idea of pushing through A all the way through, and never quite materialized. So we'll see if it actually happens in the future, because I think that would have been a good idea in that situation.
It's one step closer though. Na'Vi now starting to knock at the door here. Carmichael kind of accepting fate, it looks like, down on just the classics, no investment at all. Maybe Rooksick to farm. Let's see. Hear all this, that's nice. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Martin. My bad. Koala Noob?
Angel is also on a classic, right?
Yes.
No charges left.
One
enemy remaining.
We don't question Angel here.
Look, I am a fan of Angel. I'm a defender of the Angel.
You actually are, but the problem is that when you've
defender.
started casting, you've gone, oh, what's he doing? You've done that several times, you know?
That's true, yeah.
But before today, you were like, guys, people don't really people don't appreciate how good Angel is and like the impact he has. The first time casting, you're like, why is he swinging mid? What's he doing?
I wasn't just sitting there, just praising Angel, just out of nowhere.
About that.
I think his IGNing's underrated.
You bought any of the bundles? Do you still have to say Fnatic, or are you allowed to say?
No, I have not. I had the Fnatic one last year.
It's crazy that you don't support the teams.
Which one should I get?
The Heretics one this year. I'm gonna be honest. It looks nice. You're like just aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
That'd be EG.
Oh yeah,
It's a classic. Okay, 7-7, all tied up.
The Outlaw by a little bit less effective here because KC's gone for the full shields, but economy ruined for KC here if they do lose it.
It's a lot on the line in this round, right? It's a big old investment. You kind of, I don't even say, I feel like you need minimum 4-3 alive if you're going to be happy with the outcome. Chip damage back as well, bit of a trade of bullets, but again, just kind of posturing. It feels very similar. Very, you know, I don't say a 1-3-1, it's not, but it's just kind of your standard default beginning.
But it's nice to see how they're kind of shown their hand on defense, how they're going to play this Fade. The Fade is being used for info and aiming. They're going to use that all game. They're going to send the Prowler through like this. It's clear. Form the rotations a little bit. Vice is going to probably stick to this B side of the map most of the time. Harbor's changing up the walls from the B side of the map. It'd be interesting to see if they can switch anything, but or if they've got plays behind some of these walls. It'd be interesting with the Euro.
Yeah, I kind of want to see if there is some like combinations worked out here. But for now, bread and butter approach looks like very simplistic, but a bit too much so. What were they thinking of trying to deal with Elite or anyone back? So I don't know, but for now it didn't go well. Martin the one to find Angel as well. 2 now fallen. Elite getting curious as well, hopping up on the box and having a little look down towards the site here. Hero trying to keep his head down in the smoke for now, but there's 2 more targets and Elite's primed for it. Just couldn't snap over towards Hero, but stunning impact already. Leaving Hero and Rooksick, I mean, a little bit behind the curve to say the least. Hero does have his 2 smokes. Can get out of there, but 15 seconds, where are you gonna go? I mean, at this point, do you try and make something out of nothing? Banking on Rooksick, who's only got the Outlaw here as well. Not ideal. 5 seconds now. He's running solo on time to make himself comfortable in that post plant, but still Rooksick not even going to spot the cross. Oh, there's... Okay, spots 1. Hero.
Player standing.
Not to be this time. And a 1v3. Don't think it's going to work out, do we? Nope. There was a try. There was a try. Oh! I almost had to shut
the famous
up.
caster?
Nah, that was horrific.
That was good.
That was
I was about to say any kills here would be good, and
Yeah, and
he's
he
just
bangs them
decided to
out.
win the round. Almost, anyway.
Yeah, they're real close.
I did want to point out that Elite, I think what I saw there was Elite in a very cool setup. Like we were talking about that creativity from Eng and Sadak. He had a very distinct Astra start on the site in which he hit some ridiculous shot. The Astra star came down and he was able to kind of route his way through the Astra star into the top of the site, which is something that I haven't seen before. So
That'll be on the VOD review.
Yep.
Couch
Still that
potatoes
one for
working on
couch
the team,
potatoes.
yeah. Away we go. Koala Noob this time does stick the landing though. Got dealt with before, this time wins. Now they just walk in. It feels just like blunt aggression almost. Just gonna like throw themselves at the site and they coin flip if they win it. This time they do, last time they didn't, but now, I mean, if you're KC, what do you do in this scenario? You've got 3 players and no real step towards the site. It's already a save.
I mean, I was surprised how fast that was. So, yeah, the Harbor fade, not exactly the most, like,
it's not
the
intimidating.
best defensive hold.
Yeah.
But we do note that Sadhak did switch over towards the A side of the map. So something's going on. Sadhak's wanting to condition something differently.
Okay, because he was over towards, well, I want to say middle, but he was at least kind of pressuring a little bit, yeah, towards, you know, B-Link and such. But, I mean, yeah, I want to see what the plan is with Sadek, because it always feels like there is a plan, right? It's not going to be just, I just fancy being on A this time. So I do want to see what the outcome is to that. But Na'Vi again answering back, 5 alive. Exactly what the doctor ordered for them after what was a bit of a shaky round. But here's that entry. Look at the pace of this one. Absolutely flying in. And then you got the nice spacing on the back. You know, you got Angel there, no problems.
I should play some Astral Stars in this reality.
So we do this round because the money's not going to be great. I guess you're 1 away from Yoru's ult. Could try and get that building up. 1 up for the knives for Koala Noob. I mean, so many ults now starting to cycle up.
Blocking
Another slow approach. Oh,
slow and Koala
with an
Noob.
Astra ult, potentially.
But there is pressure on this A extremity. There's going to be the divide. But this is a little bit tricky because they have lost that A main control, so there's going to be a little bit of difficulty on this. If Xiao succeeds, they're in all kinds of trouble, but Xiao goes down. Martine gets to maintain this space. Kind of.
Hero's position. It's like the map's flipped.
It really is. It is messy, isn't it? Now what do you do? The information's all over the shop.
Right there.
You've got the spike up towards tower. You've got 2 players on the other side over towards A main. You've got them aware that there could be a push through tower, but Koala Noob takes that fight and wins it. It was a broken bite again. There was sheriffs, there were bulldogs. It wasn't ideal. Now they're trying to clear through a little bit deeper. They know that A main area isn't safe, so they have to take safety elsewhere. So going over towards that CT side, pushing a little bit deeper than they traditionally would. Elite taking a little look. It's Koala Noob again. This guy's heating up here, having a nice first glimpse. That's 3 already in this round on an absolute heater. Seeing 2 as well up towards tower. Going to note their presence. And it looks like it's time for them to back away. KC going to have to bow out of this one. Now keep your mind towards the fact that we had that double timeout in the first half from Carmine Core, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it was. Unless I've lost my mind, or was it just the 1 timeout? I'm not certain. I'd like to double check on that if we could find that out. But at this point, you are starting to feel the game slip away from you a little bit here. We're up to 9-8. KC starting to feel that pressure from Na'Vi scoreboard-wise as well.
It was a weird round because the A main, the initial death from Xiao, forced Na'Vi to be like kind of surrounded by KC, and then Sadhak that.
They must have that timeout left.
Just,
okay, they do have timeout left. I was worried. There we go. We should be good.
That death from Sadhak kind of made the rank crumble a little bit.
Is it repeatable? I mean, the thing is, I'm watching these 2 teams kind of hit their head against a brick wall. We've now got near on repetition from Na'Vi, right? Koala Noob's been just let off the leash. He's been chomping at the bit. And when we talk about Na'Vi on attack, right? Historically, when you talk about Na'Vi, you expect slower, tempered pace, kind of, you know, it hits about 50 seconds, 40 seconds, you start seeing that more committed approach. We're seeing a little bit of a new page to them, it feels like, with Koala Noob here, looking explosive, good enough spacing from Angel to be trading back in as well. We've seen that a couple of times. Could this be another kind of, I guess, string to the bow for Na'Vi, if they do have this pace change available now?
They did it off the back of the fourth round, and then straight into an ult round. So I'm curious as to see if it's really a big part of their game, or is the fact that, you know, they have an ult and they're just using that. It seems to be overwhelming KC right now. Like, some of the players maybe feeling that pressure a little bit, but
which is quite surprising,
still
considering
still kind of early into this half. It's still
early 18 rounds
into the half, into this
hopium is overflowing.
Okay, I mean, it's, you know.
We'll see. There's plenty of time. I mean, they are very close to getting a couple more of these ults there. You've got a couple off from, I think it's Sadak, 1 away from Sadak, 3 away from Elite, 2 off from Aves. They are very close to getting some of those in hand. This is still a broken purchase. Aves and Martin able to survive that previous round on the save, coming back in with those Vandals. Now, on the other side, good purchase, good money behind them. A couple of ults to play with, well, a ult to play with, just Koala Noobs. And Martin, it could be death or it could be glory. Right now, it's death Na'Vi again. So wheeling. And Abel finding 2 picks through middle, and Sadak trying to re-clear the space. They seem so unaware of the possibility, but he doesn't get the rifle either.
I mean, it was a good shout. They got a broken, but they have to do something weird. Both the Vandals are in the correct position. They lost the duels. Nice attempt from KC, but it's looking like a hard round to win now. They can collect these guns at middle.
Thorns are alive.
Our ult's on the table, but
would you want to use them here?
They're gonna have to get a killer too.
Yeah. Sadak does receive at least pick up one of those rifles. The other players are so timing on that. Yeah, that was actually mad.
30 seconds left.
17 HP. He's still alive, but it actually buys time. Oh my god. Sadak could be on the money here. I don't want to give away anything, and luckily our crowd are nice and quiet here today because this... Shao! Stop it! There's no... Oh, that is gut-wrenching. And that is a good attempt from Sugetsu. Oh! 1v1! Sugetsu against Shao, what a showdown! Want brothers in arms now on opposing sides, and Shao's angle is looking solid. Oh, but Sugetsu toying with him a little here. He's going for it. Sugetsu, he wants this one in the bag. Getting closer, Shao goes down, Sugetsu! Outrageous round from him.
He doesn't even pick up the Vandal, does it?
Don't need it.
He doesn't
Don't
need
need it. Have you seen this man, Sugetsu?
Styling on Shao.
That is wild. That is one of my favorite rounds from that guy in a moment. Nice to see him looking a little bit with signs of life to him as well.
17-9. I mean,
yeah.
I think I read in an interview yesterday that he's been farming the Brats.
Yeah.
From, I think it was either Eng or Zash. So yeah, nice to see. So because some of these players, like, a revitalization.
Absolutely.
Like, an okay year last year. This year, maybe. It's funny how, like, 2 Vandals, nothing, but one shell to Sugetsu.
That's all you need. Did hear the knives being invested in, and there is just the Bucky with Koala Noob, so, you know, works out. And away we go, really. Off to the races for Koala Noob, taking the site. Protocol clears everything that's there. Not too much to be worried about, as already you can see that Carmichael were sitting quite deep to this.
Happy to play the retake with the Harbor ult. But the problem is that Shao does have this ult later on for the coast.
Oh, here we go, couple on both sides here. Martin has his pop though, gonna clear through site, spots one. They don't know about Koala Noob in that smoke up towards those rafters though. That is still something they have no idea about, and it could be an issue. Koala Noob's still gonna hold his nerve here. And he's getting spammed away. They feel like there's something wrong. They feel like they're reading into this, but he is still breathing, he is still alive. Martin almost makes a meal of it, but he gets away with it. Angel goes down, Koala Noob goes unchecked. This could be another outrageous moment here on the diffuser. They looking towards the smoke, they absolutely are not. And surprise, Koala Noob only gets one, dives towards the smoke, gets found by Aves. Down to a 2v3, diffuses the main part of this. They have to dive back on. Time is over and out. A Red Bull clutch at the end by simply surviving for Xiao.
I mean, that's one reason to run double orb smokes.
Yes.
Just do that.
Yeah.
In the post plant.
Every time?
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, works every time.
Maybe change it slightly. But no, the server ult came in clutch there a little bit. The time ran out because of the server ult. So Xiao playing win condition there. Koala playing a win condition too.
That was actually bad. And it feels like it almost became nothing at that point. It was like, if it felt maybe, oh, is it too late? Is it not going to achieve what they needed? But bloody hell, that was close. It has broken the money from KC, putting Na'Vi on 10 now. Well, I'd say broken the money, maybe a sheriff to get to. We've learned our lesson here. Koala Noob's so cocky in the way he's playing the game. I quite like it though, very confident in his approach. Already forcing back Aves, who's the one with the Vandal. So already might have to drift away and potentially cycle that through. That was a little bit close.
Plant the spike.
One of my friends says squeaky bum time.
It's a classic phrase. There we go. Trades it out. So Martin, the one to be picking up the what feels like poison chalice at this point, but Koala Noob waiting. The guy's aggressive. I can say it so many times, and actually I don't know if he got spotted. He absolutely did, and he gets traded down. Martin still going to carry on forward, gets noted by the reveal here. Ooh, that was not pretty, but time isn't all that great. They've got a tap on it. Already going to get the ult, going to come through as well now. Hero's going to take down Martin. That is the Vandal gone, and Hero from up above trying to find the players. It's Xiao to catch the diffuser. And Na'Vi carry on forward, 3 alive. And you cannot be sneering at that scoreline. They've got to be happy with this. As much as KC keeps getting dangerous, they are losing these rounds. Look at this half now.
Yeah, I mean, the initial retake there for KC looked good.
Yeah.
With classics.
Yeah.
Aves couldn't do it with the Vandal, but the classic was enough. Ultimately, Hero with the back through vents was the hero of the round.
Wow, I expect that from me, Minnie, not you. Bloody hell.
I got a few written.
Yeah. You've been in the lab working that one
That's
out.
what I've been doing all day.
As it stands, though, we do have Elite's ult on the cards, 2 away from Heroes, but Martin. Is it you guys who call this Mario and Luigi?
That's me, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of yours.
That's one of the biggest things, the best things I do as a coach is cool.
Name stuff.
Cool.
That is actually just your singular job here. Martin, though. There's a lot of players around this corner. And he's held this space while they could completely go past him. None the wiser. Spotted there, Elite. Been a couple shots down range. And away we go. Martin again still trying to be stoic in nature, still trying to be focused on that one approach, but he's getting paranoid. He's getting worried, and rightly so. There are issues. Koala Noob doing what he did before, sitting in towards that smoke. The timing on that is absolutely heartbreaking. Xiao will be grinning at that one, but Elite now just has to get out of the sight, and we have to posture fully for a retake.
Money not good here, though. They don't get a kill early. It could be, but 11-9? I don't think there's a right answer here.
No, there's no good options, right? And once again, Koala Noob with the man advantage on their side, he can get a little bit more aggressive, and Xiao does a bit of damage. Na'Vi holding this one down, and it's Elite to fall, and Na'Vi up to 12, keeping KC down at 9.
I feel like this defense has just gone. What's happened?
That's why I'm coming to you with, right? So you were, do you remember when you used to coach a team? Yeah. You know, I come to you for answers, and you're going, oh, it's not going well. What is going wrong? Because we kind of like alluded to it a little bit, the you know, the fade and the, I guess Harbor weren't really imposing as a defending duo towards A, and they were going to be disrespected by Na'Vi just going through them, but it feels like there's more to it than that. So we can kind of touch back on that, because we're back underway again, and potentially a bit of a mid-brawl. Bloody hell. It was all over.
Cheeky.
Koala Noob again. Well, this time actually gets a whole lot of damage his way, and this time KC with the advantage. Sadak, Martin keeping the numbers up on this fight down middle. Still going to post up Sadak. Need to recover that spike, and they do get it back into hand and dip away.
Good reaction from Ruksik.
I like this. Couple more seconds he gets to walk this space until they start really being aware, but the awareness never really twigged for Elite. He was just drifting through in no man's land. Plants come in, but down to a 3v3, and Ruxic is buying time. He's keeping space. Does he need to outstay his welcome? I don't think so, but he was confident. That's gonna cost him. Falls. Now Hero and Angel left in this post plant. Can they close out now? KC with an opportunity to build back in. Oh, Angel, this could be nasty. Positioning, feeling a little bit cheeky. Playing just on the other side of that smoke. Unexpected. And oh, gets checked on. Aves just walks it. Comes face to face, and Hero surely has to fall. Carmine Core with another chance.
Yeah, all off of that peculiar mid-fight. Involves ropes. Martin popping his head up. But yeah, solid retake. Angel doing alright, but Aves jump scare moment.
These sort of calls to go for these like fights in mid, it feels so risky, but I guess if you're Carmine Core, you kind of need something to work in your favor a little bit earlier, right? It feels like they've been dictated to the whole time. The pace has been from Na'Vi, the approach has been from Na'Vi. We've been saying they can't really hold these sites passively. Is the answer then take a fight on an extremity, down middle, do something proactive, kind of like we saw Na'Vi doing, or does it not work with this comp as well?
I think that they've stuck their Vice setup on B, and it feels they're fairly comfortable on that side of the map. I could be wrong. It's interesting they've not switched that at all.
Yeah, almost reticent to move it.
Maybe that would be part of the solution. But yeah.
Okay. Look to maybe get a little bit more versatility out of Elite. I don't know. At this point, it feels like that was just... You look at the kind of round timer, right? It's been bits and pieces here from KC. Moments here and there, maybe a player bailing them out, maybe a couple of kills going one way or the other, a brawl in middle.
The other big thing is they've never had the economy to really get Martin going with the ult, you know, so when you're playing Yoru, you don't have an operator.
Does become an issue, but the other issue as well, look your eyes over towards where Na'Vi's ults are. We've got 2 away from Koala Noob, 1 off from Xiao, 1 away from Ruxic, 1 off for Angel. We've got some big ults just knocking the door. Same scenes almost for KC as well. Whoever gets them online in this round does get rewarded. Let's find out who gets the kills, who gets it rolling. For now, Na'Vi taking a wander in middle. And last time around, that was the keys to victory for Carmine Core.
Looks like KC's like grouping up for another crunch.
Yeah, they are responding in kind. They want the fight here. Martin happy to brawl, but he's been taking a lot of damage, down to about 20 TPs away. And they can just reset the fight. They don't need to double down on this. They've got their man advantage.
Yep. As soon as you get that kill on this map, you can start playing the links, and the tight corridors out of the vents in the links, so you don't need to overcommit now.
Well, he's going to go for the ult. Sees a whole lot. Does get a, I guess, purely for info. Has a little bit of look, dips away. Still saw 2 towards middle, so knowing they haven't fully drifted anywhere, but they've got to be aware that Ruxic is slowly getting towards A, but the rest heading towards that B site.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I wonder what the intention is here from him.
This is just purely a fake. I don't know what the game plan is. That is the thing. Hero gonna have to freeze in the... Oh my god, okay, I didn't know which way that was gonna go, but we're down to 10 seconds now. Right down to the wire. Na'Vi with 3. Plant's gonna come in. And we've got the latest lurk in the world. Ruxic is a million miles away, but Hero is just unwilling to give them any time. Needs to buy a couple more seconds here. Ruxic does need to slowly but surely get over, because if Hero goes down, the floodgates are open. Another smoke goes in. Xiao sitting deeper in towards the backlines. He's got his ult as well if he needs it, but Hero's still going to get them some value here. Slowly but surely, Ruxic is coming through. The plant's decent as well. He can kind of path up towards heaven if he needs it. Tap on the spike. There's the first layer. That's the ult to buy time. Again, allowing layers for this late lurk to come in. Sadak's going to sit towards this, though. Ruxic's got to get a move on. Dragged away. And now time is their biggest enemy. Ruxic just going to be leading the charge here. This is done. Na'Vi pulling the game back. 13-10.
I mean, they look...
Boom! Boom! Who said that? Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is a great start here for Na'Vi, and I guess a little birthday present perhaps for him coming into this. But welcome back everybody here to VCT EMEA. I am your host Yingsu. I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Billy. We talked about potential creativity, potentially some surprises coming into this. Are you happy with some of the things we saw?
Are you playing with me? Yes, I am happy with some of the things that I saw. I love the fact on both sides, okay? I think that the innovation coming in from KC is something that we saw last year during Kickoff as well, and we expected, especially with the new roster. But for the side of Na'Vi, especially with how it started and how well KC was doing in conditioning them in the way that they were using the utility, when the process came in, the way that they were solving things, and also the individual levels of players like Hero and Koala Noob was determinant for the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the condition of KC, because what I liked about Na'Vi on the opposing side was the addition of Koala Noob and the way that he's able to just quickly change the pace of the game. Like, they were able to bait out so much utility from KC, and then they just sent Koala Noob in.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we have him in the region. As we were saying, he's one of the imports. He's been playing the game since he was 17 years old, grinding since the beginning of VALORANT. We know that this year we have the 5th anniversary, and he has been here since the beginning. on the doors of ascending as a team in Americas, but finally we can see some of this talent translated at least onto this region. And I love the fact that even though, as we're saying, KC was bringing a lot on the table, like dealing with the harbor at the beginning, forcing players like Xiao to use the drone at the beginning of the round just to see what's behind that first wall and whatnot. Love to see the adaptation and love to see that even when the rounds are going against them, he's just having a great birthday.
I mean, yeah, it is his birthday day. And we always talk about, you know, the potential differences between players that are LAN players or online players. This guy's a LAN player, you know. He is so cool, fearless. Some of the things he was doing is so Na'Vi. Like, even his playstyle, I feel like, just fits in perfectly. And like you said, Billy, he was able to kind of rescue a lot of situations for his side.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, like, you know, KC are going to try and condition their opponents. That's what they're always trying to do. And I mean, Na'Vi were able to just bait out so much utility from KC, especially on KC's defense versus Na'Vi's attack. They could bait things out, they could let the clock run down, or like I said, they could just send Koala Noob in and rush the site. So there was constant pace changes throughout that map.
Honestly, I don't know why he's called Koala Noob. He's not a noob. He's like the opposite of a noob. But we did theorize also how Sui might be feeling coming into this, and I think he at least played like he really wanted to prove himself. I mean, there were some crazy clutches. The reactions as well. I don't think Kakuka, in all my years watching him play, have I ever seen him stand up on a
Smile.
stage. Yeah,
you know, it's kind of like, yeah, very cold-blooded. But just look at him, as you're saying. Everything, I think that this is during the first half when everything was working out, when those A executes with all the utility from Vice and them individually were shining, because some of this was just unfair. What he does against Xiao here, not many people are able to pull this kind of rounds. But, you know, he knows him very well. He's had many years to get to know him.
And by the way, a 4K Sheriff clutch is pretty much a once-a-season kind of situation. We saw Durka do it one time last year, and Billy, he's just casually done this now on the first game of the season. I think it's going to be a crazy year.
Yeah. I mean, we did kind of say in that pre-match that, you know, when you're going up against your ex-teammates, you do want to kind of show up and show what you've got. But I think as well, like, we're seeing a lot of confidence come from players that maybe we wouldn't necessarily have seen, and I wonder if that is down to Sadak's leadership. We've seen Sadak pull out a timeout in, I think it was round 8, and Eng was silent.
Yeah,
that was so bizarre.
Actually, never seen that.
Yeah, so like for Sadak to be able to call things to his team and just not have the coach's input as well, like, yeah, I'm interested to see how this develops.
I'm glad you used the word confidence, because hero.
Yes.
Man's shooting.
I love the fact that we see him playing Omen.
Wait, the picture! No, it's the wrong one.
Wrong.
So critical. So critical.
I'm going to use it to say the point that I wanted to say, and is that last year when Hero joined Fnatic, he had very big shoes to fill, and we were not looking at him as Hero, the player. Most people were looking at him as the replacement for Leo. Nobody wants to be that. Let me tell you that. And now this year, he has a chance to make a name for himself. He starts playing Omen in a team with Angel and Ruxic, who's one of the best duelists of his region, debuting on the Agent and having the performance that he was having, especially on those late rounds when Na'Vi was on the attack. He was the one pushed forward and actually getting the most out of every single situation. He was never going down without getting at least one.
Can they keep this up on Bind, though, as we move on to the next map? Because, I mean, Billy, we heard it from Yumpy. He was at least pretty, had his approval for the Harbor comp that KC used to run before Sadak is here. So in my mind, I'm feeling like KC's going to get like a 20 times buff with Sadak if they were to bring out the Harbor.
Perhaps, yeah, maybe. I'm still, like, my mind is still set on Teo for some reason, though. Like I really want to see if teams decide to play Teo on this bind, because I think that it's not a bad option, and I don't see why you wouldn't.
I mean, I love the fact that we saw something so special as this double controller versus double controller, but with a very big difference in how the executes and everything worked. I want to see this kind of Na'Vi, though, because this Na'Vi is scary. This is the kind of Na'Vi that can build up to be something great. And on the side of Na'Vi, of KC, as we're saying, oh yeah, everything's coming back.
Yes. Deadlock. Okay, we get the deadlock. We get Hero on Vice, but that makes so much sense to me. I feel like you can see what they're trying to cook here.
Man, and Angel is committed to that KO. I mean, I kind of like it, especially when he doesn't go down first, because I think that he understood, especially against compositions like the one KC is going to be running today, how valuable it is for him to gather the information and for him to be the stopping power.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Deadlock and Vise is kind of the typical thing that we're going to see on Bind. For me, I feel as though it's kind of flipped though. That previous map, we've seen that Na'Vi were kind of playing a bit more chill and KC were trying to innovate. And it's the opposite way around this time for me, is that Na'Vi perhaps the ones trying to innovate with this composition.
Yeah, and KC is starting on the attack side too with this comp. Kakuka is going to be an interesting one. We will revisit this topic in just a moment because I want to know what Pansy and Mini make of all of this.
Well, you know what? Screw my opinion. Mini, I've got to come to you here because I know that you're a little hot and cold on some parts of this, but it seems like we've got the most to kind of look at least in my eyes. We're seeing kind of it looks like the current meta's approach in what Carmichael is trying to run, right?
I mean, I've heard murmurs about the Deadlock Vice.
Yeah?
But I'm still a Viper fan in my heart.
God. Move on.
So
Move on from those
days.
days.
There's some craziness here, like Deadlock, Yoru, and Vice in one composition.
How do we feel? What's the theory?
I trust Engen
with your life.
I trust Engen Sadhack. Yeah, it's curious. I think on defense we're going to see Yoru playing around this Vice utility quite well. But yeah, it's a crazy one.
I'm waiting to see what happens with this because the problem is as well for KC to run this, they're going to be on the attack first, which feels so uphill, right? It's such an uphill battle.
Yeah, they don't have a traditional kind of initiator, no drones. They're going to have to use this Vice utility, the Vice Flash, and the Gecko utility to take map control. I think the composition comes alive on defense, so...
So what's the bare minimum rounds we're looking at here? If you're going to try and put a number to it, at least for KC to be operational with this sort of composition that is heavier, leaning towards the defensive side, what's the bare minimum for them here?
5's okay. The only problem is that you've got the KO on the other side, which is usually pretty good against Sentinels.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, so...
Yeah, let's see if that actually comes into effect. Now, a bit of patience shown, a little bit of a presence noted over towards kind of that B side, but now leaning back towards A.
Closed. Generally on this map, if you get Showers control, you're going to see teams lean back towards.
Time to jump. Go Martin. Going to be trying to pressure further, force Hero to a fight, and he wins it. Martin now, green light to go forward. Everyone going through, but the TP gets taken, so they're quick to this. Kind of slicing the map vertically. Plants denied. Yeah, look at the time. We're down to 18 seconds. Another tap on it, and they're taking the TP. They're out of there. They have left a man behind Martin. The man behind enemy line's going to grab one on the way out. Koala Noob goes down. That's going to sting a little here. They're all trying to focus towards him, but Martin taking a stand. Almost took another. Couldn't handle Shao, but now the plant's in. Util put in for Sadhack as well. They're trying to clear back through the site. Kind of a really topsy-turvy pistol round.
Yeah, as soon as you get the spike time with this composition too, is going to be rough. The Vice and Deadlock Util.
Yeah, so oppressive. So you're going to sit. Oh, it's Angel as well. Oh, that's bittersweet. Angel going to find his former teammate here. But the time's really ticking. Got to get a move on. Casey can kind of just like control, pressure this drop, and Elite going to clear up what was remaining. Ruxik going to try and do something. Not going to happen. Very all over the place sort of pistol round there. Starts towards A, a little bit of a feint towards B, back towards A. Tried the plant, denied, and then they're away towards B.
Yeah, I think a tiny note I'd make is that because the TP was used with so many numbers, a very easy call to kind of, once the plant's denied, run off towards B there. Usually you'll see one person left behind, kind of ready to rotate back in case. But a kind of gamble taken in that 4v5.
Yeah. Love the little audible though. Very, very quick to call it and just everyone piling through. Na'Vi now has to kind of respect what's happened down on the pistols. We do have a bit of a stack to say the least. 4 towards B.
Interesting one.
I mean,
never seen this one before.
And how do you though feel about the composition from Na'Vi as well? We kind of, I guess, focused on KC's, but where does this sit in it? Because it still has a little bit of a touch of the new when it comes to Vice being here, but ouch. But beyond that, it feels a bit more traditional in some senses.
Na'Vi have traditionally on this map loved KO. Like over the years, I've had to do my homework on their KO usage. It's something they do enjoy. I'm still, again, there is no Viper, so I'm a bit out of my depths a little bit, but
Everything hinges on Viper.
The new age Vice, like maybe there's something to it.
Spike planted. Well, for now, they've managed to steer away from the stack, which was the main thing that Casey would have been looking towards, is just avoid that sort of presence. Made their way towards A, plant in. And now, is there any damage to be done?
I know it's only an anti-eco, but look at that mini-map with the amount of util on this post-plant.
It is egregious.
Yes.
What are you meant to do? That, I do not know. Angel? Nice. That's twice he's got Sugetsu now. I think he's just tallying up. Beyond that, you could afford... Well, I mean, they did already lose the Outlaw. That's probably not the weapon they wanted to really lose at this point. But regardless, they could afford one more death if they wanted to. Well, not wanted to, but if it happened, it would be not the worst in the world. But losing that is a bit of a problem. We've got a Vandal slipping through the net and into the hands of Ruxic. That is far from ideal.
A lot of damage. A lot of damage. Not the cleanest finish. We'll take it. Round's around.
Yeah, but it puts this round in a bit of a spot of bother. A little less to fight with now coming into it. Just kind of a couple pistols. I do see a Guardian still in that one Vandal with Elite, but that's a little rough. You could have far more to play with. I'm looking at what the buy is. It's a little on the fence.
Yeah, not great. Okay, instant mosh pit. Is that B-long one? B-long take. Flash behind it. This is going to be very oppressive for Na'Vi to deal with. They're probably going to concede. Oh.
Oh, that's... What is with that Sheriff, man? Is he just being paid by whoever's making these bundles to try and sell it? Because that looks real good in his hands. And now look at the response. They're flooding over towards his side, at least considering. I'm looking at the spike as well. Angel's been cleared. Surely they go now. Yeah. TP's there. They're going. That's straight towards A. There is still Ruxic, but if you've been given a red carpet rolled out like that, you're going to take the walk.
Yeah, chess match so far. B-long taken for the attack and an instant reaction on showers, and then TP back. Like, this is some nice bind.
Mini approved. There we are. Even without a Viper, which is incredible. For now, Ruxic is in a world of trouble. And it went quiet to his ears, right? They had all that presence, all that pressure towards showers, and gets him out of danger! Martin and Elite get punished. Ruxic does get cleared, but he's made it, I don't want to say doable, but it felt like for a moment if he got one more. But then you've got this post-plant utility. Just smothers everything.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Hero and Shao to get back in. I think they'll look for that opening. If they can't find it, maybe it's a save.
I'm waiting to see if anyone gives them an inch. They took a little bit of a cursory glance, but best to walk away from that one.
Yeah, so I think there we see the kind of intention from KC.
Okay.
Their default. B-long default is maybe the kind of bread and butter they've got, I think.
Yeah.
Oppressive Gecko Molly going to be used into the kind of garden area of B-long. Something they'll probably play off of later. Maybe they'll fake that later. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's a standard. And I already loved how quickly they were able to pivot away from that. But we saw this kind of start before as well to a similar degree that Na'Vi were a little bit, I don't say slower to start, but they built up. I mean, remember how last map went? It ended up 13-10, Na'Vi with the win. So for now, KC coming in with some nice creativity, some nice ideas. The composition clearly quite well worked out in their mind. And we were questioning how good this would look on the attacking side. This is when we start seeing more of a challenge. Maybe not in this round, it is still a bit of a broken buy, but once we get into the meat of those buy rounds, it should actually become way more uphill for Carmine Core, if anything, but it looks like another little set piece here.
4 stars immediately on A, so we're in for something fast.
Look at this clear. So close corners being cleared. I was kind of curious where the Vice utility went. I wasn't quite sure on that one, but still, you've been put into a cager here. Angel going to try and get out of there, but the site's theirs. But look how close Na'Vi are. And they were good at those flood retakes, but can they still be good now? The flash a little bit trickier to make work, but look at the swing from the back of the site. Carmine Core fighting together. And a Neron unnecessary ult here. Now is going to find much at this point, but job done. What an absolutely stellar side take.
Interesting strat. So they went for the deep smokes.
Yeah.
And then the deadlock net used to clear the entirety of lamps, giving them a nice path through the back of the site with the flash over the top. It was a nice backside take there from Casey.
It does feel really oppressive, right? When you, even on the attacking side, which is quite surprising to me, not even in the post plant, I mean the site take, seeing how they're working with kind of Vice's utility, seeing how they're using that coupled with Gecko's utility, and it's just, it's zoning off areas, and then as you highlighted, Sadak then on the deadlock, clearing out towards lamps. It feels like you can't sit on site like this, and I expect that almost from B, because it's a little bit more standardized, that execute, but we're seeing here on A as well, this feels really difficult for Na'Vi to figure out, and I want to see if they can find spaces to play in, because at that point, you can't really hold traditional site. Do you then play offsite, play retake? Do you try and get aggressive? Where do you find that answer?
I think there are spots that they can't clear. Okay. I mean, they do have the net, they have the vines. It's going to cover a lot of space, but ultimately, there are still spots on the site that we can play. The truck.
Okay.
We could also put some Vice utility on short, typically where the Viper is a utility. But we could put Vice utility there, we could put smokes there. We can play in and around. I don't think it's not unholdable.
No, it's not. I mean, it's why Na'Vi have this timeout now, right? This is exactly why the timeout is, because they've now felt the kind of full force of the intention from Carmine Core. And I think there's a lot to chew through into this, though.
I do think that one thing maybe I should highlight is that, like on the previous round, and even in the first game, I was kind of quite impressed with Na'Vi's proactivity.
Yes.
But it's not worked. And I think that this is something even in Fnatic that we thought about a lot, was Na'Vi do have that style on defense. Angel comes from Counter-Strike, where in the mid-rounds you're going to really push out of space. We saw Sagetsu punish that, a former Na'Vi teammate. Like,
fully aware.
Maybe that's just something they have in their mind, is to watch out for this stuff. So.
Okay. I like that. I wonder if that's... this is when we get to see Na'Vi have to provide their own solutions. Love the remix of the Z Knife and our pause music. That is delightful. Observers, please give me another beer. Appreciate it. Thank you. Operator for Koala Noob. I'm not seeing Hero buy yet. There we are. Okay, so all good. I get a little nervous when I see a player not buy from. Like, did he get another timeout? No. Timeout called here. Leading into the 5th round, we do have Martin's ult.
Yep, it looks like we're grouping up for it, honestly. I think we're going to see a fast B hit here, which will be rough for Na'Vi if it is the case, because they have a ult on the A side of the map, which makes it very tough to retake, especially if we're going to see that deadlock Vice util get down.
Do you see something wrong with the picture, Vinny?
Yeah, I know, it's frozen. I was talking as if... Oh.
Yeah, no, okay.
I just spoke through it, it's fine.
I appreciate you, thank you. That's nice of you, man. A kind soul. Okay, so we do have... Yeah, you're right. It's Martin and that ult that I'm looking at. Is it right off the rip? Do they just go for it? I mean, they could get a little closer and pop. Next? Yeah, there we go. Straight in. Martin's going to clear through.
Shao and Angel in a position to...
Cleared Octagon. Ooh! Well, that's a bit awkward, isn't it? Oh. Now I'm stuck here. So you've taken the standard space, and now the rotations are in. We do have, though, the ults on top. Ave's going to follow through. Fish ult in. Nothing there. Brings it on back. So site's clear, right? They've done the job. It's not been, I guess, min-max efficient, but it is job done. But look over towards Hookah. This is not without challenge. Angel's already slipped ahead here. Still looking to spam away. You got that util in the post plant. There's a lot of util to get past it. Stall out towards elbow. It's Sadak to find Chow. Ult's going to come in. Martin's going to go forward and into the embrace of Rooksik. So now drifting a little bit deeper off the site.
Yeah, push into elbow as a reaction to the TP through Hookah, losing that. The Brim up pushes them out.
God, but they're all towards long. They don't have much else, right? Casey, this is it. This is what they've got. And they've got Elite a little ahead. They didn't expect that, but he's only going to get one. Trades out his own opposing number of Hero. And Rooksik leans ahead of the smoke. Dealt with by Aves, and they're losing out in numbers. Na'Vi have no way back in here, and the gap, the net is closing. They don't even know about it. Sugetsu going to get his vengeance on Angel this time. Gets the gun, and hopefully gets out of dodge there. It wasn't pretty, Minnie. The theory felt good, right? The theory. And then the wall was tripped, things got a bit messy, it was all a bit topsy-turvy, but it's 5 rounds in a row.
Ultimately, though, like I said early in that round, like, take Na'Vi through towards the A side of the map with the ult against a power ult, which is, you know, you're about to get... When you have a big power ult, you're going to expect a faster exit.
Okay.
And they've gambled very wrong, unfortunately. So I'll give them benefit of the doubt, a little bit unlucky.
Time to jump. Well, this time, right place. Not much to work with, though, outside of it, right? You've got a, well, I think it's a Stinger. A Vandal over Shao, though, but Koala Noob's got to deal with a whole lot of trouble just around this corner. He's seen a pixel. They are close here. This is so deadly. And there it is. He's got to back away a little bit here, find a little bit of a corner to play from. Lovely shot towards Martin. And actually finds a little bit of security towards the back of the site. Koala Noob now. Opportunity! Beckons! And he's going to find 3. Maybe the game changer in this one. Oh, God, I thought he almost had another, but now it's down to Shao. He did at least have the Vandal, right? Like, it was a really broken buy for Na'Vi. So if anything else, Shao's at least got a fighting chance here. Tries to clear out the close corner. Sends in Wingman, but look who's waiting. Sugetsu on top. And as are Carmine Core so far. Another round in their favor.
Just another straightforward, grouped up exec from KC. Na'Vi aren't doing anything to kind of dissuade them from doing it. I imagine they continue.
Well, it's quite the juxtaposition though, right? Koala Noob does really well there. Gets 3. Yeah. Massive impact, but then beyond that, I want to see what the overall answer is, right? Because you're not going to have that operator every round. You can't always be in the right place for it. Now we've got to see the answer.
Like, they're already on the site. Individual brilliance, side, like, yeah.
What's the plan? And what do we see here? See, this is, you were discussing the idea of faking with this, right? That mosh that goes in towards that octagon kind of garden side, right? And then kind of, it conditions, actually a bit of a different one, it looks like that time, over towards the alt orb, but still kind of at least alluding to pressure.
Yeah, of course, I know.
And to keep maybe that additional body dedicated towards B.
Big KO knife towards short as a reaction from Angel. It captures 3 or 4.
Lovely. Do we see that third player drift away from that B site? I think we are. Already looking like Koala Noob's the one to try and swing over. Is there now any further layers to this? You can see the Vice utility, though, in the way here. All going to come in. And actually, Hero hindered, trying to back away. You can see the intention perfectly. But they've made it through, but Koala Noob straight through the air. Takes away Arvez. Going to make that plant a little bit trickier now. Going to have to put a body behind it. Down to only 4 players. First time we're seeing Na'Vi with a fight here.
Big flank from Shao as well. This is beautiful.
That could be everything, couldn't it? Let's keep that in the back of our mind. Shao closing the gap slowly but surely, especially with the pressure now building. Angel isolates Elite. Flash over the top. And they are struggling. They are pinned in here. Sugetsu and Martin unable to withstand the pressure. Na'Vi closing the net from across the map.
Yeah, it was nice. I think Hero looked like he might have got caught there early, but the vines were just enough to get him out. And that was enough, really, it felt like. Like, vines are going to be a good tool against these fast hits. But if you're on the wrong side of the map with the vines, then they're not.
So just always be in the right place.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Now nice, boys, let's go. Give that little buffer of time, little bit of safety to work behind. First answer back for Na'Vi. Repetition is the name of the game, though. They've got to keep doing this. What's the new look here? Sadak on his own on the other side of the map.
Ooh, nice little take into showers. Dissipate used to... It's an interesting combination with the Astra and Yura. You can use the Dissipate to TP into it. Wasn't necessarily there, but something later in the season you might see someone trying to punish it, not able to be punished.
Man, it's a 3-play stack towards short. They've kind of shown intention towards shower. And a quiet walk up towards that B site. Looks like it's all a bit of a ruse. And does Na'Vi now try and re-clear that space? Sugetsu. I mean, that's a little bit of a surprise for Angel. And now isolated his Hero. He's all on his lonesome, and they're trying to get the rotations in time, but KC, man advantage.
Yeah, the Astrobes, I've only seen Boaster do that before, but...
I think he's inspired by it.
Yeah,
He's like, oh, I want to be like Boaster. Dream of it. Ooh, Hero. A little close there. Oh, there again. And time to leave. That's what it's like to stick on the site. Just gets absolutely gunked on the way out, but... Hero? Oh, that was ambitious. And he really needs to put those foolish ambitions to rest. Koala Noob and Shao, it's time to save.
Yeah.
What's happening there? You picked up Hero. What's that about?
Wait. I mean, he was in a disadvantaged situation. He had to make a big play.
You think that was a big play? Huh.
He had to make a play. Had to make a play. But there on the B side, I think is more what you were saying about the kind of the util dump on the B B side of the map, I feel like is a much more, don't try and play on the side against this.
Yeah.
On the A side of the map, I'm a bit more like, we can play around it.
I think we kind of saw that as well in some of the previous, I don't want to say some of the previous round, the one that they were able to convert there, they did find a nice bit of space to play in, kind of slow down with the vines, kind of create a bit of distance to it so they couldn't instantly capitalize on the space gathered from the utility, so kind of seeing that slow was there, but yeah, you could kind of see it on, at least when it came to what Hero's screen looked like while he tried to evacuate, it was just layer upon layer, flashed and pushed away, so interesting balance to be struck, but we are seeing a 7-1 scoreline. This is, good.
Martin has the Euro ult again. Something I did think about with the Euro ult, completely forgot, is that Yoru, pretty good counters of Vice. So maybe in the kind of Vice meta, we're seeing the Euro more because that clone is such a vital piece of util against the wall.
Yeah.
If you can just throw the clone, the wall gets
done. Yeah.
Like, otherwise you have to do the awkward shuffle up to the wall and
like try and jump around.
Yeah. It's not fun.
No, it's not. And for you playing along at home, my lovely producer said, no tech pauses this time, and I went, all right, let's put a drink on it. And now he owes me several drinks. So keep tallies, ladies and gentlemen at home, if you don't mind. Beyond that, we do see the operator in hands of Sugetsu still. And yeah, I think you're right. We are starting to see those layers dealing with that Vice utility as well, with that Yoru in hand. And for now, 7-1 though. Scoreline worrying when we're seeing this composition succeed so well. We have a new little look to have here. Close flash. It looks like it's off the back of Martin's ult.
They've been cooking. It's their map pick for a reason. Not only do they have a nice Euro strat on B, they've got one on A as well.
Yeah, nice. Beautiful. Cleared the site. Spots the players towards Trybox. Might get hunted down here, though. If he's not careful, he does at least have the shorty, but probably not how you want to do it. And look at Angel being just kind of forced out of these angles, these safer positions. They did manage to stall a bit of time, make it away at least from any damage done from that Yoru ult. But speaking of, there's the response. Instantly, KC just stop any of that naughtiness. Double stacked up. Martin in unison with Sugetsu. It is an absolute shutout of a round. Ruxic, 1v4. Really not going to happen. And yeah, if this is what KC look like on the maps they're comfortable on, I'm scared going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm scared too, but again,
you're not a coach, man. You're good.
Na'Vi, they played their weak side A. They've been hit with the Euro ult. It's I think they've tried to adjust to a B long setup where they're kind of they want to kind of punish KC for that kind of molly take on B long. But again, KC are like one step ahead. It feels just like Senate A.
I don't want to ask you what the answer is, but at this point, they are being absolutely executed on. Time and time again, we're seeing the util being used to take that space. These site hits have been overwhelmingly good, and there came a point before when we were kind of like, I guess even in the like Viper era, right, when it was so strong that you had to almost play ahead of it, right? You had to try and disrupt earlier or get aggressive, try and double down on it to the fault of almost madness, right? Because you feel like surely we can play retake, but you just simply can't. With you look at the post plant utility alone. I'm kind of surprised Na'Vi haven't gone for this triple down, double down aggression as hard as it is to play. It feels like it's the only response, and well, they have got a small reward, but they're just traded in on this. Wasn't a perfect buy by any means.
I think, to be honest with
you, almost.
It might just be an issue composition. Like, I don't have great answers with this composition.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Well, Na'Vi don't either.
Pushing on defense bind as an answer isn't usually...
It's not great. It's not the first go-to. It's not like, brilliant, let's but it just feels like they are just getting absolutely rinsed. And maybe we haven't seen like a well-structured retake. Maybe Na'Vi just aren't there yet in their terms. Because this is super early season, right? Like we're talking, we don't really know where these teams are sitting. Map veto-wise, comfort-wise, agent role. There's so much up in the air. So many issues that could be there that we can't really put tangibles to. But as it stands, there has been 9 rounds of sheer dominance and one answer from Na'Vi. That's the kind of long and short of it. Now they've got 2 ults to play with for Na'Vi. This could be time for them to maybe make a little bit of a stand, but again, do we just see them sit back? So we're seeing that same sort of, start from the Gecko util coming in. We've got the Vice util coming in. Where's the safety to stand? It looks like close. Good. Shot through the smoke. I guess if that's going to work, that's going to work. Play up towards the front side of the site, and they've got some crossfires in play. Ruxic gets overwhelmed, though, and KC once again clear the site.
Yeah, interesting adaptation. Just using that Brim Smoke early in the shot. They know they've got no drone to kind of clear it out, so maybe getting kind of weird around that kind of stuff could be quite good for them.
Yeah, playing that no man's land, try and find a little bit of space towards it. Koala trying to play retake with that operator, going to be tricky, and it looks like Sugetsu's managed even to slip away as well, which makes it trickier. Hero, though, oh, see, now Elite. So clean. Elite's been really clean with some of these shots. And Koala Noob, it's all a matter of timing here. 10-1, Mini. This one's pretty much over. Are you excited about map 3?
Are we going to cast a curse this? No,
I'm trying. My curse isn't that strong. I'm not Sliggy. Trust me. I can't do that sort of stuff.
I mean, as we said, we had some ults in that round that we could have used, but we weren't even in the situation to use them.
Yeah.
Hero's gone for a flank, and he's been caught out. It feels like maybe this is maybe a strong pick for KC, but also maybe Na'Vi is kind of lower on their kind of scale right now.
Bloody hope so. They come out going, how's that? We were really happy with the veto. A bit worried. Martin, though, once again, tearing on through.
Oh.
Did we do this twice now?
Okay.
I don't know what the plan is with this. Because it can't be
I don't know why he went
surely.
so close to... Yeah, I don't know.
You know what?
Using the clone.
Yeah.
Trap themselves in, I don't know. But again, whole site. We're gonna have to see a big retake here with the Vice ult, Gecko, KO. We have the ults to win this.
This should be the one, right? If there was going to be, look at it. Look at this. Oh, there's gonna be another like League of Legends streamer memeing on us again, isn't there? Koala Noob gonna find Sadak though. 5v4. Plant is in, but can they even keep track of this? Rooksic's gonna clear Sugetsu. Elite, Martin, and Aves with a world of trouble in front of them. Diffuse is starting, and it's Angel actually on it. Gets removed, and Martin's the one to find the critical kill here. Martin still alive, but he's got an army against him. He can't stand any further. Na'Vi just needed 3 ults and everything to chuck at them with the kitchen sink, and they are at least going to get a second. 10-2 is an absolutely belting scoreline. If you're at least a, I guess, Carmine Core fan, for Na'Vi fans, a little less so. And the worrying thing is now we see this composition go on to the defending sides. And I'm going to leave you with that thought here, Mini. We'll be back after the break.
One enemy remaining.
We said 5 rounds, didn't we, Mini? We said 5 would be really good with this sort of composition that's genuinely a little bit stronger on the defending side. They got 10.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
They're doing
They're
all right.
fine. They can start saving their strats now. They're fine.
Okay, they can just
The
put the rest
juicy
away.
Aang Sadhack combos they got going, they're going to be kept in the back pocket probably.
Again, for Na'Vi, it is going to be that balancing act of we've got to find out how high up in the map pool this is. Is this something that would be traditionally in their vetoes? You know, how high up is it in their priority? Because as it stands, I mean...
It could be a stylistic thing. It could be they've never had to fight a comp that's had that much brutal execute power.
Yeah.
But not the most fun way to find out.
No, but I guess the best lessons are learned in the live scenarios. So Sugetsu Got to be really careful about this. There's a whole lot of players, but it does have the deadlock on this side of the map. Flash set up. And RV go in. Simplistic, it looks like. While Noob hindered, yeah. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Take a seat, KC. Just showing Na'Vi to their seats at this point. And that was their flashes. That was their goer. That was meant to be the way forward. Absolutely handled.
Talk about the stall on the other side. That's what we needed. Nice lurk from Hero.
Timing on this could be very, very nice. There's no way Elite's aware. Oh my good God, Elite, are you serious? He does lose out, but at least I mean, he was in the right place, just a couple seconds too late. All gonna divide. I don't know if they're gonna be able to conquer much from this. Look at the HP left. Hero down on 16, Rooksik down on 20. It's Angel, really, who's got to be standing pretty much at the forefront of this. So Rooksik gonna tuck in towards Octagon. Angel gonna try and join him, but already issues coming their way. Turns the flash, comes back around, cleared. Rooksik down, Angel low, 30 HP, tries to dig his heels in, but they clear house. Carmine Core showing off on that deadlock now.
The intention from Na'Vi, I quite liked the idea until 4 of them got netted. You saw Hero working towards B long. He left the wall towards short B.
Yep.
We're going up short A towards the lamps area. If we needed to cancel through the TP back through, we know if they push through Hooker, we got Hero as a cancel option. He's going to be long.
Yep.
There was thought there from Na'Vi, but unfortunately, when you get a net to the face,
there's not much to do. But I don't know what you're meant to really do about that either. It's just, you know, luck of the draw, right? A good little net comes flying out your way. You've got 4 players, cool. I mean, I guess you can't be so, I don't say simplistic an approach, but again, the double flash coming in, it's all coming through one direction. Sadak's just grinning at that, you know what I mean? You're going to take that with both hands. And you couldn't ask for a better start as well for KC. They want this one out of the way quickly. They don't have to give away too much. Unless Na'Vi, I don't know. I don't think there's many ways back in.
I think the only thing I'd comment on there was that, like, Angel uses knife for informational showers, and I'm wondering if he needs to adjust to be trying to hit this Sentinel util, or waiting for that second cycle and not allowing that Sentinel util to come in as easily. He's not always going to be hitting them. It's not easy, but
could be something to look at.
I mean, 11-2. I'm trying.
We're trying, and I'm sure Na'Vi are as well. 2 rounds is 2 rounds. Feeling like this is just going to be trying to limp across the finish line at this point, but Lotus on the horizon. But KC still have to...
No, you're not going for a buy. I would just buy.
Why wouldn't you?
Just buy.
Well, Sheriffs.
the Shiko? Is that your...
Oh my God. Wait,
I listened to a couple of accounts.
I mean, I was obviously paid by Fnatic to permaglaze, so Martin. Angel. Why is he able to do that? Every now and then he just hits like, well, it's like a running shot. Can we get that on replay, please, observers, if that's possible? Appreciate you. If not, it's cool. I'll be fine. Look at short. Can we just look at what's... look at the state of it. Can we get a little zoomy circle? Wait, hold on.
That's 6 pieces.
Let's just get a little zoom circle on that.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at the state of that. It's oh, and look at the observers. Oh, you guys three are so right. And there's the flash on that. There's everything. Yeah, that don't go short.
I think. Yeah, if you do raise nade, that is reasonable.
Good return on investment, you know.
My anti-strat.
Just nade it, please.
Nade it
always don't go near it. Ava's sit on the deeper angle here. There's a world where Na'Vi make a go of it. Oh, that world's been destroyed. Ava's on the swing, and he's got a shout. So, just Hero, last alive. I kind of wanted to see someone walk short, if I'm honest, just to see what it's like to try and deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just morbid curiosity.
Na'Vi short exit next round, please. See that.
Yeah?
10 seconds left.
There we go. 12 has been achieved. Please do it again and go short.
Match point.
I don't think they will, but, you know, fingers crossed.
I know it's going to be big here too, because of those Sheriffs from Na'Vi. Oh,
Thank
only
you.
two.
Okay. So accepting to suffer on Bulldogs and Guardians, but I mean it's been a quiet game. Hero's not been having a an all-time high. But I mean the whole map's just been
Yeah, it's hard to single out someone when it's not like anyone on the map was holding.
It wouldn't make a blind bit of blooming difference. For now, though, again, eyes over towards the util dump that is going to be a nightmare to go through. Martine, are we... Okay. Interesting little glance from him. 4-1 split on this. Sadak doesn't seem too phased.
Oh, the reclear of showers, nice. I like how KC ran this round, honestly. I thought they were going to hide some of their stuff, but the one-man set B with the Vice, all the util.
Yeah, and the deadlock stuff on top. Yeah, it's lovely.
And they have a reclear of showers if they lose it. Like, there are layers here.
They've absolutely been in the kitchen. Heroes out here just trying to play COD 2. Garand locked in.
That gun made the nicest noise.
Little ping.
The little reload.
Anyone old enough to play COD 2?
No.
Nope.
Just me, you, and Sniggy.
For now, though, Sadak. 30 seconds. Oh, he actually might get away with this one. Oh, bloody hell, look at it, an absolute blender. It's not even where the util is. It's just weapons out. Sadak just keeps turning anti-flash, waiting for that pop flash to come in. It doesn't matter. Sugetsu standing. And the last man alive is Ruxic, and not for long. Carmine Core look absolutely formidable on this map.
Okay, guys, I love you all. Say it back. Say it back, or I'm not gonna be able to play. I love you, bro.
Of course I love you.
No, say it out loud. I need to hear it.
I love you, man.
I love you. Oh! Oh! Bro disappeared. My ass! Bro, you died in front of my eyes! My ass! No!
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises.
Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
I mean, you guys asked for it. We've been waiting for some Valorant this entire offseason, and we're going to be treated to 6 maps on the opening day. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. That was an absolute masterclass. You can really tell why KC wanted to play Bind.
We understand that the first day, there's only, like, when a team is strong and they pick a map, you expect them to have a lot of things prepared and ready, but KC was on a different level right now.
Yeah, that was, I hate to say it, but a complete stomp.
Yeah.
Like, it was really sad to watch Navi kind of crumble. And a lot of the players as well, like, I don't know what got into them, but we just did not get to see their best performances whatsoever.
Yeah, it wasn't even just a stomp though, right? It was so meticulously played on the side of KC and Kakuka. A lot of their game plans was involving Martine, and it just looked beautiful.
I love the fact that he got some experience last year to play here on stage with that Euro, and I love the fact that he merges so well with what they were doing. Using the ultimate, baiting the sheer, trying to get past all of that Vice utility that can be so tricky to play against. And round after round, every single time that he got his ultimate, he could have massive impact, not only on A, also on B, and then all the utility will fall from the side of KC in the right moment. You can definitely tell that there's been a lot of scouting, that they know exactly when it's the moment to go, how to counter the Vice utility as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think what KC did really well was just being able to cut noise and then utility dump onto Navi's defense, right? There were so many rounds back to back to back that we just were consistently seeing utility dumps. I mean, the way in which Aves was using that Gecko utility as well was really nice. We got a glimpse of it on KC's defense, where they were playing off of the Gecko utility and chucking things like the deadlock gravity net and things like that to make plays. Like, it was really nice. They had clear defaults that they wanted to play out. And yeah, ultimately, the utility usage for me was just a height above.
Oh, totally. I mean, there is a reasoning behind choosing this map. Yeah, of course, we have some first-timers on the other side and whatnot, but no round was equal to the previous one. And also it makes it very easy when you get so many rounds on board, because you can do things like putting Suigetsu on the operator, trying to swap the default a little bit, just it changes so dramatically what you've been doing in the previous round that there was no way. And also there were some picks through smokes. I saw Sada getting a couple of kills onto Shao through a smoke that I would have been pissed.
Hey, that's my IGL. That's my IGL. I mean, you talk about rounds we had on the board. This is actually the most dominant win KC has ever had in VCT EMEA since they've been included in the partnership era. And who knew all it took was just to bring Sadak from across the pond, you know, to lead them in such a dominant victory. And he doesn't just lead. He leads from the front, the very, very front.
I absolutely love this, because we're so used to seeing double controller on Bind, but this is a very different way of approaching and just putting not seeing actually a double sentinel instead, not having the brimstone, not having the viper, and then seeing Sadak spearheading some of this. Like, Martine would go in and Sadak would be like, "Don't worry, bro, I got you. Like, I'm behind you." It doesn't matter. Everybody else is like using utilities who gets to looking at the flank. It doesn't matter, but I feel like the support that Martine got from the player that was also throwing grab net left and right to everybody. Like, he was so annoying to play against.
This is the thing with Sadak. Like, you could just see the confidence was elevated through his playstyle. And, like, I think it was round 4, he was getting so overzealous, throwing the deadlock all when he was in like a 4v1. So yeah, I think his confidence is absolutely through the roof right now.
Also, and speaking about confidence, Navi was only able to convert 2 of their 7 first kills on this map. Yes, again, this was KC's map choice, but you know, it's Bind. It shouldn't be that difficult to play against, but
yeah,
with this composition?
Of course, I feel like, you know, Sadak played Duelist before. Maybe he just has that kind of innate instinct. I feel like he's like kind of like Angel, as in he likes to go in, but he doesn't die as much, so he just looks good. You know,
he goes in second. I think that's
yeah. He baits, but only one person instead of the whole team. But we will be moving on to Lotus, and this is where, if we take a look at historical data, I get extremely worried for Na'Vi. But it is a new team. They have a new coach. They might have some new things coming into this, and I hope they do, because if they don't, they're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, and that is going to be a crazy position for them to try and get out of.
Especially after the year that they had in 2024. We know that the expectations for Na'Vi are always through the roof, but we also know that for KC, and especially after what they did last year and the roster that they bring in this year, we can make excuses for them if they are to lose this one. But as you're saying, last year, I believe that they played this map 5 times. They only won it 1 time, but again, new team.
Wow.
Oh my God, yes!
I was right! You were! But also, Sage?
Yo, at the beginning of the show, I was telling you, it's been so long since we saw Fracture and Pearl in the game. Even Sage got a buff for the first time in the history of Valorant. This was something that I'm gonna say it, not expecting from Na'Vi, but I'm here for it.
I wasn't expecting it from Na'Vi, but it's not something I completely hate. Koala Noob does have experience on Sage. He has reps on Sage. He played it in America Ascension, so like it's not totally out of the blue. Yeah, Sadak wanting to go back to the harbor.
Of course,
again.
We see a clear plan for this, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, on Lotus though, I wasn't as expecting them to run the harbor, because on Loud they didn't do it. They did it a couple of times. But I'm looking forward to seeing Angel being able to definitively say by the end of today that he is the best Tejo player in all of EMEA. Am I right, Pansy and Minnie?
Only Tejo player. I see what you did there. I like that. But you know what, Minnie? I'm going to throw you under the bus. What did you say when you saw this comp? What was your?
Well, I really like the tail, but
yeah,
I said that they can't just be normal about it, can they? They just
don't do too much.
I'm struggling here.
Okay, so what do we make of this? You're looking at it.
Well, there's a tail, which is a big tick.
Love that. Tick in the box.
I'm liking the Vice, I'm liking the Astra.
Cool.
The Omen Sage on top is very curious.
That's big question mark. That's not no tick. Maybe cross.
Maybe.
You know, we'll see. But on the other side,
I'm starting to think more about Casey's approach to the meta. Like, if Vice is being played this much, it makes sense with the.
Yes.
You're kind of using those clones. I'm
it fits well.
Skeptical, but
we're all aboard. You in the Tejo camp.
Another harbor. Like, there's so much going on.
Yeah, we're away. On, of course, Na'Vi's side, they've got to be a little cautious about this one. Could have been absolutely screwed over. But Koala Noob is just going to say, no, you're not coming to my site. Have fun. See you in a bit. Oh, look, he's using the little drone.
Oh. It's cute.
That's nothing.
Wingman.
What?
It's way cute with the wingman.
You're absolutely deranged. You're
Like
actually...
Robot Wars.
What was his name? Craig Charles, or whoever it was, doing it?
Like it references the...
No, look, it's fine. We'll summon the elderly people like us to watch Valorant. It'd be great. Yeah, Robot was banned, but Xiao.
Don't even need this up.
That is really quite pleasant. I like that. That's
intention would have been that when the wall popped up, we get the flash, we go for a kill, but Xiao doesn't need you to.
Xiao just hits shots.
I have to check who's playing what. Sorry.
It is.
There's so
it
much
is a
going
bit.
on.
No, it's
Xiao is on Astra.
Yeah. It's a bit top. Well, I mean, we've got.
I mean, Kickoff's
Sugetsu on KC. We've got Na'Vi on the other side. We've got different compositions everywhere. Don't worry, we're kind here. Xiao is going to carry on, and what are we calling those? Missiles, rockets, things.
10 seconds left.
No.
Don't be that guy. We're not casting it, eh? Koala Noob going to clear out Elite, and that should be all she wrote. 5 alive. Diffuse on the way. Na'Vi, new comp wins.
Yeah, I mean, if there is ever a time to run stuff that is a
bit out there, creative.
Like I said, there's a lot of people in this server that have hurt my brain over the years with the amount I've had to try and prepare. So at least it's not me having to stay up to 4 now.
Yeah. So. In-zone flawless round 1, and I don't think we really saw it off the back of the kind of newer agents or how they're playing. It was kind of just players' hands. It was in Xiao having a belt. A lovely little setup though towards Tree. Kind of like the intention behind it. Didn't even really see it played out, but I don't know if you can then back on it again.
On both sides. They separated the Vice and the Sage in both rounds now.
It's kind of nasty to try and get through. If you think about it, walls on either side. So much stall potential.
Teo instantly using the... Yeah, okay. So the A control, we got... Okay. We're starting to see the Sage usage there. Slow and the Teo util. Rubber control.
And look at this, and then we're kind of seeing both sides of the coin, right? You're seeing the kind of control aspect to it on one side with that slow, with the Teho utility on top of it. Then you've got the wall, you've got the vines, you've got everything on the other side. It is a very hard comp to handle, actually. I'd like to see how teams plan to go about this. KC probably had an idea of what they wanted to do here, but I doubt they expected this composition against them. So have to see them learn on the fly. Don't know how deep this is into their map pool either. Very early season here.
I think this round, I know it's just eco, but with how quick they got rid of that Vice utility, that is something that I'm looking out for. If they're not able to get out into the rubble control because of the Sage slow coming down and the kind of tail util, they've got nothing else to do. They might as well go do that. So it could be something that they do.
Angel gets the iPad out. This map feels horrible to play against this. They are only on like classic, so it's not like we're seeing them go all in. A little high-low setup. Paranoia is pretty on the money. 20 seconds. Can we get a plant or anything? Kill. It's good. Xiao's a little low. But Xiao's not falling, is he? So all good. Na'Vi make it to a second, only losing one player. Not the end of the world.
But yeah, like I said, even in the eco, kind of getting rid of that util early on C from the Vice, and then they kind of prod B, and they've always got that option to go back C. So that could be something that we see.
Oh, I'm actually quite impressed now seeing this kind of like combination stuff coming out, right? Because clearly Na'Vi have cooked a little bit
Looks
here.
like KC...
Do we see it actually tested this round, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep our eyes on
see
towards
what
Rubble.
their take is.
Yeah.
I expect a TP from the Euro maybe towards the tree, but we'll see.
Let's see it. So this is what we're waiting on, and does Sugetsu live? Takes a lot of damage, but now we've got Ruxic up on top, going to take away Sugetsu. Now sends out the Paranoia. There's still a player in towards that smoke. Might consider it now off the back of the flash. Ruxic, you can have a little glance. You are. Oh, it's messy. That's not good. That's really not good. All theory and no practice in the end.
I mean, if this A control doesn't work for Na'Vi, that's a big concern, because that's one of the reasons why they're going to be running this composition, especially with the Sage.
Yeah, because they got like a little bit of chip damage, I guess, but it really wasn't, I mean, wasn't everything to write home about. Hero's already away on the angle. Got Shout being prayed he doesn't get checked on, but instantly dinked down to 18, so that's going to be, I don't want to say wraps, but it's close enough to. A 1v3 is very, very difficult, especially with the map so open. They could easily pivot towards B if they fancy it. Hero was noted over towards stairs, so they've already cleared on through. No stress, quick plant. Hero.
Nope.
Bring them down.
That would have been the idea. And now he's been seen. So Hero, uphill struggle. He's got himself the Phantom. Does he just want to... I don't know what his options are. There's not many at this point in a 1v3, really. But yeah, I don't know if there was any mistimed utility, because it's kind of hard to see it from that perspective. If we can observe, it's just to be that pain in the ass. If we get a free cam on it, if they do go for that sort of approach again, I'd love to see how it looks from their side. It is. There's so much thrown down.
VALORANT.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It's just layer upon layer. But it is incredibly hard. Hero, you can at least make it a little bit more costly. Okay. Takes away one of the 3 remainders and actually goes down himself.
Mistimed it.
Yeah. Wouldn't happen on Fnatic.
No.
Oh, here we go. Here's it kind of played back, but... It's messy from Ruxic as well, wasn't it?
One enemy remaining.
Usually with those kind of rounds with the Rebel control, you see... Oh, Sadek's not happy.
Love a bit of it. Love to see Sadek.
You often see people double down a little bit if they think they will get unlucky, because luck is a genuine factor in that messy kind of take. Little adaptation there from Na'Vi, choosing to use the salvos towards behind.
Adding that extra piece to it rather than splitting. I think they had one over just towards the main doorway, right? Coming on through. Okay, so lovely. Thank you, observers. Appreciate you. I'm just going to say Zilv because there are more of you, but it's all Zilv. But this time around, we didn't see Carmancore start towards that side. They just kind of, left it be. But they're going to kind of... I guess the one thing is you can identify where Angel is early. You can tell where Koala Noob is early. Like, it is very, very telling at that point where a couple of these players are going to be residing. Rooksik pushing up as well. And thank you, Jack, as well, of course. Thank you. Yeah, covered all the bases. But it slows down the roll, I guess, right? Like, coming back in, you're going to see KC having to slow the approach a little bit.
Well, they got two main approaches so far. It seems like they kind of fight towards A, and then they kind of slow defaulting out the util and C, and then they've got the lair where they've re-cleared A already. Into the B split now, it looks like. Little fake towards A.
This puts Xiao in such a pinched position, though. Does he get to keep his life? I think he does get out of danger, but that got real close. Smoke going to go in towards that main side, where that spike is with Sugetsu. Smoke back in towards kind of lower CT side. Wait and see that plant coming in. They are very close here. This is precarious.
Interested to see what they do on the post plant, because it's an awkward situation. Looks like they're going to push through.
Yeah, going for a brawl. Martin taking a boatload of damage, though. Hero just a shot in the dark off the back of the flash, probably coming in. Sprays in, gets rewarded. And now it's, oh, Koala Noob, no man's land there. That was really uncomfortable, but this is tricky. Aves finally starting to warm up a bit here. Two big picks, a Carmine core. Suddenly looks stable under all this pressure. It's just Xiao left alive. He was one of the first players towards this side of the map, the first to evacuate that B site. Now, probably the last one to try and walk away from this, still alive. Aves, lovely round from him.
Big. I mean, like I said, that B, I was very interested to see what they did in the post. Like, B is, on this map, I think the easiest site to retake generally. So, giving it up there, absolutely necessary against the high roll. I like the little kind of flare into kind of B link there. But yeah, Aves went huge.
Oh, we might have the A battle. Here we go. Test number 2. Does Angel still use that salvo over towards Rubble? That two of them, because they haven't seen that yet. But again, Na'Vi are on a bad purchase here. It's not like they have every piece of utility they'd want. And they don't even do it this time, not at the same timing. This time, oh, a little bit of an adjustment, but Sugetsu's still fine. Yeah, this is not working well enough. I mean, Rooksik's doing well from up on the top of Rubble, but that could have been done regardless. Paranoia is still going through Hero, trying to hold on, but a 1v2 is going to be incredibly difficult. And the problem is that Elite's still one of the players standing, so that wall is still very valid. Buys a lot more time for them. Hero maybe decides to opt through towards B, or does he just kind of bite the bullet here?
Sadak seems to just get two straight from lobby there. Just picking them as it's crossed. Tough round for Hero.
Yeah, and there's kind of the issue. That's a alarm bell ringing, but he's going to get an upgrade, so a fighting chance. Still has flash. I've lied. It's on the other side of the map. Not great. Hero's in trouble. Yeah, tough one. And they're playing high-low. Oh, no, they're not. They're both actually up together. I thought it was going to be a high-low setup, but all good. Sadak there in the end. And I don't know how Sadak got those kills. Maybe there was just like a gap that he found, but I don't know if it's good enough for the amount of investment early. I don't know if it's really getting them the reward they wanted. Here it is. Is it just a shot? In the, okay, just in crossing. Yeah.
I mean,
one enemy remains.
Just an eco. I'm not gonna.
No.
Not yet, let's go. It is a little bit worrying, maybe.
You're going to start losing confidence in that, though, aren't you? The problem is, if this is the first time you're showing it as well, if you're Na'Vi, and there was some good, there's some redeeming qualities which also get to in a bit of a predicament with it. It's uncomfortable to play with, but uh-oh, Martin. Here we go. On his own over towards A, but he's taking a whole lot of space. Seen at least one there. I think he did. Yeah, there we go. Spots out Hero.
Original intention was to fake that into the B, but...
Oh, he's committed on it, and he's gone back around. This could be huge from Angel. Big reveal here, potentially, yeah. Massive! 4 found, and of course suppressed there. What do they do with this? Pops down the stun. Slows it down a touch, and now they can kind of readjust accordingly, I guess.
Yeah, Rusik used his from the shadows there, and I think that... I think that KC were a bit worried there. Just wanted to slow it down.
Yeah. Na'Vi heavy on the rotates though. Still 3 players here, 2 towards B, and Aves already removes Koala the noob.
It was a nice angle from Koala.
I thought he'd be rewarded on that. I'm gonna come in. that's going to reveal the 2 players towards that B side. Angel's still going to stick around here, going to try and create that nice choke point, make it really hard to springboard in. But they've lost that main control. There's still pressure. Xiao unfazed and somehow got away with 1, but no shot there for Angel, sadly. Spike's now going to go down, and a 3v2. Ruxic and Hero. Hero, does he try and catch the timing on this one? It would be a tough endeavor. Nice from Elite. He's been good for his the whole game, it feels like. Safe pair of hands in this. Does get cleared, but good trade from Sadak. Comfort found in the end by Carmine Corp.
I mean, comfortable call-in from Sadak. Yep. He's, you know...
It's nice having a good IGL.
Beating us on Lotus a few times. This guy, he's seen what he doesn't like on A. He's seen Sage. He's seen some other powerful agents there, and he said B split.
Not for me. I'm off.
B split now, I think two times he's used that.
Bro, what are they doing? They're beating each other.
Are they baiting each other? Do you agree?
Who's beating each other?
Baiting. He said they're baiting each other.
Oh, it's a beating.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think they'll be getting away with that on stage.
Yeah, I wonder what the adjustment here is for Na'Vi. If the A control isn't working, what is the next layer?
I don't know. You'd kind of hope there would be a bit more to it, right? You'd hope there's layers, like an onion. There's layers to it. I watched Shrek recently over Christmas, can you tell?
Yep.
Yeah. Lots of bad movies over Christmas, actually.
Shrek's not a bad movie.
I wouldn't say it's the peak of my cinema enjoyer. Okay. You're the pretentious one. Don't start with me. Don't start with me.
Pretentious enough to say I don't like Shrek.
I do like Shrek. I'm just saying it's not, you know, the pinnacle of cinema. I'm the one quoting it, not you. Don't be acting up. I'll bring you out
I
one
think alongside
day.
Kubrick, Shrek is
ingenious. Sadly for Na'Vi, money's in the bin. So will my career be once the Shrek enjoyers get hold of me. We do have Res for Kuala Divide for Xiao, but
it's just a
it would need errors to be made, I feel, and Casey is starting to look good with that like nice mid-round calling. And genuinely, as much as it sounds almost too silly to say, it's nice to see another good IGL in EMEA in the form of Sadak. Lovely mid-rounding, nice creativity. The guy is a joy to watch, so, you know, we've been... Oh, there goes... You see the little drone just... Why is it so quick? Because it's so fast.
It's a bit spooky.
Don't question me why I find something funny and you call it spooky. For now, still going through the protocol list to clear through towards Rubble, and the Stinger does not sound very intimidating.
Ooh.
This could be good though.
Yeah, the lack of killjoy.
Yeah, a little bit of room. Nice, Ruxic. Sadak gone. Back away from that. Makes those sight takes a little bit trickier now for KC. And where do they kind of drift back to? I guess
See, I wonder if they're saving that vice one place later. I don't know if because they did early round go there.
30 seconds
use the
left.
crew.
Martin going to be the one to bait the wall. Whoa, Ruxic, that's 2. Gets out of there before the paranoia lands. Na'Vi making something out of nothing. Oh, Angel, I thought he was on the money for that. Took Martin low down to 30. Koala Noob, the timing just a little uncomfortable, but look at the time, speaking of, 6 seconds. It's running low. And Hero, can he deny it and live? No, I don't think he can. Spikes down. Hero. It's only a stinger. Tricky with 3 players, and Aves not going to let it slip.
I mean, I think Na'Vi did a
commendable job.
They knew that there was no killjoy turret towards the middle of the map. They went for something. They made it interesting. But this is the round that we want to see the kind of adjustment made from that timeout. Looks like KC have no issues leaning towards A again.
Yeah, they're confident in it now. And we're not even seeing the Sage there either. So even if they're going for... I don't think we're seeing the same thing. Maybe Angel's still going to be doing it, I don't know. Maybe just using it to break the walls, maybe for whatever reason it is, still going to be doing it, but it's not as much intention behind it. A little bit of chip damage, if anything, but look at KC instantly pathing differently and punishing Angel on this. That is such a quick adjustment. Credit where credit is due. That was Angel on the platter, and this time there was less players behind it. But still, it's Hero very alone. Rotations are coming in, but they're not there yet.
Time to jump.
I'll handle this.
Martin's got the ult out. Yeah, look at this. Unison just using him as a beacon to follow up from Hero.
Spike down.
Absolutely just gets smacked about by Martin. Oh, Koala Noob. That's not a fun position to be in here. It's looking like 6 is inevitable.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Angel got caught out early there. I'm not sure what he heard the util being used. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, it's just that I loved KST's adjustment with Sadak kind of utilizing the Cove to just get on through and just, it looked like they just swung it together. Maybe there was like a flash in there or something else to kind of facilitate that, to go for the brawl on it. But to completely negate all of what they were doing, to be fair, there wasn't the slow. That is the one thing they didn't have, which could have maybe been a little bit of a deal breaker in that, is if there was that slow, could have hindered that approach as they were going for. But without it, you know, you got the green light to go and they just went on it. So a little frustrating, I'm sure. And this was probably the round that they had, whatever they had in mind for to try and adjust. That was what the timeout was for, but now that slipped away just as quickly.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure what the adjustment fully was. The Vice was towards the A side. Maybe that's what they're going to go for. This time, let's see.
Last player stand.
They got ults.
They've not, yeah, they've just not been able to string together economy at all.
Go, like every round.
Goodness.
Young Yahavez.
Yeah, who'd have thought it?
Such a sweet boy.
All missiles away.
Is that weird?
No. Okay, so trying to once again display some dominance here, control that A side of the map. They've done it. Now, it forces KC to react, right? They're away. They're going for a little wander. You can see the little drone taking a walk around BC's nothing. They've got to know it's C.
Yeah, and now a nice little push through on the A. The stall from the Vice on C, maybe we get the flank in.
How much Hero's got to be really cautious, because that wall's dropping any second now. I mean, he's not got much longer now. Ult on top. Oh, the ult. Oh, that could have been huge. Well, but...
Oh.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh. Oh. We got one. We got one. It's cool. Ruxic, go get him. Go get him. Oh, he's actually done it. He's actually done it as well. He's got 2. Oh, but they're answering back KC. Now finally the rest comes in. Ruxic is tearing them up. He did everything he could in that one. The wall was shambolic, but it didn't matter. He did enough on his own.
I think that's the first time I've seen a judge flank, but
Work
that's
out.
beautiful.
It was perfect. Replay, please. Please, pretty please. Yeah. Gets over the wall. And just that little offset of timing was just off enough that it... Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, guys.
That is actually nuts. From 0 to hero sort of behavior there. That was wild. Now, ult-wise, we do at least have Sadak's ult there. We've got the TP for Sugetsu, but, I mean, it's not the, you know, a massive impactful ult. Ruxic, same thing. And the divide for Xiao. But what we've been making of Taeho so far, kind of like, let's kind of touch base a little bit on it, because it's been... I don't know. I don't know if Angel's the best player to show it off at times. It seems okay.
I liked...
What? He's 1 to 7. You're giving me a Jesus.
The way I the way I look at the agent, it doesn't. It's not. He's like supporting other people, right? So we're trying to be taking that rebel control. I think that it's curious that they were kind of unable to take some of that control. I would presume that that is probably the best use case for him, is to try and take that rebel control and it not go on amazingly. I've liked the re-clears with the drone through the middle of the map. They've been pretty decent at kind of getting some information.
Okay, so Mini approves. Let's see how it goes, huh?
The ult usage that round.
Okay, we
we'll
don't.
park
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
We'll park that.
You seem really toxic, Mini, and that's very, very nasty of you. However, a challenge here. Last time around, it was Angel on his own, and he got overwhelmed by that Cove and the quick push through. This time around, there's more players here. Cove's there, but they're not all rushing through it. It's a bit of a feint this time. It feels a little bit of a little bit of a layer to this adaptation. All goes in. We've got a brawl here. Sugetsu going to find Ruxic, and they're trying to isolate Angel again. Just backed by the box, put into the boxes, but he fights his way out. Takes away Martin. He's still fighting. Gets a follow-up. This time makes a stand of it, leaving it in a 3v3. And what territory do we have here? Oh, Koala Noob, you nasty boy. You absolutely Filthy animal. Oh no! No! That's such a good idea. Oh man, that sucks.
I'm sorry.
I really had high hopes of that one. I was on your side, Koala Noob. Xiao and Hero.
Just a little reset from Casey. Yeah. Expecting the Na'Vi repush that we were talking about in map 2.
The Counter-Strike Classic.
The Counter-Strike Classic.
But doing it in a disadvantage is just, it's so readable and it gets punished so often. But does Xiao actually have a good idea? I mean,
a kind of cool spot though.
Pre-aiming that. And Hero gets the
Distraction
attention.
there.
Yeah, that's a nice little kind of like setup on the fly. Sadek and Elite. He's been able to reposition it. Oh, Hero's gone away with murder. He takes away Elite. How's this happened? We've got 20 seconds. Sadek's probably baffled as to where the hell my teammates just went. 14 now. Got to get a move on. Got to get a wiggle on. He's away.
10 seconds left.
Charges.
Needs to get a plant in.
No charges.
And yeah, look who's bound in for. Ooh, guns out, guns out, guns out, shout. Careful. He's confident. He's got Hero by his side now. The spray, yeah, that'll do it for you.
I was a bit curious about Casey taking a timeout just on that one round loss, but the timeout call, I don't know if that strat was incredible. They put the smoke near the
here we go.
Like they double TP'd into it.
Yep.
Jesus.
That is actually pretty nice.
That's a strat.
That's that.
That's a strat.
Mini approved.
Yeah, approved. See done that one.
For who? You're casting? You leaving me already? Is this it?
God, you gotta have an archive ready. You know,
Got
just in
it.
case.
Got
Get the call up.
it. Got it. If someone's got the check, hey, Minnie, we really need something on Lotus? Could you? You're just like, I've got you guys. Coming back in though, 4-6, close affair between the two. Koala Noob, I'm rooting for you after that last round. There it is. Stunner onto Sadak. I was praying for that wall to work out, but actually now got to be cautious of that pinch. There's an ooh, it's unique. It's job done. It's fine. He's alive. Got a pick. Man advantage. Oh, Rugzik. Oh. Is that double smoke?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was awkward, just like drifting through it. And well, Koala Noob. Yeah. Did both players shoot at B? I think they might have done, so I think they're... Hero, cool. And Na'Vi.
Yeah, messy finish.
Yeah, just not allowing any fun today. It's also get to. 1v4. You ever seen these before? 1v4, it's not this. Why'd you see what he does to Angel? Hold on, it's coming. Yeah, see? Do you remember when I told you what he did to Angel? It's mental, isn't it? He takes that TP, right? Takes that TP. The next couple of steps, it'll blow your mind. Just you wait. It's Sugetsu. He's back, ladies and gents. Did you miss him? That sort of thing, you know? Na'Vi? Question mark. No, we'll see what Sugetsu can do here. This is actually a really tough scenario. The fact that he got those two was exceptional, but to get the next would be something beyond. He's bought a good amount of time here, taking that TP all the way towards A. But to try and juke these two players who've got paranoids, smokes, he's got so much here. Sugetsu gonna try and get a little closer. Divide gonna come in, demanding the respect, forcing him to use this. They're on the spike. He's trying to find at least a player here. Sugetsu had to make a go of it and made Na'Vi invest, made them worry just that bit to invest that ult. But regardless, Na'Vi come out with the round and he's teabagging him. Did you see that? Did you see that?
I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything.
Unbelievable scenes.
Koala, I'm impressed with this early round Sage Orb.
One enemy remaining.
Never seen that on Lotus.
Never.
The fast reaction to the door. Respect.
What we got? Na'Vi have clawed this back. The string of rounds is worrying, if we're going to be honest. The fact that the bulk of the rounds, you know, once he was in the full buy rounds, were going Casey's favor. That is where you're going to put your mind towards. But as it stands, Na'Vi have clawed this game back to at least it was probably going to be an even affair, unless Carmine Court have something to show us here. And this time, look how much further they're exploring over towards that A side as well.
Yeah, they had that same idea to go for that push out again, but the Vice Wall's going to prevent them from doing it. Not going to go for the Sage Wall this time.
Are you sure?
I mean, they were not going to go to the Sage Wall to boost over the Vice Wall.
I mean, He's built himself a little, I don't know, ice castle. Yeah. There he goes.
But yeah, Casey's showing the layers again.
Yeah. The onion.
The onion. Donkey.
Donkey. I feel like I've let myself down by not backing Shrek hard enough, but do you have an ult? Arvez, does he catch? Yeah, he does. So Rooksik gonna take the TP there. Ooh, we're gonna check on that. I feel like someone saw it. Someone saw it. Someone saw it. Yeah. Arvez saw it. Someone did anyway. Rooksik's gone down. Good trade from Koala Noob though.
A little early on that there.
Yeah, Hero's got to be careful as well. He almost got backhanded, but managed to keep his life. Aunt should be in. Spam. Maybe? No, not in that position. Sadak should be safe. But we are down to 3 now for Na'Vi. It's Angel's flank that could be the absolute winner.
Missiles away.
Missiles are away. Thank you for telling me what they are. And they completely go without much effect. For now, it's Arvez controlling that site. And Angel not having the best of times through that smoke to shout last one alive. This looks like we're going to have a little bit of favor towards Carmine Core here towards the end. So 7-5, but a very close game. Na'Vi starting to wake up a little bit towards the end there, start to put some rounds on the board and make something out of nothing. Hopefully, we see more of that after this break.
As you know.
Okay, if you are just tuning in, it is gone midnight here in Berlin, but we are locked into this one at 5-7. A very close game. The Na'Vi brought back from the brink. It felt almost like a formality at the end, but those 3 rounds gave them that little bit of a buffer. Now, Carmine Core still up on 7, still looking quite robust, but we have to touch base, because these compositions caught our attention. They certainly caught your eye, they caught mine. How are we feeling? Do we feel that Teho is unique enough here that he's been played correctly, or do you think we'll see his real value come out on this side?
I think that the defense was supposed to be probably a little bit better with that control. I think the attack side, Teho, is very strong. The X6 are brutal, the post-mounts are brutal. The only thing I'm looking out for is the fact that their composition's a little bit wonky, and the fact that they don't have agents to take control of the map as easily. They don't have those drones or anything.
Okay.
Just the Teho drone alone.
Yep.
Defensively, the Euro composition isn't going to be able to fight for Rubble quite as hard, and they're going to be comfortable in the fact that Martin's just going to be going for picks on A a lot of the time, I think.
So Getsu able to slip back to this position. They have cleared out the vines at least, but it didn't feel as imposing, that drone being used like that. I'm waiting to see if Angel uses his util again to try and clear default. He does, but easily maneuvered around by Sugetsu. So not feeling too much pressure. He's still able to hold CT, kind of make note that no one's going to be slipping through waterfall, where the 3 players are very early coming back from. But Koala Noob up on this wall, joined by Angel. That's nice. Positioning lovely. Oh, Angel gets caught off in the end, and Carmine Core start to clear house, start to clear through. Finding 3, leading Hero and Shout. Tucked in towards water, not easy. Hero Trying to spam out, catch maybe a stray headshot, and yeah, maybe Elite's a little lower, a bit of chip damage here and there, but I need more than that. Time is on their side at the very least. Hero trying to slip a little closer. Carmine caught. Gotta get a little bit of a move on here. Should be able to look towards halfway. Xiao, I don't know. Xiao making the impossible nearly doable, but he can't get there in time. Heartbreak in the end as Sanak just sits and diffuses, knowing that he had just that bit of space to play with.
Did he jump on the box? Did he jump on the box?
I think so. I think he did.
No idea how to get those kills.
He's got it done, right?
Initially, Navi, this wall, this is Paper X lock-in. Yeah.
Christ.
Lovely little wall.
Vintage.
Vintage. Nice flood from KC.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Navi didn't get more off of that wall.
Guys, you're insane. You're insane.
I see the lights come up, and I see the stage go red. Angel's having a chat. He's not happy. He's not happy. They get water bottles. Look at that. Magic. What was your favourite tech pause of all time?
Are we? Do you remember tech
It's got. Of course I do, because that's all I get in my career. It's gone midnight. Of course I'm talking about tech pauses. What do you? We can go about Christmas, New Year.
I can't remember.
I like Fnatic constantly spilling stuff.
Spilling stuff.
Yeah. Lots of dribble.
Yeah.
No, you guys don't remember. You just made us suffer from it. Nice one.
Oh, day. I just the day was a blur.
Got it.
Whenever it was game day.
Yeah.
I don't remember any.
Sheer joy.
I remember them a bit more when it was us playing after a team.
I see.
That was annoying.
Yeah, they're not great. I never actually asked you what happened. What was the mini squeeze about? Do you remember the little note?
I have this weird thing where like I quite like to like stretch my hand out.
Okay, yeah, like stretching, yeah. And you got caught doing that.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? Nice of them to make
like,
a gif of it.
Yeah.
You got really supportive fans.
Yeah.
That's lovely. Big fan. Can you tell that it's a little bit late here?
Yeah.
Normally we get an update as to what the issue is. No update, but it's sitting up.
They own me with all those cams, by the way.
What do you mean?
Because they would always like we'd win a round, and then they cut to me looking mad, as if it was after the round. But
we might have used some creative edits.
I was angry about a minute and a half ago.
Don't break the illusion. Yeah, we've been banking those for years.
I gotta protect the fact that I'm not that unwell.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I will not be able to help you with that during our casts. Back into this though. We do see a buy-up from both sides. Oh, Martin, quick as anything. Takes away Hero. And just dips away towards site. Same wall. Similar scenes. Martin, they're just unfazed. It's all theory. But landing it is only really Rooksick. And look at Martin again. This guy is so clean. And Xiao, looking up against it. Running the same thing twice feels a little bit...
They're confident with the strat. I mean, I did point out that I was surprised they didn't get more off of that wall last time.
Yeah.
Going for the half armor, kind of force buy when you got a Yoru who's going to buy an outlaw.
Yeah.
Was not the nicest idea.
No.
Well, not when you
How
went into
did it feel that you made Outlaws exist with what you did in Fnatic? Is that, do you feel ashamed of forcing them to introduce a gun to deal with your concerns half-wise?
I feel proud to have that much impact on a game. To be fair, all I did is listen to someone who was an analyst for someone else.
You yoinked some stuff, you're now they're stealing.
Yeah.
Smart move.
Oh, here we go.
Here he goes. Here he comes. Got one. Good. And Savez noted. I know Tejo's good. Like, I know he is. I've tried to use it.
So I'm not going to try it.
What?
I think, yeah.
No, say the hot take. You were so close to saying hot take.
No, there was no hot take. It was just, I don't think we can use this game yet. We're not using this game. We got to see more.
Yeah, Sugetsu is... What is...
It's good.
I know it's a bit late, but what are we up to, guys? What's occurring? Arvez Still doing all right. Oh, that's pretty tasty. I don't really know what happened to get too early. I don't really know what's going on. It's getting a bit messy.
Yeah.
Feels like we're after the watershed, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like Map 5 or Grand Final kind of.
Don't talk to me about this.
I'm interested to see how Angel uses the tail. Oh,
Okay.
never mind.
It's a timeout. It's okay. It's a good one. It's an okay one. I pray. 5 to 10. All good.
Usually you would see, I think traditionally, if you're playing against Sentinel, you'll use one piece of this, this salvo.
Yeah.
Are we agreeing with salvo? Salvo?
What? He says it is. Yes.
Salvo?
Doesn't say
we use the salvo, I think, to destroy some center util, but there's no real center util to break, so I'm not sure
how are you going
what
to go
you
about
would condition early. Maybe for the A control, you might use some to kind of deny the rubble control. Because it's a cycle util, it's a cycle agent.
Yes.
You're using the first cycle to kind of default, second cycle for the exec, third cycle using the postman if you can get them. That's the hope.
That's the dream,
dream.
right? That's the goal.
The attack side should be brutal. Hoping we get a few more rounds out to see that.
Be nice. I'm hoping we get a little bit more. Bit worried that it might end a little soon. I was going to say prematurely and then swerved away from that. For now, Outlaw is out. How many light shields? Only 2. So, well, I say out.
That was a monster again.
Yeah.
I didn't realise.
No, just well. I mean, and out of all the names, like, you know, eye test for me at least, you know, I would have put him towards the top end, but seeing him do this well, great to see. Seas goes in, sit back on that. Meantime, Na'Vi kind of testing the waters over towards the C side, so kind of missing each other to an extent here, but Spike is still sat a little bit further back, so it's certainly not all in just yet. Wall is considered. Do they get to clear that? Yeah. Yeah, they do. Okay, nice little use of the TP there. Rook's going to set that off.
I think same kind of concept we're seeing. Like, obviously this off-season there must be a meta development around Vice, and a lot of the teams knowing that we have to get rid of this Vice util early, otherwise... Oh.
But, I mean, the same principle has been applied throughout the game, you know, throughout different metas, right, is, you know, deal with that early utility, be it a Cypher camera, be it, you know, whichever Sentinel's utility is primo at the time. But it's good to see them actually really with intent handling it as quickly as possible. Ooh, those. Close.
It was always a little bit easier with those pieces of util because you can use the grenade, the raised nade, you can use tail util.
Safe ways to clear, yeah.
Safe ways to clear.
I guess you're right, that's why we're going to see probably the upswing in the Yoru being kind of wheeled out, because there is some safety in clearing it. While we digress, we do see the round progress, and the plant's going to be in Na'Vi with 5 alive. So maybe this game does have a little bit of play in it yet. Others to get to an elite. This wasn't a perfect purchase. There obviously are Vandals in play. You can still see them in hands to get to an elite, but... it's very difficult for them. I don't think the weapons are even the biggest issue. Look at it, the walls there, the vines are there. It is going to be very hard to work back in. And of course, you've still got Astra's utility on top of it. There are quite the endless list to work through. For now, I think the best option is just hit save.
Yeah, I mean, if you do lose the side against this comp, again, we do have those layers. Vines, Sup, Salvo. It's a lot to deal with.
It really is. It does, now seeing it kind of in action, I do feel like we're getting back to a very, like, I don't say like a post-plant heavy meta, but a very utility heavy meta.
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far.
Yeah. And maybe it'll change. I mean, maybe we're just seeing 2 teams.
It's the kind of stuff you are used to seeing early in a season.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
No, it may not like
away from
completely.
anything, but it feels like Teo's having an impact on what Sentinels might be being played, and then those Sentinels have that kind of direct exec util.
So I guess it moves away from the tradition. I say traditional, I mean just Cypher and Killjoy, I guess, to an extent, right? It's just like not quite as viable to run them. So yeah, it just plays in your deadlocks, your vices. Another timeout. This one mostly led by Eng here. I always like to kind of see who's the the main one talking, because we do see some timeouts in that first, I think it was either first or second map, I can't even remember, bloody hell, where it was mostly Sadak having that conversation, whereas this one is predominantly Aang. Did you guys have a similar sort of thing back when you were doing it? Was there moments where it was mostly players talking, or when you guys would be more chiming in, or is it generally you guys more than the players?
It was fairly democratic. It was usually I'd come in, kind of say what the problem I thought was, hopefully have some kind of solution. And if my solution was terrible, then I'd say,
cool.
You guys, what are you going to do about it?
Okay, because I didn't think you believed in democracy, so it's quite wild hearing you say
I generally don't.
No.
But
maybe, you know, you...
Wait.
As it stands, though, quick timeout for KC. Let's see if anything eye test is picked up.
Oh, interesting. Omen TP with a fade reveal on Rubble. Not Rubble, on Man, sorry. So full information for Zagetsu. Able to stack towards the kind of B and A side of the map now on defense.
Yeah, you can already see it Avis straight away. Just drifting off from this. Now, that's quite early to be doing it, though. And they've not really felt much layer behind it. I mean, it does take a little bit of build-up to get towards A, but it's a little bit scary to leave so much towards one player. Now, there's a lot in the hands of Zagetsu here, but, I mean, one of the greats for a reason. 2 players now posted towards B. That additional support from Arvez now here. And who's there with him? It's going to be Sadak. Okay, big contact to be made. That's nice. That should be quite... There's only 2, I think. Oh, 4. Tell a lie. Jeez, that is huge info. So no, maybe there's still one posted over towards that A side, potentially trying to maybe hit that late positioning through the door. Who knows? But there's still about 40 seconds, so they can pivot away from this. Na'Vi are not locked into anything just yet.
Yeah. I mean, they're going towards A, but this device...
30 seconds left.
25 seconds as well. You're either gonna, you're gonna go through the vines? You're gonna weigh them out, or the wall? How do we want to go about this one? You're down to 20 now, 19. The clock is running low and they are being stalled the hell out here. 15 seconds. Rotations are now in. Aves is there, you've got the players on the site. Elite takes a fight, Martina as well. This stall was stunning, and Carmine Core showing you exactly why this Vice is so strong at holding down these sides, so there's nowhere to really go for Angel. Tries to fight his way out of this one, and he's at least gonna maybe keep hold of that gun, but that's the best he can hope for.
Do what you're here to do. I think to be honest, I think the entire round stems from the fact that Zagetsu is able to get that man control. He keeps the one-ways there, and there's nothing to clear him out. Like, the only thing they've got is that Teo drop. So if that never happens, you're always going to get a stack towards B and A side of the map, and Casey are always one step ahead.
You can just see the reward of that there so perfectly. The difference having that one player with good information has, but maybe a brawl this time. I want to see what they go for here. We do have active presence from both teams towards the C side to start with. Drone's going to go through, going to see the TP. Does he get the reveal? Sugetsu. Going to respect that. Actually falls off.
Yeah, interesting high-low. So they're going to have to contact into this. They have not much to go into.
That's what I was going to say. Without that drone, this is going to be really hard for Na'Vi to clear. I mean, they've got the paranoia. Okay, that's nice. Sugetsu's going to go down. Good use of that. Arvez still going to make a mountain out of this molehill. Does so well to find 2 there, but Ruxic on the clear. Going to at least deal with that aggressive start, or at least space-taking start from...
Oh, cheeky.
Okay, that's...
Okay, I did lie. They had flashes. I lied.
I can't believe you lied to me like this. I had blind faith in you. Get it? Blind faith, flash. I was caster of the year once. Not anymore, but yeah.
I wasn't ever coach of the year, so don't worry.
Sorry, I've already worked with her. Potter's already, I'm out there collecting. Maybe it'll be your time soon, you know? Maybe it's working on me.
I was thinking for second season of Panini, you should join me as a coach.
You think so?
Yeah.
Nice, I'm down. Okay, is this just like trading work? You know, there's like 2000 sitcoms where people would like trade jobs.
Yeah.
Do a bit of that. Yeah. Okay, post plant. Angel has ult. I mean, everyone's got ults apparently. We've got 3 on the go currently. Martin takes a wander, takes a look, takes a glance, spots out 1. And we have the ult on top. And Lee gonna find Ruxic. Angel's gonna nuke Martin, but it's Xiao left. Oh god, these ults are everywhere. Good lord, Xiao still has to get through the cove. Breaks that. 6 bullets, 5 bullets, and the defuse ain't stopping. He's got to deal with it now. 3 bullets. He can't do it in time. Defuse right there. as Sadak gets away with daylight robbery.
Again, it just feels like another use of that Teo Armageddon Teo ult, not quite doing what I thought it should do. I could be wrong, but that ult seems terrible
to use like that.
I mean, they got a kill, but...
Please alone! Stop betting, please!
He might be my new favorite player. Like he's climbing the scales. I love a bit of chat like that. Martin, this is brave. This is brave. Must be nice.
You will not kill
Must be nice to be favored by the gods like this. Luckily there is a res there, so we are going to get Ruxic back on his feet, but not the start you would have wanted. Oh,
that was quality.
No, this. Sugetsu's. As much as it's been a quiet game, but at least map from him, he does look a little bit revitalized, right? Like it wasn't like he was ever bad on Na'Vi, but he looks like he's got a point to prove now for Sugetsu. But as it stands, 3v3, Casey at 12. This could be all she wrote. Let's see, Ruxic, Hero, and Xiao. You got it in ya, or not? Oh, gonna come through. That is a problem. Plant is not in. Stalled him out a little bit here.
$30 seconds left.
Just stalling it. There we go. Plants in. Ult for Hero. Pretty valuable at this point. Use it this way. I mean, that doesn't catch two of the players. Only one of them going to get caught in this. So quick enough work between Martin to come back in. And Aves, sorry, Sadak actually, is Aves who's close towards the site, but already cleared. And away we go. Martin going to get close towards that spike, tap towards it. Looks for one, Cove goes up, looking for that pressure. They're going to find both. Carmine Core wanting this one done. Xiao on the other side in a 1v3. Gonna try and do what he can. The block is in play. Does he? Oh, he's done it! He's only gone and done it. Carmine Core finished with a flourish at 13-6. Gotta say there, Mini, this is a good-looking Carmine Core at this point. I think we've seen a lot from Na'Vi. I think, you know, positives to take away, but overall, this has been an exciting little matchup. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think they've been good. I think that the creativity's been there that we highlighted earlier, but also the players, like having Aves, like for me, like I know what to expect from at least Sugetsu Martin.
Yeah.
But like having a rookie
Nice little
coming
X factor.
in, like I've had my eyes on him for a while, but you know I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wasn't sure.
They may not always land, right? You don't know. It's one of those like, you know, could work out, maybe, maybe not. That's a great display on, you know, debut day, coming out swinging like that, stunning. And then let's kind of turn it to the other side for Na'Vi. How do we feel about what we saw there? Saw some real highs, some real power to what they were doing, some real creativity, some ability to use some of those newer agents, willing to give it a test and a go. What were your thoughts and feelings on at the end? Do you think it's still a little bit closer, not sure on the map pool yet, still waiting on those agents to really like fall into place for them?
Na'Vi are always creative at the start of the year. And some of their maps always look a bit wobbly.
Yeah.
But I think after that, I'm hoping to see where they kind of settle. There was some obvious flaws at mine. Yeah. They were, you know, struggling.
But overall, solid enough. I mean, for me, the main point is that we've seen Carmine Core kind of live up to, I wouldn't say complete expectation checks. It's so early. It's one game. It's really hard to kind of, you know, boil it down to something so simple. But seeing how good Carmine Core look in their approaches, we've seen, you know, two very strong maps. That second map, that bind to me was just gorgeous to watch them play.
I mean, it was that map pick.
And you could tell it a mile away, right? It was just perfect. Now, if they have 2-3 maps like that, I'm scared for anyone facing them. I mean, they went to market, right? Mini, like this team spent money to build this roster. Clearly, they've imported one of the best IGLs there is historically. And speaking of, actually, I've just been told, so we can come back to that another time, but the interview is ready, and we get to hear from the one and only Sadak, joined with Yinsu.
I think the only thing that is more exciting about watching that match on stage is being able to speak to Sadak for the very first time in EMEA. Now, this is, I guess, your third time making a debut at a region, you know, Brazil, then Americas.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now EMEA. How does this compare, you think, to the other two?
It's always a unique experience, you know, and being here, it's amazing, yeah.
Is it what you expected?
It's even more, like, the people here are amazing. The weather, it's a little bit too cold, to be honest, but I like the rest. Like, the food is amazing. People, my team, I love my team. Go KC, of course.
Yeah. Are you enjoying the snow? I know it was snowing outside last week.
Yes, I love the snow. I didn't know it snowed this time of the year. So yeah, I feel like a children. I went outside, grabbed a little bit of snow, and where am I, you know?
Is this the first time you've seen snow?
I mean, I've seen it before, but I never touched it.
Oh, okay,
This is my first time doing it.
You're in Berlin now. There's going to be a lot more opportunities.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to moving over to EMEA, I think a lot of people didn't believe the rumors at first. So would you be able to tell us a little bit about why you made this decision at this point of your career?
So my personal philosophy is always taking risk, because I think like it's all about taking risk and see how far you can go. And coming here, it is a risk, and I just thought it's one of the best opportunities I was ever offered, and I couldn't resist to just come here, you know, experiment new cultures, new people, new environments. So yeah, it was an easy choice.
Yeah. And KCX was crazy, right?
KCX was insane. I didn't know French guys were that crazy, yeah.
You know, I heard that apparently they said that they're used to, they know that you're used to the Brazilian crowd, so they wanted to be even bigger than the crowd from before.
I mean, they succeeded, but just because of quantity, I still love my Brazilians. So I'm just saying, okay, I love you French guys, but Brazilians, right here.
I understand. Now, when it comes to those risks, when you came into the game today, I think a lot of people would have predicted seeing the Harbor at one point or another.
Yes.
That seems like something you did a lot on Loud. But what compelled you to play the Harbor yourself? Because in the past, you know, it was Tui's. We didn't see you do it. So why is it you this time?
That's a really good question. I think my coach can answer that.
It was N?
Yeah, because he told me like, okay, you had the idea of Harbor, you go play it. And I'm like, okay, I'll play it. And yeah, ever since it was like really well. So, and we have Aves, he's such an amazing flex. So he basically allowed me to do this. And yeah, he he's always there for my craziness. And so yeah.
Has it given you a different perspective on what Harbor is like, having to play it yourself?
It's just about water, you know? I'm just kidding. No, to be honest, not really, because I'm used to playing like different agents, so that's why I feel like I'm comfortable playing it. But at the same time, yeah, it's still kind of like a new thing to me. And if you check our team, like Sugetsu is playing Smokes, Aves used to play Sentinels, Duelist, and now he's playing on Flex a lot. So yeah, it's been you know, just a process.
It looks fun. We're having a lot of fun watching it. And a last question before I let you go. Of course, this means you get to play against Team Vitality next. We've got Les, of course, a French derby. I think the KC fans would really like to hear what do you think about having to go up against Vitality?
I told this numerous times. I'm going to destroy them. I don't know where I'm looking.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one.
I'm going to destroy them, not because anything personal, but I want to destroy Les. I'm coming for you, Les. I'm coming for you.
I love it.
Just as a friendly coming for you, but not unfriendly.
Yeah,
you know?
I can't believe you have this much energy after that game we saw on stage today. Thank you very much, Sadak. I can't wait to see you back here in just a couple of days. And congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Well, that is day one of VCT EMEA done here at Kickoff. But we're going to be back tomorrow starting with TL versus Koi. And also Fluorescent too, going to be on the stage. We'll see you then.
The advantage was huge, but now it's non-existent. The tap from West side, the wrap is coming, no Profek on him and taken down. North side makes the impossible reality. They were slow to start, but quick to finish.
Things is awkward.
Whoa!
And Luke got both of those. He turns around and gets a third.
From Kickoff, bye-bye.
GX have bought themselves a lifeline. We're going all the way to Pearl. In fact, that the time runs dry. BBL 13-5.
Now time is their biggest enemy. Rooksik just going to be leading the charge here. This is done. Na'Vi pulling the game back. Carmine Core look absolutely formidable on this map. You absolutely filthy animal.
One enemy remaining.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire.